like it. It'll be good.
I'm out of here.
That's true.
Good evening. I will call this meeting of the Westwood Finance and Warrant Commission to order. I'll grant permission to the Westwood Media Center to live stream and record the meeting. Is there anyone else that wishes to record the meeting? No. We will go to the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Bill Bruce.
Here.
Mike Gay.
Here.
Alex Yale.
Here.
Angela Hughes.
Here.
Christine Coughlin.
Here.
Chris Marks.
Here.
Chris Pareda.
Here.
George Laham.
Here.
Margaret Driscoll.
Here.
Mike Powers.
Here.
Paul Bamford.
Here.
Paula McLaughlin.
Here.
Ryan Sturma. Seth Frederickson.
Here.
Susan Flanagan Case. Here.
All right, we have a full agenda, a busy meeting. Just for welcome everyone, for the public here to comment. What we're going to do is we're going to go through the town administration first, then the schools, then the planning board, and we'll allow for public comment after each section. So when that happens, I will let you know, and you'll come up to the mic, announce your address, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. And with that, let's just jump right into it. Connor, Stephanie, Molly. I think, Joe, are you coming up too?
A couple chairs.
Thank you for making it.
I was going to print it out.
So just for the FINCOM, as each group comes up, they're going to speak to the changes from the last time. They're not going to go through everything again, so they'll speak through what's changed from last time when they presented a warrant article, or if there's a new article, they'll speak to it. So you guys can ask questions after each one, and then, as I said, we'll do the public piece at the end.
As we have some AV problems, you guys can fill with some introductions. There we go.
Go ahead.
Fair enough. Thank you for having us. I'm Connor Reed, I'm Town Administrator. I'm joined by Select Board Member Jim Sprigatera, Chair Mary Ann LeBlanc-Cummings could not make it tonight. She said some regrets. Deputy Town Administrator Molly Fitzpatrick and Finance Director Stephanie McManus. I don't know if a new projector is in the capital article that you're reviewing tonight, but this one is not currently working.
Connor, can you get closer to the mic? I don't know the people behind you.
Does this one amplify, or
I don't know.
how about this one? There we go.
That one amplifies.
All right. Bill, do you want us to give it 2 minutes, or do you want us to just start going through it? Because I believe the commission has a PDF of the materials.
Yeah, we do. Give them 1 minute. See.
Hey, look at that. All right.
There you go. Uh-oh.
Done.
So too soon.
Okay, great. Good. There we go. So, Bill, as you teed up appropriately, most of these articles the commission has seen at least once. So, starting with the budget articles, Stephanie is going to just quickly flip through the ones that have not changed in the event there's any last-minute questions. And we will stop and expand a little bit on the articles that have changed in any material way, and the same will be true of the select board articles.
Did it disappear again?
Cut out again.
Oh,
We're doing this first?
something's coming back.
Nobody moved.
Can you
Charlotte,
plug in?
I have plug.
yeah, Charlotte to the rescue again.
See, to remove part of that.
Okay, understood.
I keep reminding people of that.
I can see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right, budget article 1, so this is a current year closeout, a transfer of funds from the FINCOM reserve to the snow and ice expense account in the amount of $405,000, which is the total FINCOM reserve. I presented that last time, so no changes on this one. Article 2, there is a slight change. Last time I was in front of you, we went through the allocations from this, which is also an FY26 budget adjustment by appropriation to close out the current fiscal year. That includes about $1.3 million from free cash for police department salaries, fire department salaries, DPW salaries related specifically to overtime of snow and ice, and then the snow and ice account expenses. That DPW salary line for snow-related events went up by $10,000. If you remember last time I was here, I gave a little caveat that there was 2 ice events that week, so that was a possibility, and it did, so we increased this total amount by $10,000. And then the last line in there is just for ambulance-related expenses, so the total article is now $1,516,000 instead of the $1,506,000 it was last time I was in front of you. This is the main operating budget that we go through every year, and I know I did a detailed presentation at a few of your meetings on this, but here's just a final breakdown. There's been no change since last time I was in front of you. So the total FY27 proposed operating budget is $125.5 million, and there's just the breakdown by the individual categories. Budget Article 4, there's been no change to this one. Just the items that we've gone through before and are all listed in the capital book that's posted online with individual descriptions of each project for a total of $1.8 million. This is specific to the base capital for municipal. Article 5 is on the school side for base capital, $1.28 million free cash. These categories and amounts also have not changed. Budget Article 6 is the sewer capital improvements. No change there. This is funded with sewer retained earnings in the amount of $760,000. Items specific to the sewer department, whether it be equipment or projects that they oversee. Budget Article 7, this is an additional capital improvements article funded with free cash for just over $2.4 million. The last time we were in front of you, the only change that had occurred was the PFAS environmental testing at 637 High Street, but we walked through that already. Yep. So these projects have all stayed the same. Article 8 is also additional capital. This one is funded specifically with meals and hotel tax. No change to this, $1.18 million, and all the projects are the same on this one as well. Article 9 is specific to ambulance, so this is funded with ambulance receipts. There's 2 projects on there that both relate to either equipping the ambulance and then replacing an ambulance per the rotational cycle that they have in their fleet schedule. A total of $553,000. Budget Article 10 is the annual appropriation to the stabilization fund with free cash in the amount of $125,000. Article 11 is a appropriation for FY27 in the amount of $680,000 of free cash into the Special Education Reserve Fund, which was a fund that was set up a number of years ago specifically to fund unforeseen expenses with special education through the school department. And this is to replenish the account based on an allocation that the school department has requested for the current year to close out their expenses for unforeseen special ed costs in FY26. Budget Article 12 is the annual appropriation to the OPEB Liability Trust Fund. This is funded with taxation. It's just over, the amount for FY27 is just over $1.6 million. Article 13, this is, call it sort of a debt cleanup item. It's to rescind unissued debt from the design and feasibility phases of the Pine Hill Elementary School construction project. It totals about $233,000. This isn't borrowing additional funds, this doesn't cost anything or have any impact on the tax bill. It is just rescinding debt that is no longer needed for that project. So it frees up borrowing capacity in the future. And Article 14 is sort of comparable to the Article 2 that we go through for the town side with closing out the current fiscal year. This is specific to the school department. It's $345,000 funded through free cash to close out this year for expenses they have incurred for ABAs and IAs and the salaries due to having to hire contracted employees for those services. And Budget Article 15 is an appropriation for school litigation in the amount of $435,000 using free cash. And I know a few of the budget articles on here specific to the schools I had not presented last time around. Since then, the school committee had met. They went in front of the select board.
Yes, and they're here tonight as a secondary item on your agenda for those items in particular.
Any questions at all?
Yeah,
I can
do you
go
want to
through?
stop
Before-
here, or do you want us to go through the select board articles as well?
Let's see who has questions on anything but the school articles, because
Yeah.
when they. Any questions?
So okay, now's your time to ask my budget Article 7 questions.
Sure.
So, let me get to the right page. So, the radio infrastructure upgrade. The past 6 or 7 years, we've had the same justification, which has typically been about $80,000 to $100,000 allocation of the infrastructure is 50 years old, we need to upgrade it over time. Everyone we've talked about it was, we don't have to spend all at once, we can do the upgrade in phases. It seemed like it was a project with a start and an end that we were upgrading infrastructure. This year it went to $1 million. The justification in the slides is not what is in the capital planning book, because this is getting into, it is only in the email back to us for questions, but the project includes police and fire simulcast radio systems, tactical channels, microwave link, dispatch radio console. What is the why is the justification the same in the capital planning book as the past 6 or 7 years, but it's now $1 million project?
My understanding is that, but in the years leading up to this, it was to say, we can't dump $1 million into this right now. So we're gonna add 75 to 80,000 each year and build up a capacity. Very little of that money has been actually spent. It was to say, all right, we're gonna build it up because we know we're gonna need to get to this. And we were at a
And we were anticipating a grant helping as well.
we were anticipating a grant coming in and being able to cover some of the costs. The infrastructure has gotten to a point where we can no longer say, all right, we're gonna invest 75 into a piggy bank, essentially, to save up for this project. We have to do the whole project right now.
So what have we actually been spending the money? Because like of the 500K we've allocated over the past, I don't even know how far back it goes. That's just as far back as I had records.
It
for.
only went back to FY20, that's when it, or FY21, excuse me, that's when it started. We've spent about 150,000 on that, and I don't know. if-
There's about 300 and so left
Yeah.
in that account that we'll be coupling with the $1 million to put forth for this project.
I didn't know that we were allowed to basically fund a separate contingency fund specifically without calling it out. Like, it seems like we funded 500K, now we have 330K in the piggy bank. I didn't think we could do that.
Capital rolls over year to year. That's
Okay.
any capital project.
Right, so
So-
like with the schools project, the school capital item, you know, I
Yeah.
think the example was roofs last time, so you add to it each year, and then you can do a $3 million roofing
So like,
project.
where's the 330 sitting today, I guess?
In a capital account.
Yeah.
Okay, and so once things, for reference, once we approve these capital things, even if they're not spent, they go to a capital account that
It can only
kinda
be
lose
used for
visibility
that.
for?
It can only be used for that related project. It's
Okay.
not
Yeah.
like we
But
could.
there's not a time duration of when it could be
No, not
100
like
years from
operating
now.
where it
Yeah.
closes out at the end of the year.
Yeah.
Capital rolls over year to year.
We
Okay.
do review them every year, and so we'll be like, all right, there's 100 capital accounts that are open right now, and we'd be like, all right, well, that one closed out last year, but it had $4,000 in it that we didn't do. We'll close it out, and then that would flow to free cash.
Yeah.
Correct? So it is reviewed regularly, but it just stays there until we're ready to spend it. The total radio infrastructure project is about 1.1 million.
That's the quote we received.
So $1 million coming from this allocation, there's about 350 in the current one would get us to the 1.1, and the additional 250 would be a contingency if something were to go wrong.
So, again, I guess I'll go back to, has any of this been communicated anywhere? 'Cause nowhere is there a reference that this is a $1 million project, and
That was in this year's capital book. The write-up was that it was for $1 million.
the write-up was I think, the exact same wording as all the prior years, that the infrastructure was, the dollar amount was different. I didn't see, it was referencing the 50-year-old aging infrastructure. I guess going back 6 years, when we were allocating $80,000 to $100,000 a year, was there, I didn't see anything saying, this is to create a capital plan to save up for a larger project. I guess, so it was never, I guess, stated that this was $1 million+ project, and, because this goal, the goal here isn't to upgrade the infrastructure, it sounds like good purposes. Police and fire can have better communication, so it's sort of separate signals. I'm not going to read through the whole thing. I think it should actually be broadcast and communicated to the public what $1 million is for. It sounds like good stuff, but that wasn't part of any of the communication of the past 6 years, right? Like, it was, nowhere did it say this was a $1 million project that we were saving up for.
I don't have an answer to that question. I think we knew that a big
We've been
project was
talking
coming.
about this for
Yeah.
multiple
When
years. We have the
yeah.
capital subcommittees. We talk about that this is the 50-plus-year-old infrastructure. It needs to be upgraded at some point.
We can only
We're
speak to the
chipping
years where
away.
we were at, where we really
Right.
thought we were going to get this major grant for regionalization.
That's what happened.
And then that fell through.
And that's what I was going to
Yeah.
ask. I was going to ask about the
Saying,
infrastructure upgrade, but
Going forward, you'd like to know if the funds are going to be set aside rather than being spent. Is that what you're asking?
well,
Which I think makes sense, by the way.
I agree with you.
I'm asking that. I just also want to understand, like, is this the infrastructure upgrade then? Because we've been saying infrastructure upgrade, like, what is the infrastructure? How many radio towers do we have? Like, what are we replacing? This is now this has actual goals. It looks like it'll improve public safety. Wouldn't disagree with any of this. I'm just,
That is the.
well, I'm trying to understand, like,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what you're
how many
referencing
of
is
these
a
units are
write-up
across
that
town?
was
Like, what have we
sent.
been upgraded over the past 6 years with the 130,000? Like, what have we spent that on?
Yeah,
To your
yes.
right.
Can you come to that? Yeah, could,
Like, what's a-
could both of the
can you
chiefs,
describe what a
one or
Band-Aid
both
is,
of the
though?
chiefs?
Like,
We were basically putting Band-Aids on it. We ended up, this year, after we didn't get that grant, we had a company come in and give us a loaner system for free. So that's not indefinite. So we have been trying to, carry this thing along, working towards grants, working towards other things. $1 million just wasn't in the cards for us to ask for the whole thing to be replaced.
Can you just, like, just since we're looking at this and it's $1 million spend, what does that mean? Like, how many radio towers do we have around town? What from a Band-Aid perspective, what are they replacing? Or what have they been sort of spending on?
Yep, come on.
Hi, everybody. So, to expound on what the chief had said, right now we have basically single point of failure radios, end-of-life radio consoles and dispatch. We have towers at Fox Hill, a spike on Fire Station 2, and down at University Ave that shoots across to a tower on Indian Head in Canton and comes back. We have a number of problems with the technology because some of it is literally you couldn't replace it, so we were going through vendors that would stock stuffs on shelves. We were hoping to do a wholesale replacement. They talked about a grant that we were going to do that didn't occur. And so we would replace parts as we could get them. So some of the money was used, for example, we bought a new microwave link that shot across the Indian Head Tower that came back, right? So I think that was like in the $20,000 to $30,000 range, things of that nature. We had to do some line repair. We had to do some generator repair because you need backup power when you lose power, things of that nature. So we were basically patching the system, hoping that we were going to get that grant money to do it all at once, but it just couldn't be done. Now we're at the point where you can't even buy equipment that some of these vendors would stock, even though it's end of life, they would have it for parts. You can't get them anymore. So it's really a three-phased approach. It's the radio consoles from the police station that dispatches police, fire, and medical, and all the other town radios. And then it's to put up a system that's called simulcast. Basically, what that means is now, instead of the radio signal going out at one location, and if there's any problem with topography, weather, you name it, one of the sites goes down, you lose communication, you have simultaneous broadcasting, hence the name simulcast. Yeah, that was not a planned distraction. When you broadcast, it goes to both places at once, and there's a system that monitors where the signal strength is best, so that if you lose one, you're still getting the signal to the other. And then you're getting secondary frequencies for police and fire, so that if there's a problem for whatever reason with one frequency, which happens sometimes, like think about you watching, a channel on your TV, and that channel goes out, you switch to the next channel, right? Same type of idea with that. And then you have the ability to patch people together. So if there's an event in town and we need other fire departments or police departments or town agencies, you have the frequency bandwidth, for lack of a better term, to put them there so that you can handle the situation. So does that answer the question?
Yeah, it does. It helps. Thanks. And just like
Yes.
with the past 5-6 years, like what has that been going to? Because to me, that was a big pivot to like, hey, this is actually now an actual thing, which hadn't really been described.
Sure.
I assume this means we're not getting the grant.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair. Going forward, it looks like there's still a plan for $70 to $80 whatever $1,000 a year for maintenance. Even with the spend, we expect to spend the same for the maintenance as we were patching the prior system.
I think that's the plan initially, because we just don't know, like, the handheld radios are very expensive, right? Mobile radios in the, like, you can't believe it, but I mean, just like a mobile single radio in a police car and a fire car will be like $7,000.
But the mobile radios, we have a separate line item for on here. That's why, right?
I have that.
He has
Yeah,
that, the
yeah,
police does
yeah,
not.
we don't have that on the
Okay,
police side, so
yeah.
it's just things of that nature, that it's designed for that if there's a problem. Overall, in terms of parts, no, we shouldn't have any problem with, the microwave link that shoots over to Indian Head, no, that shouldn't be a problem. We put, a new tower up to do the simulcast, no, we're not anticipating a problem with that either. But to answer, I think before that you asked, so some of the money, what it was used for, that was like when we put up a new microwave link, for example, that was like 30 grand, right? That was like one of the things we used some of the money on. We've been buying parts and pieces to try to keep the system going. So in the past, we've used the money for what we could get, when we could get it, to keep the system running. But we can't do that anymore, so.
Last question.
Yeah.
So just from this experience, if we're putting aside $70,000 for the continued maintenance and stuff, I know fire has a separate one for radios and stuff for annual maintenance. Does that then go to like a capital piggy bank? And like, is there visibility to that? Like how much, like what different capital contingency funds there are? Because if we keep funding it, I assume some we usually spend 20, some we usually spend 80. That's the goal of it, right? But is there visibility into what different capital contingency buckets we have?
Absolutely. Every capital project has its own account code. And you can do a reporting on what the original allocation was, what's been spent, what's remaining.
But I guess for more the what's remaining, is that something we've ever reviewed? Like what different capital total contingency exists across town?
For example, last year, the town requested an allocation to replace our financial software upgrade.
Yeah.
We had 2 allocations prior to that, and we're building up for the total amount, and now we have it, and now we're doing the project. So this isn't unheard of. This happens quite regularly.
How much funds does the town have across all these different capital contingency funds?
I don't know why you're calling them contingency funds. I just want to clarify.
I don't want to say piggy banks.
Every single capital allocation has to be spent on the project it was specifically approved at town meeting. If for some reason, just for example, when we place orders for certain vehicles, it takes 2 years for them to come in. We cannot legally pay until we receive a piece of equipment. So that money could be sitting in a capital account, we call it an 002 fund, for 2 to 3 years before we make the payment.
Right, and I guess I get that, and those get sort of, I guess, is there a total of across all the capital requests? What is like, has that ever been reviewed here? Just, do we have $10 million of capital sitting for funding projects that have been approved, but we end up sitting on $10 million in total cash across all the different capital asks.
Yeah, we can run a capital report for you, no problem, from our financial software system. Yep,
The new financial software system?
no, it won't. Oh, it'll be even better from the new one, but it's baseline from the current one.
But I think, Seth, if I could, the point is well taken of, for larger projects where there are multi-year kind of supplemental or sequential asks into these capital articles for a broader project, just ensuring that a narrative is clear and concise and perhaps with backup data to the Finance Commission as we move forward.
Yeah,
on-
no, thanks.
on projects of that type.
Yeah, no, appreciate it. This was a big shift, and then a little bit shift to the narrative that we had, and it's been years, so not everybody has that context, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Just follow up on the $1 million project that we're doing. Is this sort of the best of what we could get? Is this, how is this system that you're talking, that we're purchasing, is it something we're gonna need to replace in 5 years, to your best of your ability? Can you, or is this like, okay, we've got the good one and we should be good for a while?
This was the recommended system from the 3 different vendors that we spoke to, so this is not, like a Band-Aid approach. In fact, right now, we have a piece of loaner equipment because it's public safety necessity down at University Ave for one of the legs of the radio system, which the vendors share. It's typically, they have several pieces like this. They usually use them for like weather emergencies or things of that nature. A hurricane comes and knocks a tower over, they bring a temporary tower. But, they had the capacity to lend it to us. And they said, it's okay, like, you can use it as long as you need it, but like, not forever, but you can use it. So, yeah, this fixes the preferred response, and they're realistically, for the way, kind of the town is set up, each town has its unique geographic hindrances and topography and so forth, and radio frequency penetration. What we're putting in is what they tell us should be put in, so.
I just want to comment on your comment about Seth. I do think it's good for us to know for future capital, like, hey, the plan is to spend this in 2027 or 28, or we're building up for a project in 2030. I think that's good to know, because I think the fear is that every year you put away $60,000 and then all of a sudden 3 years later you've collected hundreds of thousands of dollars in an account that hasn't been spent yet. So I think that's good transparency for us, and that would be helpful to also know, how imminent projects are. Like if we're putting in I'm just using an example of a new dump truck, right, and we're putting money aside, is that because we want to order it, after town meeting, or is that because we might need it in 2 years, we want to save up for it? So I think that's just good.
The majority of the projects are for the fiscal year that we're requesting the money for.
Yeah.
Like this project will start hopefully as soon as FY27 starts.
Yeah, and then the capital account balance, I think, would be good just for visibility to understand. But noted that you can't say, hey, I put this money for X and I'm going to spend it on Y without it going through free cash or again through the process. So that's all. Thank you.
Let me switch gears. The sidewalk enhancement plan.
Sure. Really switching gears. Are we done with the police chief or any
I
other
am.
questions?
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Is that money to improve existing sidewalks or money to design sidewalks where we don't have them?
Yep, hold on one second, sorry, let me get there.
What article number, Chris?
7.
It's our budget article 7, first item in the list.
Yes, so,
$500,000.
the sidewalk enhancement plan, right, the 595,000. So, as you might know, DPW gets Chapter 90 money from the state each year, to maintain sidewalks and roads and things like that. But, that only extends so far for what they can do. So this funding specifically would provide DPW with the ability to survey and design certain locations, then develop a cost estimate for construction. So this is not actual construction on any of the locations. And it would be specific for 5 locations. It's Route 109, design of a new sidewalk from Pheasant Hill to Stonegate Lane. Oak Street is design work to improve the existing sidewalks from Spruce Drive to Alder Road. Hartford Street would be design work to improve the existing sidewalks from Wessex Drive to Burgess Ave. That would be granite curbing, concrete sidewalks, things like that. And then High Rock Street is an installation of a new sidewalk from Salisbury Drive to Westchester Drive. And then Nahatton Street would be installation of an upgraded sidewalk signals along Nahatton Street. So again, it's not for construction itself. This would be sort of design work to see what it would cost to do all these projects. And then the construction piece, we're always hoping, and Todd Corchin, I'm sure you all know, is like the master of grants, so he always is looking for money. It could be through the Complete Streets program, or we would have to do possibly a road bond, which we've done in the past.
Well, the Complete Streets program is what we ran into on Canton Street. We don't want that.
This would, he specifically said none of this work would involve a shared use path or anything of the requirements of the Canton Street project.
That's good news.
Wanted me to say that.
Very good news.
Does that answer sort of what you were
Yes, that
getting at?
answered the
Okay,
question.
great.
Thank you.
Being an offshoot of Canton Street, that's a very good news. Just looking at it, Articles 11, 14, and 15, which I know we're going to get to with the schools, and then Article 2, all talk about drawing from free cash.
Yes.
Effectively, I know we do that every year, but just so I understand it conceptually, we're taking from free cash to balance the budget on the unforeseen items that you couldn't predict. Stuff, Article 2 was raises, and then the Article 11, 14, and 15 have to do with special ed. But that,
Sorry,
Keep going.
but effectively, we're using free cash to balance the budget.
It's not, I wouldn't call it to balance the budget, it's to close out the current fiscal year for overages that were unanticipated in those certain departments. And I know we talk about this each year, but specifically on the town side, it's usually police and fire because of long-term medical leaves.
And that's closing out the fiscal June
Yeah,
2020.
it's not balancing the FY '27 budget, we're not using free cash to do
No,
that.
but it's fixing the budget that we just closed out so that we can cover and it doesn't, overages don't carry forward.
Yeah, correct, for this year,
Well,
yeah, because we are
you
not
can't
legally
carry
allowed to
over.
have deficits in accounts
You
moving
can't
forward.
carry overages forward, you have to like close it out.
Because towns have to, yeah,
it would close.
all municipalities have to.
Yep, yep.
Then they have when they get to the end, there's a free cash.
Summary on the
summary.
second to last slide, but we hadn't got there yet.
And this is a little broad, but I know in years past, free cash, we haven't typically really been spending it. And I know this committee has been like, why aren't we spending it when we have all of these projects that we've been waiting to do? Obviously, this year, we're starting to use these funds. And I know that it's going to a lot of different things, so this might be like a multi-prong answer, but how would we not have done these projects, or would we not have funded this stuff if we didn't use free cash? Like this year, we're obviously spending much more than we ever have before. Like,
Yes.
what would we have done, just not done these projects?
For
Yeah,
capital,
no,
yeah,
that's-
yeah.
Yeah.
We would either have to, if we had certain items on here, unfortunately, are things that have to be done.
Right.
So what we might have had to do is for the base capital articles that I think both add up to about $3 million, if we didn't have enough free cash to go around, we might have had to postpone all of those projects. Or
You issue,
borrow some
you
of
issue
them,
bonds.
issue
right,
debt, which we don't always want to do because it impacts the tax bill rather than using something like free cash.
Yep.
Right. Yeah, so you would kind of have to look at it as from like a water flow perspective of free cash is the most kind of readily available and minimal impact on taxpayers in the operating budget for a capital article. Then you have other tools you could look at, whether that's borrowing,
Ambulance
seeking
receipts.
grants, ambulance receipts, meals and
Sorry,
hotels
meals and
tax.
hotel tax, I meant, sorry.
You know, I believe there is a capital stabilization fund. If there was something
There
that
is.
had to be done that was an emergency and there wasn't sufficient free cash. So there's a variety of different tools that you could leverage from a financial perspective, and free cash is kind of ideal for capital.
And just to touch on your point, the chart you had referenced, so free cash was certified last July at 15.6 million, and the proposed usage at the town meeting this year is 9.7, which is significantly higher than most years, leaving about 5.9 million.
And then every year, we end up refunding that account, right? Like the typical add-on that we don't really forecast for, but we've historically seen like is a $2 million growth. I can't remember what that number was the last couple of
We
years.
can't
It's been
control
high.
how much
Right.
goes to it, but what free cash is anything over what we projected for revenues, so anything that comes on, if we have, extra excise tax
Yep.
bill revenue coming in, investment income's a big one, things like that. So anything over our projected revenues, and then anything that closes out from the operating budget. So anything unspent in any departmental fund, which is not always a lot. That's usually only between 2 and 2.5% of the total budget. So it's mainly those two items.
Well, those would then add to the balance here, right? So we have a balance of 5.9 million. That's kind of the May 5th balance.
Yep.
But free cash is certified as of the close on June 30th. Takes a moment. I don't know how rapidly Westwood's pretty on top of these things, it seems, but your free cash is typically certified towards late summer or in the fall. That would be where any free cash you had unspent from a prior year, which in this spending plan would be 5.9 million. Any excess revenue above forecast would get added to that. Any unspent funds from the operations would close out and get added to that as well.
Yep.
Do we want to jump to that slide since we're talking?
Oh, sure.
You're pretty much going.
I don't know.
Sure.
What it is.
It's okay. I mean,
So is it,
Here we are.
is it fair to say then, and I found that slide really helpful from Monday, but is it fair to say that going forward, we're now down to historical levels? And would we expect free cash typically to be in the $8-9 million range, and then you spend 4 a year?
That's what I would anticipate, yeah.
Okay. So more or less the windfall, which really from Pine Hill, right?
It was the investment income made off of the high cash balance that we had from borrowing of that project. Although I will say investment income has been pretty good this year again.
And then there's other areas of the budget or the revenues that are performing strongly, but they're highly, elastic to the economy, right? So things like excise tax, building permits,
Yes.
meals tax, or sorry, you don't categorize meals tax as local receipts here, but there are other areas that are performing well, and those could continue. However, those are very sensitive to where the broader economy is, and so if those tighten up, that could be a challenge for free cash generation. But that's why we also felt it was good to put the 4% general fund operating budget net of debt service. That's a kind of fund balance target there to show that even in that kind of in-between period, post-town meeting, pre-fiscal year close, we're still in excess of what that target is.
Okay. But the magnitude, I think what Christine was asking, it's not going back to that. I mean, you're right, some are overperforming, but the days of having what feels like a real big safety net begin to get mitigated quite a bit.
Especially with the spending this year,
Yeah.
because this is the highest we've spent, probably double what we did last year.
Right.
I think it's worth acknowledging, and Stephanie, Joe, Molly, obviously all far more tenured than me, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a handful of large items this year that we wouldn't necessarily expect to recur, right? We had one of the most severe winters in the past 10 years, right? That was a large contributory factor here.
Public safety infrastructure.
The radio infrastructure is quite significant. A couple of newer concepts like the IOD fund. So there's certainly some things here that we wouldn't expect annually that drove that up. So this wasn't explicitly asked, but to the benefit of the commission, I don't think it's necessarily the administration's plan that we're going to put forward 9.7 or 10 million in free cash spend on a regular basis.
I just had a question about the operating budget. Just curious, because I know some of us had raised concerns about using the ambulance receipts for those 2 firefighter positions. So does this budget as presented still include those positions funded from the ambulance receipts? Were you able to?
It does. We provided supplemental analysis at a prior meeting to kind of do a deeper dive on that, showing what our forecasts are there. Where we feel, so you have retained earnings in that fund as well, because it's treated as receipts reserved for appropriation. And you have you already as a community have the practice of a portion of that annual ambulance revenue supporting the operating budget of the fire department. We're adjusting it and increasing it in a way that we think is responsible and sustainable. So that is still in there, yes.
I think we can go back to select board articles now.
Oh, Bill, can I just comment on that Article 11? The handout that you folks have on Article 11, the language is correct. I made a motion at our last meeting. I skipped over the line, Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 40, Section 13E. We'll redo this, but you have the correct language. I just want to make that point.
Us All right, so moving into select board articles, high level again, I'll note on anything that's changed. Article 1 is the vote to transfer the care, custody, and control of the former Deerfield Elementary School from the school committee, which voted that back in December, to the select board, so no change to that. Select board article number 2 is a vote to authorize the select board to accept a parcel of land, parcel 1 on that little tiny screen, which is an area of wetlands at the Obed Baker House property. No change on that. Select board article 3 is a general housekeeping item that just clarifies the select board's name and the correct number of polling places. No change there. Select board article 4 is the acceptance of Mass General Law about the disposition of abandoned funds. No change there. Select board article 5, there's a minor change here that I put in red line. So based on community feedback that we heard both at FINCOM and at the select board meeting prior to your last FINCOM meeting, that perhaps the language as written was too restrictive, and that if anything were to come up, we wouldn't be able to use the funds to look at them because they are earmarked for these 3 specific sites. So what we did here is just broaden the language slightly to say including but not limited to the 3 identified sites recommended from the steering committee. It is the plan to move forward with feasibility and schematic design for these 3 sites, but broadening the language that if something were to come up, we would be able to use the funds. We did do a deeper dive. I'm going to turn it to Connor about sort of some questions that we're hearing about this article and trying to explain exactly what these funds are going to be used for. So,
sure. Thank you, Molly. So some of this is informed from your meeting earlier in March, where there's some good questions from commission members. We've obviously heard from some of the residents, particularly those who live near these parcels and want to try to, I think, do what our job is of be as articulate and clear about what the intent of these articles are. So a very good kind of foundational question is, didn't we do this already? And the answer is yes. There was a feasibility study done in 2023. That's a bit different than what's being proposed now, and I'm going to walk through why. Although that feasibility study, which is available on the FS1 Steering Committee site, did a high-level look at some other properties, including behind Starbucks, it primarily focused on a new build at the existing site, right? So it didn't get into schematic design, it didn't get into wetland delineation outside of what's available on public GIS. And if you look at that section of a report, you'll see, cost estimates not, there's a block for cost for this or that site, and it just said not performed due to lack of perceived viability. So this is different already, that it is looking at more than one site. But I think more importantly is that feasibility, any feasibility is kind of step 1 of, if you want to call construction maybe step 10, feasibility and schematic are step 1 and 2. The end product of that feasibility failed twice and was not, I would infer from that, is not something that has the support of the community. So if we are not to put forward the same project a third time, we need to do some of this, although it may feel repetitive. There may be components of that prior feasibility that are able to be reused, and to the extent that can be done, that will be done. We are doing a competitive procurement for OPM and design services relating to this, obviously contingent on the appropriation. So this isn't kind of meet the new feasibility, it's the old feasibility, and the same exact team. But yes, there was a feasibility, but the voters' communication through the 2 debt exclusions was that the end product of that feasibility was not palatable. And so we can't move to a new FS1 without feasibility and schematic. If we could go to the next, please. So following those failed votes and based on feedback from the community, the select board created and appointed the FS1 steering committee. A lot of that feedback was not just that the project, for some was too expensive, or perhaps they felt it was too large, but also there was concern with the fact that feasibility wasn't necessarily a citizen commission, right? And so the board heard that. They appointed a citizen-led committee. I won't read the full slide, but they were tasked with make a recommendation, and they did. They recommended that we take a deeper dive on these 3 sites, and the way that you do that, the next steps are feasibility. So Westwood is not just looking at a single site. We're trying to get to what is the best project here. Continue, please. To move forward responsibly and get the community to a place where voters have the information that they need and deserve to make a determination on this, we need to do things that a lot of residents have asked for. Some tonight may even do so. And this is us saying we agree. And, site-specific engineering analysis, traffic is a huge concern. Environmental and regulatory review, test fits and conceptual placement on site for setbacks, what that would mean to abutters, and getting project cost estimates. So for folks who are concerned that that hasn't happened yet, that we're in agreement, and the way to get there is to do this feasibility and schematic process. And without that, we can't get to a new FS1 approach. So the funding in Article 5 would allow for the comparison of those sites. As Molly alluded to, there was good feedback from both the commission and from residents of the community that we heard at select board meetings, at meet and greets, of wanting that to at least have some flexibility in the event an opportunity presents itself. There's a site that perhaps we were unaware of that is a better site perhaps for the abutters or is more advantageous financially, so that modest adjustment would allow for that. The article doesn't pick any one site. It just funds the process to get to picking that site. That could be the existing site. And if that is the case, this article, that's why it's feasibility and schematic, this article funding could be used for schematic design if that process leads to, no, it should still be at the existing site. We wouldn't just take the exact same product and put it back out, right? And so if you're going to adjust that, you need to redesign. So this would allow us to get to work on that as well. So this, I think, kind of opens the door for us to do the responsible, professional, technical, and engineering work, but to do so publicly. Next, please. So again, why are we doing this again? Because the last one wasn't palatable to the community. And we do need a new fire station. That need is not going away. The community, through feedback to the board, asked for options. This is a path that leaves options available for analysis. The FS1 steering committee has done a tremendous amount of work at over a dozen public meetings to narrow the field, and the next step to take it to a project is through feasibility and schematic. And what this article asks for, and what we will work to do, is to get the residents of this community and the fire department the right building on the right site at the most responsible price. And to do so with a feasibility and schematic process that will be public and accessible for residents. So I hope that's addressed some of the questions and comments that have come up with the commission. We're happy to answer more. We have one other article. Bill, if you want us to plow through that or stop here.
Let's do the one more, and then
okay,
we can
great.
Go through.
Article 6 is the same article, so this is the establishment of the Injured on Duty Reserve Fund. Based on the questions that we heard from the commission last time, we added 2 slides to just sort of articulate how we are currently funding IOD and how we're proposing to change it. So as it stands today, an injury occurs, and an injury on duty in this case, I think I had mentioned, is both an injury to a body part, and it could also be a presumption of an illness based on state law. So the injury or the illness happens. It's mandated by state law that the town pay 100% of that individual's salary, which is already budgeted for, plus 100% of their medical costs. Because these are public safety positions, police and fire, the shift must be filled. It's filled by overtime, which is 1.5 times, their regular rate of pay. When that happens, the police and fire overtime budgets exceed their appropriation, which is what we were talking about earlier, and that results in a town meeting Article 2 transfer required to close out the fiscal year that you're in. The IOD Reserve Fund would work in a similar way, but with an additional step that the town meeting appropriates funds into a reserve fund. the injury or illness recurs, overtime is needed to fill it. The department would then, if it was over its overtime line, go to the select board and request a transfer from the IOD reserve fund to replenish that. The select board would review it and make a vote, at their own public meeting, and then the overtime cost would be covered without needing an Article 2 transfer. The caveat and the note of this is that this is a highly variable line item, that there could still be years where we have multiple police and firefighters who are out injured or ill, that you may still need an Article 2 transfer. This is a stopgap, if you will, to sort of say, this is our first attempt to not have to do that. I just wanted to point out that this is consistent with existing models. So the closest one is the Special Ed Reserve Fund, which also has an article before you with Article 11 that town meeting puts the funds into the account. These are both variable line items. In the case of the Special Ed Reserve Fund, the school committee votes with the select board in order to authorize the transfer from the reserve fund to the operating fund. In this case, it would just be the select board. It's only used when a budget is exceeded due to unforeseen circumstances, and then as needed, that fund is replenished at town meeting with a free cash allocation. And this is just to say, no more miscellaneous articles. We voted them. We voted them all gone. We're all done. We have 31.
Don't scare us.
And we talked about free cash. So with that, happy to.
One thing I neglected to mention, Bill, and there's a hard copy with the commission, and you were provided this. I would welcome feedback from the commission.
Oh, yeah.
One of the things that we thought might be constructive, the commission votes and lists its recommendations. We wanted to try on the select board articles, just kind of plain language explanations of what these articles are, right? Because warrants have to have a certain specific legalese to satisfy the Attorney General muster and various other legal requirements. That's why if you look at the Article 2 transfer, which is basically to make a contiguous wetland, it starts listing, 5-digit square footages, plan, maps that are on file. Like that doesn't necessarily, it's not the most accessible way to read it. And so we pulled these together. These would not take the place of a warrant language. You need that legal language. But I kind of wanted to provide this to the commission and see if you feel this is constructive or useful, if you would like to see this in a warrant, if you would not like to. So that was all.
Well, I like the explanations. I think it puts it in plain language. I'm sure
Helps the write-ups.
it'll help the write-ups for the commission to put it in plain language where everybody can understand who's not watching our meetings.
If anyone reads our write-ups. Oh, come on.
True.
They do.
And I appreciate that you heard us a few weeks ago, and I like what you did to lay things out clearly, not just for us, but public are here tonight that probably haven't been at some of our meetings. So I think the way you laid it out to explain those articles where we had a lot of questions was really good to lay it out cleanly for us. So I appreciate the extra work you guys put in to do that for us. And then, Ryan, go ahead, and then we'll ask questions.
No, so I love the transparency that the FS1 committee has gone through. Just in terms of the next steps, is the architect or the consulting firm, are they gonna rank those three projects like most feasible to less feasible? Or are they gonna maybe just do the pros and cons of each of the sites that, we can take back and potentially have the FS1 committee determine which is the most feasible?
That's a good question. So I'll lead with, I don't have a finite answer yet. That's one of those things that we would build with the project team as we went through feasibility. So from a sequencing perspective, in my experience, I've always borrowed from the MSBA prescribed process of bringing OPM on first and an architect second, because OPMs can assist with exactly that type of question where they've done a lot of these projects around the Commonwealth, perhaps around the country, to say, how could we assign a kind of secondary layer of a professional matrix to this, of how are we going to justify, and I think we'll need to, right?
Yeah.
How are we going to justify if we arrive at a recommended site alternative of A, B, or C? Why?
Exactly, and because I want to see it be successful the second go around. So, if I think it would be great if they could come, with some suggestions,
Sure.
but not so strong that it kind of, is forcing the town into this, one option. But just wanted to
That's great feedback. I appreciate it.
One of my questions is kind of related to that, is at the end of the feasibility, are we gonna have information. We should have a very baseline cost and proposed space plan footprint for all three buildings that then we as a town or the committee or whoever will then review and will decide. I'm trying to figure out
So yeah,
what.
that's a good question, and it kind of depends on what happens in a field, right? So we've already started kind of pre-feasibility work of doing some wetland delineation and zoning setback analysis on 2 of the sites that we didn't do feasibility on already, so Deerfield and behind Starbucks. If at some point in either pre-feasibility or post-town meeting full-on feasibility schematic, there's something on the site that's identified that makes it unbuildable, then we would not kind of quietly disappear it. We would probably very publicly talk about that.
Yes.
And but so there can be technical reasons why something comes off the ledger. But as far as what is the final process, I assume that would be a collaborative process with the select board, the FS1 committee, and the community. But at the end of the day, the select board, as the folks who are setting the warrant, will have to put the project forward. But so I would expect that as we get more information about these sites and what high-level facilities may look on them, we're going to want to get to a point where the whole point of feasibility schematic, when you do have site alternative analysis, is to knock the weaker sites out of contention. But to do so in a way that this is public and we gather feedback as we're doing so.
But I think cost and size.
Yes.
Will we have information on cost and proposed size for those 3 sites? Because I think those are gonna be key factors that we as a community are gonna need to have.
Those are both included in feasibility schematic design. I think what Connor is saying is if there was something on, I'm making this up, the land behind Starbucks that made it unbuildable,
Right.
we probably wouldn't go through the process of cost
Getting that,
estimation,
right.
because it's like, there's,
Yeah,
Right.
I'm hedging because I'm on camera and I know this is a sensitive project and I don't want to say, yes, it will be exactly this when we
Yeah.
don't even know the,
Right.
you know, fees. And I have the fortune, I've been able to work on some large capital projects like this before, but you have big strokes of things that are similar, but depending on the particular team that gets assembled through procurement, they may have different recommendations of the exact phasing of when those decisions are made. I will tell you, it's my commitment that we're doing so very publicly.
Mm-hmm.
We have no interest in ending up in a place in the fall where folks feel like this wasn't kind of laid out in a way where they, if they're on a vacation or something, they can't go, that they can follow it, read it, see what those decision trees are and how we got there.
Yeah.
And that, again, if there's something discovered that's, oh, this is just not buildable, we wouldn't continue spending money developing that. But yes, I think the goal is to get a order of magnitude cost on the sites. One of the things that drove, I believe, and Molly, Stephanie, Joe, correct me if you feel differently, looking towards other sites is that there could potentially be a single-story solution on the larger sites that could be more cost-effective than a multi-story, right? Perhaps you could have drive-through bays. So there's different options when you're not as constrained on a site that could make it less costly. I will also hedge that just as time is going on with inflation, I would not represent that there is a guarantee we're going to end at a place where it's automatically cheaper, right? I would love so much for my first year in Westwood to say, I found a way to do it for 10 million, and
We'd keep you then.
on camera, buddy, on camera.
I hope you do. But that's kind of why we're in, I think, this uncomfortable gray zone between now and May 4th of, we need to get all those things. We don't have the exact pathway identified. Feasibility will bring us there.
Yeah, I think we're all on the same page that we need to get a fire station and we need to get it approved the next go around. And I think whatever we can do to try and at least get people comfortable with size and cost early on.
Sure.
Versus like having just a single solution and that's the only solution. And having to sort of jam it down people's throats, I'm hopeful that we don't end up in a circumstance like that and end up with another negative outcome.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. I missed the last meeting, so if I am asking a question that was answered, I apologize. Tried to watch it, but you don't catch all the details on the view. are we spending, I don't know if this article on Article 5 delineates between the 3 sites, but I assume we have quite a bit of information on the existing
Pipeline,
site, right?
yes.
Because like,
Yeah.
the survey's been done and, we know how much they were working with and the grade and all that kind of stuff. So is it fair to say that most of that cost will be allocated to 2 new sites?
I would say
I'm sure nobody's
more
given-
of it will be spent doing full feasibility and schematic for the 736, 738 and Deerfield. We know a fire station can be at 637 because there is one.
Sure, yeah.
But it would be schematic of what would a different building look like on that site,
Okay.
would be most of that.
And I know there was an unrelated article about PFAS study at the current site.
Yep.
Is that related to this project, or is that just a need because of some finding?
It's a need because of Mass DEP. So when you find PFAS, it doesn't matter that the building project didn't move forward, you have to deal with it. And so this is tangentially related because it's on one of the potential sites, but even if the building FS1 isn't built there, we're still gonna need to do remediation. That article is part of Article 7, would be to complete the testing portion of how the PFAS has moved in the area. You're likely to see another PFAS article at a future town meeting to have something to do with remediation of whatever that looks like.
Okay, thank you. And then, does the feasibility study, schematic study, factor in the broader, longer-term capital needs of the town, like town hall, middle school, elementary school? So like, how are we incorporating those data points into, hey, if we attach FS1 to this, or how are we, there's a lot of moving pieces here beyond just like, FS1 in a vacuum, needing a site, needing a home. So how are we factoring in like broader town needs and future development costs in this?
That's a great question. And so I think it was Monday, right? It
Yeah.
feels like
Just Monday.
weeks ago. But
2
Monday
days ago.
at the select board, I gave an update earlier, I think in February. The board allocated an amount of their annual reserve fund to do some pre-feasibility for FS1, but also flexible funding for master facilities planning for all town and school facilities, because we know that, as you're saying, Alex, these things are interrelated, and we want to have the right hand know what the left hand is doing. And so we plan to, as a separate project, with those available funds, procure services to help support the town and schools working together, but really working with the long-range financial planning committee, who has started kind of taking a look at, we have the master facilities needs assessment, which is, there was some alternatives analysis in there, but a lot of that, it's a multi-100-page technical document. It's very important data, but it kind of looks back and says, here's everything that's wrong. And we need a plan that says, here's everything we need to do in the next 20 to 30 years, and how do we sequence these and fit these in a way that will be not just, I would hope, programmatically intelligent from a capital planning perspective, but in a way that's sensitive to the impact on taxpayers. What are different financial tools that we could use so that it, hopefully, voters feel that they're being given an option that, again, I wish I could say I have some rabbit to pull out of a hat and FS1 and Thurston can happen without debt exclusions. They can't. But that doesn't mean that other financial tools can't support that and lessen the amount of excluded debt and therefore the tax increase. So we're going to start that hopefully in April and have that as a important, related, but separate project that's happening starting over the summer and into the fall, where I would hope, although again, we haven't brought a team on board, so don't quote me, microphone in front of me aside, that by fall or the end of this year, we are in a place where we have publicly put together with the Long Range Financial Planning Committee, the school committee, members of the Finance Commission, and hopefully a lot of residents of Westwood, a 10 and 20 year building vision that people feel as good as they can when looking down looking into the scary multi-$100 million need report that exists today.
Yeah, I think that's a great initiative. I just worry that this project is not going to factor in even the sort of next 3 to 5 year capital building. Like, could we use Deerfield, and maybe there's a fire station there, but it's also connected to some education building or some other town building, and how, like, the outputs of this, it sounds like are going to rank these 3 sites, or maybe not rank, but pros and cons of these 3 sites, just looking at the FS1 station, but not incorporating, hey, in 2 years we're going to need a new X school, and if we had sort of planned them together, we could have better used that property for, I'm not saying that's a realistic outcome because of the urgency of FS1, but I do think it's important that like, we're not just doing this purely in a vacuum, because in 18 months, we could be back here talking about a school that we need to find a site for, and man, if we had used that same site for a combo, we would have benefited from something.
No, I appreciate that, and we know that, you know, in the kind of 3 to 5 year window, you are looking at FS1 and Thurston, potentially, if the MSBA invites the community into the process. So, and then we know the deficits, right? So I think it's going to be on us, and I'll lean on you folks to help as well, of, you know, as we're doing the FS1 feasibility process, that we're not inadvertently cutting off an opportunity elsewhere.
Just something to keep in mind.
Yeah, point well taken.
Article 6, the injured on duty, I'm not sure 100%, this might just be my understanding. See, it feels like we're just sort of moving money around. What are we solving? I sort of understand, like, if somebody gets injured, we have this pool of money that pays for the salary, the medical expenses, and then any overtime associated with that backfill. But we are otherwise covering that out of the current budget. So I'm hearing we either put it into this fund, exhaust that fund, and then tap into the existing budget if we need to, or we just pull from the existing budget from start to finish.
So it's a good question. I think the challenge that we are trying to solve for here is not those circumstances under which an injury occurs and we can pay for that and the incidental costs out of the balanced budget for the year. This ties back to, and you know, Bill and I had some good conversations about this, trying to be responsive to some of the concerns of the commission with Article 2 transfers, right? Where injuries happen in police and fire departments, right? It's an inherently dangerous line of work. And so from a management perspective, we have to balance, if you request and are funded in your normal 12-month operating budget, an overtime line that assumes like tail end risks of severe injuries or long-term absences, under a normal year, you may be tying up a lot of operating budget capacity that otherwise could be used to hire police, firefighters, teachers, et cetera. On the flip side, you don't want to fund it so low that every year you have significant transfers at the end of the year, because as the conversation has been evolving tonight around free cash, you don't want to make a practice or a pattern where, you know, we won't always necessarily have 15 million in free cash, right? So we've, in the Article 3 budget proposal, bumped up the recurring overtime lines to help offset some of this on that end in fiscal 27 for police and fire. And then this is coming at it from another layer of having a reserve fund dedicated to this that can only be accessed publicly, where in the event of long-term absences or things like that, there's another tool that was proactively funded rather than reactively at the end of a fiscal year.
But this is an extra 200,000 in this case.
It's not being appropriated to anything right now, we're just putting it in the fund for future years. Is that?
But it's an additional 200,000. So we could pay this money out of the current budget structure if this were to happen. This is an additional 200,000. If we were to say, hey, we're going to take 200,000 and put that in the department's budget, the chief would have the ability to use that money throughout the year on, if there were no injuries and if this didn't come up, on normal business operations, right?
You mean if we were adding $200,000 to the regular overtime budget through taxation?
Correct.
That's sort of what Connor was just saying. If you do that, that's permanently in that budget now. Can't be used for anywhere else and is basically forever built in.
And may not be truly
used.
needed.
Okay. And this account can only be used for those, and are we proposing a $200,000 a year?
If,
is it a one-time thing, and if it doesn't get drawn down, are we going to see this year after year?
I think it would be evaluated every year. So say in FY27, no one is on long-term leave at all, police or fire. They have no, and their overtime budget is just fine. It comes in. We won't need any of the 200,000, and then that would be available for the next fiscal year, and we most likely would not add to it because it's a sufficient amount in the account.
So one of the things that, so in my prior community, we had this fund. It doesn't seem like it's super common, but in this area, I know Wellesley has adopted this statute as well. You would then have the select board adopt a policy for standards of use, which we'd be more than happy to share with the Finance and Warrant Commission, And we could set a funding target in there, but it's something that you would look at kind of annually based on the use ratio and things like that. So this was just trying to get creative and again, have a tool in the toolkit that's not waiting until May to do a year-end transfer.
And this doesn't fund just regular overtime, this is injury-related overtime.
Yes, it's overtime that is incidental to the absences caused by injuries, yes.
Susan?
I just had a question back on the feasibility study. So I appreciate that you added that language that allows for some flexibility, the including but not limited to.
Sure.
But given that the dollar amount didn't change, 325, so is 325, would that allow for potentially additional sites to be studied?
It's going to depend on how far that analysis goes, right? There's a lot of unknown there, right? So we're trying to have that flexibility there, but realistically, if we get to Labor Day and we're 70% of a way through feasibility and schematic on one of the sites and it looks viable, we would likely not pivot at that point to something new. So we'll have to closely monitor it. We do have other funding that was allocated from the select board that's doing some of the pre-feasibility, and then depending on how much of the prior feasibility can be reused without kind of respending, that could have an impact as well. But it would be hard to quantify, you know, we'll have to closely monitor that feasibility appropriation, and that at a certain point, you know, the analysis of additional sites may not be happening. I think when we were taking this feedback, it wasn't necessarily that if we get a suggestion from somebody, right? If somebody emails us an address, we're not going to immediately put a paid engineering team at consulting rate on it. There's a lot of that, and this is, you know, there's some real examples where folks say, hey, I saw this on MLS. And we could look at it internally and just say, well, here, you know, thank you for sharing that idea, but we wouldn't be able to do it here. So it would have to at least pass that kind of first layer of staff analysis before getting there.
Yeah, I guess I just sort of, I think as I said at the last meeting, I think, you know, this is really an important priority for the town. We need to do something, and I just don't want to unnecessarily, and I respect and appreciate the work that the FS1 working group has been doing, but just to prematurely like foreclose on sites, to me, it's maybe a little penny wise, pound foolish to take sites off the table, you know, in my view, a little prematurely without doing, you know, some study of them. I know on the matrix, they had that, they redid their matrix recently. Yep. There are some sites that still scored pretty highly, you know, so I just don't know why. I understand there's, you know, time, but again, I just think we need to get this right. So I just worry about, you know, taking sites off the table maybe a little prematurely.
Sure. I mean, there's no perfect process, right? And so I think we are trying to honor and respect the work that committee did. But to use that exact example where perhaps there's a couple of, you know, runner-ups, if we early in the process run into something that makes one of the preferred sites unbuildable, then we already kind of have that list of potential runner-ups, right? So I think we have some options. I appreciate your concern. I have no interest in not getting it right. But I also do think that when we consider the kind of totality of the circumstances, the failure twice last year and the fact that the building has now failed, we have to balance, and I hope we get it right, but we have to balance keeping our mind open to options, which this process so far has. It's narrowing them, but there are still options, but also getting to work, because every day we wait, it will cost more.
Bill? Yep. I just want to follow up on Alex's first point. I'm personally very grateful to hear that the school committee and the select board are working collaboratively toward a long-range building schedule. I felt for very many months that almost the school committee was competing for public support with the select board over, in favor of its projects, over Fire Station 1. So I'm glad to hear that there's more of a collaborative approach going forward.
I have full confidence in our elected officials. They see eye to eye that this is, you know, it's not town and school projects, they're Westwood projects, right?
We all know that the town needs the schools. That's what attracts people to live here. What a lot of people may not understand is that the schools absolutely need the fire department, not only for direct responses to stuff that occurs there, but also for tests, for fire alarms, for fire drills. So the two are in a symbiotic relationship.
I have one more quick question, I'm sorry. The incidents that occurred at the fire station in the last several weeks, that's sort of changed, in a sense, the urgency behind this. Has the town, or is the town entitled to any funds from any insurance policies to help offset temporary operation costs or feasibility costs or anything like that?
We filed a claim with insurance the day that it happened, and it's a slow insurance process. So they wanted to send out their own engineers to take a look at it, their own whatever. So we are pursuing that as a potential avenue.
Okay. And is there any thoughts on what said claim, if provided for, would cover? Is it
No idea.
But we have already moved and expect within a few weeks to have a temporary sprung structure on the apron with available mitigation funding that the board authorized. So if there's any coverage down the line, then perhaps that could help reimburse some costs.
Any other questions? All right, we will open it up for public comment. So as I said before, you can come up to the microphone, speak. You have to say your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes on the warrant article topics at hand.
Hi, Joelle Driscoll, 41 Russell Ave. Excuse me. I'm here. I 100% support the Westwood firefighters. I voted twice on the ballot for a new fire station, and I stood up at the town meeting and voted for it as well. So I'm really adamant about getting this fire station done for them. And I also support the feasibility studies, the money to be transferred for the feasibility studies. The one thing I don't support is putting any more money into the Starbucks location. And the reason being the Doran Whittier feasibility study. Just like Connor, I read the study. And I just wanted to quote, do a little summary of what Doran Whittier said about the Starbucks site. And this is verbatim from the report. The town owns a parcel of land behind Starbucks at 736 High Street. This site is landlocked with no abutting property owners willing to sell. The team explored an option that requires the owners of the Gulf Station at 722 High Street to allow drive access to the landlocked site. After exploring this option, the town noted that the Gulf Station owners were not willing to sell, deeming the landlocked site infeasible. Right from their study. They also stated 4 cons for this property. Landlocked site with no street access, no street presence to the new facility, close proximity to residential neighborhood, and 4th, town trails pass through the lot. So my question would be, what has changed that is allowing the town to spend more money on what was already stated in 2023? Then I just wanted to quickly say, they also looked at 637 High Street. And again, I'll read right from their feasibility report. The existing site poses both pros and cons. However, the benefits were found to outweigh the shortcomings in this case. While the narrow size of the site and the grade differences posed design challenges, the team was able to develop a plan that fit the entire requested program on the site in nearly all of the requested, parking. During the construction of the new building, the fire department would need to temporarily relocate to the Islington station with some personnel stationed at the American Legion. That's what they said. So finally, I just want to say the Doran Whittier feasibility study deemed 637 High Street as the preferred location. That was done in 2023. So I just want to bring that to everyone's attention. But again, I support continuing to do studies, not at the Starbucks, and thanks for all the firefighters for what you do.
Good evening. I'm Erin Sibley. I live at 182 Bay Colony Drive. I have a question about Select Board Article 2, I believe it is, which is the town accepting the transfer of wetlands from a private developer. And I just wonder if someone could explain to me what the benefits to the town would be. It seems to me as a resident that it's unbuildable land, whether it's privately owned or publicly owned. But by accepting this transfer, we're taking it permanently off the tax rolls, and we're assuming responsibility for its maintenance. So if someone could just explain that to me, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. So it's a good question. So earlier in this process, the Finance and Warrant Commission asked about the tax impact, and the answer is that it was de minimis, probably maybe $100, $200, because whether it's privately or municipally owned, Ms. Sibley is correct that it's not highly valuable because it's not buildable. I suppose the benefit to the public of accepting a wetland is, first of all, this is consistent with a town meeting approved sale and redevelopment of this property in 2022, so it ties back to that authorization for that sale and redevelopment. And this is part of the obligation of the developer, which I believe included repairing and cleaning this portion of a wetland back to its natural state, and not to be wax too poetic about it, but the benefit of a wetland when restored to a natural state that we own is that it's basically stormwater infrastructure that's a lot cheaper than building it ourselves. It's not the most exciting piece of land, but it also immediately abuts existing wetland resource areas that the public owns. So it would make a continuous publicly owned wetland resource area that's in good condition.
It's also protection district.
And is part of a wellhead protection district for our water supply.
Rock Meadow, that's wellhead.
Thank you, Joe.
Hi, my name is Orla Pujado. I live at 748 High Street. And given my address, you probably know why I'm here. Like Joelle, I very much support a new fire station. We obviously need one. The firefighters deserve one, and I appreciate all the planning that's gone into that. But I am also here tonight to ask that you not fund the feasibility study for the Starbucks site. As an abutter, I knowingly brought a piece of property next to a commercial property that is a coffee shop, not a fire station. I think the noise disturbance would really affect our day-to-day living for all the abutters, especially those who work from home. I also know that it could definitely impact our property values by lowering them 10 to 15%. I feel like that's asking, it's unfair for us to absorb that, but there's, I think, better options available. In addition, there's a ton of kids using those paths in the woods every day from the middle school, high school. It abuts 2 preschools and a daycare, and the fire trucks would be going into probably the busiest intersection on 109. So I think there's real safety concerns there for the pedestrians and for the schools around the area. There's obviously environmental concerns. We think there would be a lot of storm drainage and water runoff from construction, and a lot of the houses around there are already dealing with water issues. From what I understand, the current FS1 site has forever chemicals. If we build there, we're introducing those to a second site that has wetlands, and I think the contamination would be even worse on a site like that. I think the money that we're talking about would be best spent really looking at the existing site and rebuilding FS1 in a responsible way. And I think that would be the best use of our resources. So thanks for hearing me out. Thank you.
I don't see anyone else getting up, so I think we're all set for now. Thank you, guys.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
As my first time doing this with all of you.
Oh, yeah.
So,
I'm not clapping for
And a
you.
$10 million station will pass right away.
I already regret that joke.
Leave the
George will make
butterscotch
you
roll.
regret it over and over again.
George is going to come get me.
I wouldn't put it out if I was on it.
What is it?
Also scale back some of those projects.
Break before we vote. So let's get everything together.
I'm glad we're finally using the money. It's been sitting there, and this committee's.
Thank
been
you
saying,
guys
"Why
for
haven't
coming."
we spent
No,
it?"
happy to be here. And I just want the record to show that I did not get applause at the end of my first year in front of FINCOM. So Connor, congrats to you on that front.
You didn't promise a $10 million.
That's true. I did not. And we're certainly not going to promise a $10 million Thursday night. So very happy to be here tonight. Superintendent Tim Pavover, joined by School Committee Chair Maya Plotkin this evening. And Director of Finance and Operations, Lena Jean-Baptiste, is on a well-earned vacation right now. And so she offers her regrets, but I told her she is not allowed to come tonight. So very happy to be here. In terms of the operating budget, there are no changes, as Stephanie talked about. And so that is not, certainly I'm happy to answer any questions. We're happy to answer any questions about the FY27 operating budget. But we're primarily here this evening, in addition to that, to talk about the 3 new warrant articles that were touched upon briefly during the presentation from Town Hall. And so the first one is Budget Article 11, which is around the Special Education Reserve Fund. Budget 11, to be actually clear about a question I think that George had asked during the, sorry, I didn't mean to call you out as you're getting up. This is
okay.
Actually, the Budget 11 is not a way to balance and close out FY26. The balance and close out of FY26 is a transfer from the reserve fund from the select board from the existing reserve fund. What Budget 11 does is it replenishes the reserve fund from free cash for FY27 to bring it back to where it was when we began this year. So that just like a technical clarification of what that is. The reserve fund is there for unanticipated expenses in special education, primarily out-of-district tuition and transportation. In the course of the existing fiscal year, we've seen about a $705,000 increase above budgeted amounts in tuition and transportation. We talked about this at the school committee last Thursday night. We talked about this at the select board on Monday night. And just for an example, right? So there are, let me give some context. There are 3 ways in which unanticipated expenses can come about. One is if a student moves into the community who may have intensive needs. They may already be in an out-of-district placement from the community in which they reside. We now assume both the educational and financial responsibilities for that student. Another case may be a student who is in, and we are serving our students in district. We actually have one of the lowest rates of students out of district in the Commonwealth. We're only at roughly 1% of students. We talked about this in the budget process. But the students' needs may intensify, and we may not be able to meet their needs in district, and they require a placement outside of district. And a third category is students students who may already be out of district, but their needs intensify in their current placement, and their current placement is no longer able to support their educational needs, and they may go to a more restrictive placement that's more costly. Out-of-district placements generally fall into one of 3 categories. Collaborative placements, where a member of the education cooperative, it's 17 local districts around this area. Their main site is in Walpole, and so we essentially pool resources. I sit on their board of directors and on their budget subcommittee, and we work to establish programs that we may not have a critical enough mass in Westwood, and Norwood may not have a critical enough mass, and Dover-Sherburne may not have a critical enough mass, but when we pool resources together, we can meet students' needs in that capacity. Then there are private day school placements. These are private approved special education schools through the state. That's sort of the second tier. And then in very rare circumstances, we have students who require residential placement. And so that's sort of the continuum of outside placement services. So we have requested the $680,000 transfer in FY26 from the select board from the existing reserve fund. That select board vote is required to that transfer. And this is simply asking for an appropriation from free cash to replenish that fund to the balance that it was. For some history on the fund itself, and thank you to Stephanie McManus for pulling this up for us. This is the first time in the 3 years that I've been here that we've asked for this fund. It's only the second time since fiscal year 21 that we've asked for a transfer out of the reserve fund. There were a sequence of years, FY18, FY19, FY20, where there were asks in each of those years. But this is only the second time since COVID, essentially, that we've asked for this fund. The other thing I will mention, when we presented the budget, we talked about a significant increase in FY27 in special education tuition and transportation. That significant increase is in response to what we saw for actuals in FY26 that carry forward. So this is not something where we are requesting this and we anticipate requesting it next year, because we've now built that into our operating assumptions for FY27. So I'll pause there and answer questions around
that. And I know the state helps support some of these special ed funding, correct?
And, you know, that is controlled obviously by what the state situation is financially. And that's a concern moving forward, I would think. So given that, and given the fact that this is obviously a significant challenge for all of us relative to maintaining the appropriate levels of funds, what are your strategies to try to get your arms around it? How do we manage those costs moving forward in a way that says, hey, if we do this, we can do this, and we try this, doesn't work, let us try this. Specific strategies moving forward to try to get your arms around it.
I mean, that is the struggle that every district across the Commonwealth is struggling with. And I think to your point around state reimbursement, we talked about the circuit breaker program last time I was here. The challenge is when we have expenses in FY26 like we have this year, we get reimbursed in FY27, and we typically budget that in FY28. So when I presented the operating budget, we talked about flattening out that circuit breaker ride. Some of the reason we're able to flatten that out is because of the expenses we're seeing in FY26, which means we know we're going to get larger receipts in FY27, and we can balance it out for FY28. To the larger picture around the question of special education in general, we hired a consulting firm this year. They did a special education review. Those results were presented earlier this year. Our team internally is reviewing those recommendations to figure out, okay, what can we implement between now and September? What can we do next year? What is going to take multiple, like 5 to 10 years? Some of these things are really intensive and structurally challenging. Some of the things that we are actually doing immediately out of that report, we present in the FY27 budget, right? So the addition of the focus teacher at Pine Hill is in response to a growing population of the sub-separate program that if we didn't have would result in increased out-of-district tuitions. The expansion of the preschool program is about providing services to students at those early 3 to 5 ages where we can be most effective at providing appropriate interventions. Again, to try to address some of the challenges we have there. The consolidation of the peer program at MJ is around providing that continuum of services so that we can have one location for students from K to 5 and a lower and an upper program, again, to increase the effectiveness of the program that we have. So those are some of the things that we're doing. And then on top of that, you know, not at the level of the special ed reserve fund, but as we talk about the pipeline into special education, a lot of that is around what we're doing in general education. How do we provide appropriate access points in education to all students, whether it's around executive functioning, whether it's around social and emotional regulation, whether it's around providing appropriate literacy and math interventions at the right points in time. Like that's the real hard work that we're doing around universal design for learning and multi-tiered systems of support.
I get it. I'm just thinking, is there a best practice? Is there a district out there that has taken this on in a way that, you know, we can benefit from?
Yeah, I mean, as it relates to out-of-district tuitions, there's not really a best practice out there. The best practice is like effectively using your collaboratives. And, you know, if we were a district that were 4 times the size, right, and we had buildings that were 4 times the size commensurate with that,
Sure.
You then have potentially enough students of a certain profile that you may be able to create a program in district. But, you know, if you have one student that fits a particular educational profile, that does not a program make, right? You need to have a critical enough mass of students so that you can hire the educators to work with that student and to be able to make that successful, right? So that's why we have collaboratives. That's the work that we do so we can pull together resources from regional districts together. I think the other thing, I may have talked about a little bit last time, I talked about this at length at school committee on the transportation side, is really exploring some regional options related to transportation. I know that just a couple of weeks ago, the Inspector General's office has taken an interest in special education transportation. There is a near monopoly statewide. It's one company that's got 4 or 5 different names, as kind of we know how these things work nowadays as they've consolidated. So I am optimistic for the future that hopefully some things will come out of that. But it's not an immediate offering in this year.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and, you know, being proactive, obviously, because if you look forward, this isn't going away.
Yeah.
So
I also think that, you know, our practice of trying to keep students in district as much as possible is really serving us well right now, because the fluctuations really occur with the out-of-district placement tuitions. And what we're seeing in other districts is some schools are having to increase their budgets by 10% to accommodate increased special education costs. You know, we're not seeing that, I think, because our in-district education is so high and the out-of-district is low. So we're not as subject to those fluctuations, although clearly they're still affecting us. But I think that policy that we've had
consistently, you know, for years now is really serving us well in this moment.
Couple questions then. So, the current reserve, is it a little over 800,000?
It's
Is
a little
that?
over 800,000 right now.
Okay, and the 680, you're actually, I mean, you're eating some of that as well, right? It's above that, isn't it?
Yeah, our current deficit in FY26 is above that. So we're, again, trying to balance what we think is appropriate, knowing that we're absorbing some of that within our operating budget in FY26.
Okay. And then the other question I had was on, understand the uncontrollables. If somebody moves into the district, and it could be 6 figures, right? The controllables and what was called out with Rivas and Associates, and where we allow kids, and I think as they call it, too many kids that could be better served in general ed, as you just mentioned. How do you, I mean, what are the steps we take there? What are the metrics that are used to say we're making progress on something like that? I mean, is it fewer kids that are moving, that are in special ed, that are moved back to general ed, or how does that work?
Yeah, so let me differentiate two things, right? So when you are, that portion of the report that you're calling out generally sits relatively independent from this ask, right? So the students who are in out-of-district placements are not, you know, able to be, but to your larger point around the question, right? So, I mean, the number one metric we would look at is essentially what special education rates are, right? So we have seen an increase, particularly post-COVID in this district. It's been mirrored by an increase in the state level of about 2 to 3% over the last, say, 5 to 6 years. And so looking at that, that's one thing, is about how can we recalibrate those rates. And I would say not just for students with disabilities on IEPs, but also looking at our Section 504, students who receive accommodations through non-special education. That's something that was also called out in the report, right? And so speaking, without getting all, you know, education techno-jargy in the response here, the short answer is that if there are things that we are currently not doing in general education, I keep calling out executive functioning as one of these things, that we have a place where we need to create a more robust approach to how we're explicitly teaching those skills to kids. But if we're not doing that, and the only way that students are able to provide, or students are able to get access to services that support them is through special education, guess what? That's where students are going to go. Right? And so it's incumbent upon us to look at sort of mapping out if this is where we want students to be with executive function by the time they hit 9th grade, right? Because we know that's such a critical year as students transition to high school. We can then backwards map what are the kinds of skills that students need to be explicitly taught in grades 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, working down. And then creating that map and then creating those educational opportunities through our work with staff and professional development around teaching opportunities to make that happen. So like that's the general, like, high level, non-techno-jargy answer to that question.
Okay. And I mean, it just, again, it goes to, I get this, that this is, in many ways, the uncontrollables. It's more, as you look at the balance of the budget, and it just becomes a bigger and bigger portion. We talked about it last time, where, you know, it's such a significant portion, and that's the variable year in, year out. How do we control more of that, and how do we do it so quickly?
Because I see a potential solution to what Mike was saying is, you know, what can this town do? Teacher satisfaction and teacher retention rates, right? In my opinion, that kind of goes a long way with, you know, the satisfaction of families kind of working with the school system. You know, what is your opinion in terms of retention and teacher satisfaction, especially as it relates to special education?
Yeah, I mean, I think there is a difference, and you'll see this in the next Warrant article, right, with where we have been with teachers, where we've been with support staff, right? And I think that we'll talk about that momentarily. It is an incredibly hard job being a special educator. It is incredibly hard, and the needs, and as the amount of regulations and paperwork have increased in doing the jobs, as people at the state level and at the federal level increase that, you know, certainly I hear anecdotally from staff here, I hear anecdotally from staff everywhere, that because of these external things that we don't have control of, reporting mechanisms, all those sorts of things, the legal pieces around special education, staff feel like they're spending less time with kids than they want to because they have these other things that are really part of the job. There was an article in the Globe last week that I don't know if people saw that talks about 1 in 3 special educators in the state of Massachusetts turnover annually. Like that is the reality of the field that we are in right now. And so it is a credit to so many of our special educators in this district that they have worked in this district for a long time. and they give their heart and their soul every day in working with kids. Is there more we can continue to do? Absolutely. And I think when I look at our retention rates around, again, professional staff, and I'll talk about other staff in a second, we're better than comparable districts in that area. It doesn't mean we don't lose people. It doesn't mean people don't get burnt out, because the job is really, really hard. Because, again, they give everything they can to some of our most needy students every day.
Yeah, and they develop a special bond. So
Absolutely.
when they lose a teacher, the kid kind of loses a bond, which is very unfortunate for the kid. So, no, that, I mean, it makes all the sense in the world. I guess what I was trying to get at there was kind of, you know, just from a benchmarking, right, in terms of like other towns, in terms of like salaries. Do we pay commensurate salaries to other towns as it relates to?
Yeah, so as it relates to teaching staff, yes. I mean, we went through contract negotiations with our teachers last year, came to successful resolution of the contract. We are competitive in the teacher landscape. We are not competitive in the support staff landscape, and you'll hear me talk about that
Got
in
it.
a minute.
All right, sorry.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
that's good.
All right. So that's a perfect segue.
It's a good segue.
To budget Article 14, which is a budget adjustment in FY26. So here we're seeking the transfer of $345,000 from free cash to the school department to fund contracted services for our instructional aides and our applied behavior analyst tutor positions. We have experienced 23 vacancies. These are support staff for students generally in special education for services that we are legally obligated to provide. And because we are legally obligated to provide, because the talent pool is not out there, and because we were hit by a mass exodus of staff right as the school year was starting, many of them particularly going to the same district that recently experienced significant labor strike and wound up with a contract that is definitely significantly above general market value, we hired contractor to perform those services. When we did that, and we had to continue to provide, and you know, over the course of this year, our contracted services line, just as it relates to IA and ABA, is over by about $1.25 million. Now, that being said, we are not asking for $1.25 million because that amount is offset by a $905,000 surplus in our budgeted salary line. Right, so that delta is the 345. In our conversations we had publicly at the school committee back in the fall, we were hopeful and optimistic because we were using, and I think I actually had said this to you guys a couple of months ago, because we were using contracted employees that were not eligible for town benefits, we were hopeful that there may have been some funds available in the shared cost lines and the benefits lines. Unfortunately, those have not come to fruition. And so there is not the ability to transfer out of shared costs from our conversations with Town Hall. And that's why we're seeking an FY26 transfer from free cash to close out the delta here for our contracted services. The question of what we are doing, I think to the point that you were just talking about, we are in active contract negotiations right now with both bargaining units, and we know that we are below market rate. We've talked about that very publicly, and I know one of the questions the committee asked was about one line item of the budget. We are budgeting in our compensation reserve line related to FY27 collective bargaining costs, right? So I just want to acknowledge, like, we have taken proactive steps in the FY27 budget. But I want to acknowledge that salary is not the sole determining factor for how you keep employees, right? There is salary, there is quality of life, there is the fact that many of these folks work in our extended school year program in the summer, and they don't have as do our special educators too, right? So they don't necessarily have the same off time that other educators have, and so we need to think about how do we make those services work. Many of our ABA tutors go into homes and provide home therapy services to support families in working with their students. How do we make sure that those services are done in a way that are effective and are responsive to the needs that our employees are identifying through the use of those services? So all of those things are happening simultaneously. Those are all working conditions and salary things that are part of collective bargaining that I can't say a lot more about because we're in active negotiations right now. I would say on top of that, some of the other things that we are doing, some of the other things that we are doing is we have recently begun contracting with a different agency that now provides us the ability to hire people directly. Quite often, many of these contracted firms basically have a no-compete thing. You bring somebody in, you're not allowed to hire who comes in. We've recently found a company that's now allowing us to do that. So if we find somebody who is working in a contract capacity that is really effective with our students, is really effective with the other staff, we can bring them on board to address the vacancies. And we are creating a partnership with a local institution of higher ed to try to bring people in that are in college right now to begin working in our program. I would say that these, again, challenges are not unique to Westwood. We are finding these across the board. One of the things that has changed in the education landscape, we talked about this at the select board on Monday night, is quite often, we are hiring people that may have like a 2-year associate's degree, are in their early 20s. 15 years ago, people would have taken jobs that would have given them access to benefits, would have given them access to health insurance. If I'm a 23-year-old kid, a 23-year-old adult, I used to be a 23-year-old kid myself, I may be able to get more money working for a contracting agency, and I don't need the benefits because I can stay on my parents' health insurance until I'm 25, right? So that has also changed the landscape of the talent pool as it relates to some of these positions. It's made it very challenging. We are competing for employees with other schools, and the need is only increasing for IAs and ABAs across districts. So these are the steps that we are taking to try to address this issue proactively through collective bargaining, through overall working conditions as it relates to employees, through identifying recruitment efforts beyond our traditional efforts through both our agency work and through partnerships with other institutions. And we certainly do not want to be in the same position again a year from now. So I don't know if there's anything you want to add to that.
I just want to sort of clarify that 23 vacancy number. That's an aberration for us.
Yeah.
I would say more than half of those occurred in the 2 weeks prior to the school year starting at the same school. And it was really just a matter of another district that, as Tim mentioned, had gone through very tough contract negotiations and came out with really, really high pricing, was able to just kind of poach one by one a number of our employees. We don't anticipate, knock on wood, whatever, that will happen again. But that is, I would say, a significant factor in the numbers that you see on that screen, and that we've never seen anything like that before, and hopefully we won't see that again, particularly with the steps that we are taking. But we couldn't match those salaries. Most districts in the Commonwealth could not match those salaries. It was just one of those unlucky things that happened.
Was it newer employees that left?
It was a mix, honestly, yeah.
And when you contract then to fill those, so the 11 go, the end of August, you're in a world of hurt.
Yeah.
Are you contracted for the year then? So it's...
No, we have the ability if we can hire somebody. The challenge is hiring any educator in October, November.
Okay.
Like those that are, the talent pool is much stronger when the year hasn't started because those that are strong are already in positions.
Right.
So is that where the 900 came from, like up there? So we had 23 vacancies, probably most of which happened right before the school year started. We have, we have a surplus of 905,000. That's because you weren't able to fill all those roles.
Exactly.
Those are their
Yeah.
salaries.
Yeah.
Those are the budgeted salaries
Okay,
for those positions.
That's what I thought. Yep.
Just as a point of clarification, is this specific to special ed educators, or are these folks across the board?
Yeah, I would say the positions as a whole, there are some instructional aides that are not special educators that like we find, like we have in the elementary level, we have general ed instructional aides. Lots of times they'll work in kindergarten classrooms.
Okay.
But the vacancies we've had are all in special education.
Really?
Yes.
That's even more challenging. Yeah.
Want to piggyback on what Ryan said. I mean, I would echo, in the special ed world, the student definitely develops a relationship with that teacher, and sometimes that teacher or instructor or adult figure, whatever you want to call them, is the only one that can get them to do certain things, and 23 vacancies is a ton, and I agree with you. Money talks, and
Yep.
that's a huge hit, and it concerns me but it concerns me further. Contracted services, while we're fulfilling the requirement by the state, it's not the same quality level. And what we're doing again is we are putting money and paying for something, but definitely, and I'm going to use a bad word, and it's not meant, but a lesser or inferior product, because we're not getting the top quality, and that's going to trickle down to producing a lower quality with the school. it's not quality, and I'm not saying, I'm a huge advocate of the schools, and my record speaks for that. But what happens here is, you get great teachers, you get better schools. You get qualified teachers, you get great qualified schools. You get contract services, we're not getting as good as we can.
I completely agree. I mean, this is not where we want to be. This is not the level of education we want to deliver. It was the best of a bunch of bad options we had at the time.
Sounds like you didn't have many options.
Yeah, and that's why we're taking the steps we are, so that we're not in this situation a year from now.
Any other questions?
I do want to clarify, though, I think that the contractors that we have hired have been successful. I mean, I don't want there to be any implication that, you know, they haven't been doing a good job.
And I
because they
qualified,
have.
I wasn't saying, you know.
Yeah, I just want to make
Just
that
not
point.
ideal. I think is what you're right. It's just
Yeah.
not the ideal state.
Yeah.
I mean, permanent, full-time positions are clearly more
We have a high
advantageous to
standard.
everybody.
here.
Yep.
I mean, we've always had a high standard, that's why people come to Westwood.
Yeah.
It's-
Agree with that. All right, I'll let Maya speak to budget 15.
So budget 15, this is an FY27 appropriation of $435,000 from free cash to the school department for an ongoing litigation matter. We've gotten a lot of questions from the public about what this litigation is, so I thought, you know, we are still in the litigation, so we are limited as to what we can say. But I did want to give a little bit of a summary so that everyone understands what this is. So this case implicates the method that the district uses to calculate professional teaching status, which we call PTS, which everyone knows is tenure. Westwood, for decades, right, Westwood has used what was a widely understood legal understanding and common practice within the entire Commonwealth of how PTS was calculated. And it was calculated using full school increments, right? So you had to work for a certain number of full school years before you could be considered for PTS. So in 2020, the district chose not to award PTS to an employee, and the employee sued the district, challenging the way the district was calculating the PTS method. The case went to binding arbitration, at which the district, we defended our calculation method and we won at arbitration. The plaintiff appealed to the Massachusetts Superior Court. Westwood won again. And then the plaintiff appealed to the appeals court, and that ultimately sided with the plaintiff. However, because we felt at the time that the practical implications of the appeal court decision that reversed the lower court's ruling would undermine the integrity of our teacher evaluation process, which is what we use to help determine whether or not someone would receive PTS. We use the evaluation process. We requested that the Supreme Judicial Court hear the case. The SJC declined to hear the case, so the appeals court order stands, I should say. And the case is now back before the original arbitrator, who will determine the amount of back pay and damages owed to the plaintiff. Since the SJC's decision, we have been in settlement negotiations with the plaintiff to try and come to a resolution. Unfortunately, at this time, we do not have a settlement with the plaintiff. And because the arbitrator will likely award damages in the next coming months, we're requesting this transfer of free cash of about $435,000 in anticipation of that judgment. I want to be clear, this amount that we're requesting is for a payment that will go directly to the plaintiff for damages. This is not for legal fees. All of the legal fees that have been incurred, we have been handling within our legal expense line item within the operating budget. So this amount that we are requesting is going to go straight to the whatever damage award we wind up receiving.
Insurance coverage for that?
This is not an insured case. I can't speak to that.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, let me just finish my thought, and then I'll open it up. So ultimately, what this case was about, it was trying to keep a fair and consistent system for evaluating teachers. Westwood's approach, like the approach of the majority of almost all other districts in the Commonwealth, was focused on ensuring that both the district and the teacher have appropriate time necessary for evaluation. While we still believe that the appeals court decision may force schools to make PTS decisions sooner without a full assessment of a teacher's work and a teacher's growing skills, we will, of course, we will abide by the court's order. We will abide by the arbitrator's decision on damages. And for those reasons, that's why we're here requesting this amount.
So I appreciate, I attended the select board meeting and I heard a very abridged, we can't talk about it. So I'm glad that you're coming with more information. And I know you can't say much.
Yeah.
However, I'm wondering what steps you're taking moving forward. And I know it's sort of a hard thing to say, but so that this doesn't happen again, because I know you're trying to assess, you're trying to figure this out.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, as it relates to the ruling, I was not here in this district at the time that this case was initially brought, right? It is certainly a case that has had implications statewide. It's been part of superintendent's training statewide. And so the calculations identified through the appellate court decision are ones, to Maya's point, that we are abiding by moving forward. And so there is the risk of that happening again, as long as I'm sitting in this chair, is nil.
Okay.
Yeah, it's basically changing the way districts across the Commonwealth are going to be calculating PTS.
Okay, that wasn't clear.
It has, yeah. And it did, to Tim's point, it does have far-reaching, to the point when we were going to the SJC, the Massachusetts Association of School Superintendents and the Massachusetts Association of School Committee were preparing amicus briefs to submit on our behalf, because it did have such far-reach, it changes the way districts.
Yeah, you don't want to be case law, and especially
And we
when
are
it's costing
now.
$500,000, but
We are case law,
I get it. But thank you, I appreciate that.
So to follow up on Paula's question, going forward, what does that do for your teacher's salary operational budget?
It has no impact.
No impact.
No impact.
And then second question, how are the, you said the litigation expenses, you budget for that in your operational budget, the actual attorney's fees, but how are judgments usually paid out, if you had any in the past?
So we haven't, I don't think we've had any in the past, at least to my knowledge. We may have before my time. We have been working with Stephanie and Connor and the town to try and figure out how to pay this. The timing has been a little bit tricky because if it's coming from free cash, clearly it's an appropriation that has to be approved at town meeting. And we were trying to settle in January, and so the timing was a little bit tricky. There is some statute that we need to look into that says if court orders may be able to be paid without a town meeting because it's a court mandate.
Right.
This is an arbitration demand, so we're looking into that. Pat and I have had discussions about it. But right now, what we feel is, the 435, we won't know what the award is until it's awarded. We feel 435 is a reasonable number, and if the award comes back higher, then we'll go back to the town and we'll just figure it out.
And I agree with Paula. That's one thing you don't want to see at a superintendent's meeting, is that your case is being used as an example.
I would agree with that.
We did try.
Any other questions?
Bill, more of a comment and an accolade. Not a financial point, but being around for a few years, the town has come a long way. And Tim, you're great, but I'm going to compliment your predecessor. Emily did a fantastic job instituting teacher evaluations and performance reviews. Could be, she came up through the system. She was a student teacher. She was my student teacher when she was 22 years old. And she came right up, but she instituted performance reviews. And I think that's a credit to our town, and it's a credit to, I believe, how tenure is now calculated. So I give the schools a lot of credit for that. And now they're taking their lumps on it, which is not fair.
this may be a crazy question, but does putting 435 on paper and actually approving that, does that provide you leverage or loss of leverage as you're still in negotiation?
Yeah, I probably can't answer that at this time. Sorry.
Okay.
Advice of counsel.
Any other?
Quick question. In the event that the settlement is less than this, what happens to that money?
I think it would just stay in free cash.
Okay, so
I
this
would
is
turn to
approving
Stephanie for
the
that, but-
transfer.
Should we say up to?
It would close out and
Yeah.
go back into free cash.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any other questions on anything school related, whether these 3 articles or the budget or anything like that?
Does it make sense to say, because we don't know the amount, you know, a sum of up to, or, I feel, I agree that putting that number out there.
But it ends up in free cash anyway, so.
Yeah,
Right.
because it's
Yeah.
an
Yeah, but then
appropriation,
do-
not a capital allocation,
Concerned
about
which
the
is different.
Settlement.
But what if it's more than that, and you said you have to go back?
We're gonna have to go back with Connor and Stephanie and figure it out.
Would that have to then go, if we voted on it at town meeting, how does that affect that?
Well,
Yeah, so my read on this, right, I think your language of up to, because it's an appropriation, the appropriation has to be an amount, right? I would think as opposed to an up to, right? So that's
Okay.
gotta be a defined number. The question of if the amount is more than that, then we need to have internal conversations, and if there's an impact that comes back before town meeting, we'd certainly come back before this board at that point in time.
I've just got one more, not related to this article, but Tim, last time you were here, you mentioned that it's going to take years to fix some of the structural challenges with the special education, oversight, both at the state level, here at the town. Obviously, the report was a great report, a lot of amazing information, a lot of accolades of what we're doing really well, and some opportunities. Your team is reviewing the report, some of which you've already identified in the fiscal 27 budget. They're also reviewing other additional elements that you can do internally. Are you going to publicly share that, their internal review and the reports with the recommendations, either with the FINCOM or with the town?
Yeah, I mean, I think the first place we're going to do that is school committee.
Yeah.
And I think based upon that, I'm happy to have whatever conversations with whomever around that. I would say sort of the first phase of things are not necessarily directly financial impacting, so whether or not this venue is the appropriate one to have those conversations, but at the very least, by the time we're presenting what the implications are for the FY28 budget, I would anticipate that some of the things that are coming out of that certainly will go into how we build the FY28 budget in the future.
Yeah, I think understanding, what are we even measuring? What are some of the foundational metrics that we need to look at? Obviously, there's a percentage of our children, our students that are going into special ed. That's an easy metric. But what are some of the other things that you're going to look at and try to maybe preemptively add services to try to stem it down the line? Really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, we will open it up for public comment on anything related to the schools. Same rules apply. Once, twice.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thanks for highlighting just the updates. Appreciate
thank
it.
You want some applause now, Tim?
No.
Too late?
Yeah, we did not need to have everything over again.
Ellen, the planning board, Laura, want to come up? I think you guys have to open your meeting and stuff too.
We have a little bit of business to conduct now and a little bit at the end. And our plan is to, as you requested, highlight the changes and be as efficient in our discussion here as we possibly can. Sorry, I did pull up the one agenda item we have. Okay, welcome to the Wednesday, March 25th, 2026 meeting of the Planning Board. I do not need to take roll call, but we do have all board members present. Our one and only agenda item is the continuation of the public hearing for consideration of proposed zoning bylaw, zoning map, and/or general bylaw amendment articles for May 2026 annual town meeting, continued from March 10th, 2026, including a discussion of the proposed warrant articles with the Finance and Warrant Commission. All right, thank you.
All right, so the planning board is back tonight with the same 9 articles that they reviewed with you at your February hearing. Between that hearing and tonight, the planning board had another hearing session on March 10th. And at that hearing session, they made changes to 3 of the 9 articles, fairly insignificant changes, to 3 of the articles, and then staff found an additional housekeeping item and is asking the board to make a change to that last article. So what I'd like to do is go through the articles very quickly that they didn't change, just give you the titles, refresh your memory where we are, and then move on to the ones that have some changes. So the articles that have some changes are PB 5, 6, 7, 8, and 11. The first article that we had talked to you about last time was the battery energy storage systems article. That has no changes since it was presented on February 24th, so I won't waste your time going through that in detail. I forgot to ask, Chair, would you like to take public comment after each article or just at the end?
Just the end.
Okay. All right, the next one.
FinCom question.
Okay.
As we go.
Okay. The next one is proposed article PB2, adult daycare. Again, no changes from the last time. That was fully discussed. Then we have PB3, which is animal daycare. No changes from when we discussed it in February. And PB24, which is the definition article. No changes. So then, if we could move into proposed article PB5, this is about dimensional regulations. And there was some discussion on this one at the planning board hearing on the hearing session on March 10th. And there was concern expressed by the board about making sure that non-conforming and conforming uses were treated in a similar manner. To remind you, this has to do with a section of the bylaw that allows structures under 15 feet tall to be built within setback areas, side setbacks on a property. So if your side setback requirement is 15 feet in a zone, you can build up to 10 feet closer to the lot line, but that area between the 10 feet and the 15 feet cannot exceed 15 feet in height. So it's a section of the bylaw. It's been around since 1961. It's been interpreted differently under different building commissioners, and the concern was, from our current building commissioner, he wanted to make sure that everyone was clear about how this section was being interpreted. So they came to the planning board. The planning board decided to add one sentence to the end of section 4.5.3.3 that says the intent of this section is for existing conforming and non-conforming structures to be considered on a pari passu basis. For those who don't know, that means on equal footing. So it's the same treatment, whether it's a non-conforming use or a conforming use. So as far as the planning board's concerned, this is in the best interest of the town to approve this change to the article because it allows for further clarifying the intent of the amendments to help applicants, staff, and town officials alike better interpret and apply the bylaw. So it's a minor change from when this article was brought to you in February, but I think you'll all agree it's not a significant change.
So when you say you can build within the setback area, it's only with approval.
So you can build within the setback area if the height of the building does not exceed 15 feet, an absolute height from grade at the base of the building.
But it's not as of right, it's only with approval.
That's with building permit, not with any special approval.
Okay, all right.
All right, and that's how it has been since 1961,
Okay,
so
all right.
that's been consistent. What this says now is that you can build that up to an absolute height of 15 feet without any other approval. If you want to go higher than 15 feet, you can go to the Zoning Board of Appeals, and they can give you a special permit to go up to an average height of 15 feet, which is higher. So it just opens up another opportunity. And this language that the planning board had added now at their meeting on the 10th was to make sure that this is applied equally to non-conforming and conforming properties. All right?
Have we found that there's been a lot of challenges related to this?
Not a lot. There have been a handful of people who were confused about how the bylaw is interpreted.
Yeah, and like how the building should be designed in order to conform.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's more of a clarification.
It's a
than
clarification to make sure that, in the end, it's the building commissioner who interprets the zoning bylaw, and it's to make sure that people who are reading the bylaw know from the start, before they spend money on architectural plans that won't comply with the law. All right, then moving on to PB6. This is for the Administrative Research Office District. We spoke about this in fairly heavy detail at your last hearing session in February. The proposed article mainly adds buffer zones and screening requirements to the Administrative Research Office District. Right now, every other commercial district in Westwood has buffer and screening requirements, whether it's a local business district, highway business, industrial office district, they all have buffer and screening requirements, but for some reason, the ARO, which has been around for 50 years, did not have those screening requirements. So the planning board took up this article to add those screening requirements. In doing that, they were also looking at uses, and we're looking through the use table and seeing what uses they thought might apply well to the ARO district. When they came to you in February, they had 3 proposed uses that they wanted to alter in the chart. These 2 uses, animal clinic and commercial indoor recreation, were among them. A third one was retail establishments up to 10,000 square feet. They reconsidered that at their March 10th hearing session after hearing from some residents in a neighborhood that was close to one of the ARO districts. And they decided that they would take out that retail use up to 10,000 square feet and not make that a special permit use in this district. So they're going forward with an article that still has the buffer and screening requirements and still adds animal clinic as a special permit use and still adds, changes the commercial recreation from a ZBA special permit to a planning board special permit.
And the reason for taking out the 10,000 square foot retail, is it just a burden?
So they heard from a resident who lives about a quarter of a mile from the property, and I believe some board members heard from other residents who didn't come to the hearing but approached planning board members individually. I can let you speak to that. That they thought that might be too heavy a traffic generation use, and planning board members thought that they should look towards the purpose of the Administrative Research Office District. So I have that on the screen here. Okay. And the purpose section of the bylaw says that ARO districts are intended as locations for businesses engaged in administrative research and office activities or other uses which may have unusual requirements for space, light, and air, and which are clean and quiet and not detrimental to the residential use of adjacent property. And the concern that was discussed by board members at their March 10th hearing was that retail uses may not fit that definition, that they may bring more traffic than residents in the surrounding areas believe would be appropriate. So the board thought it would be in the town's best interest to remove that one section.
Okay.
I am a resident in that neighborhood, and so I can add a little bit of context. We have a lot of traffic that is heading from, we're cut off from East Street down to Route 1, so people fly off 128. Ways will take them that way. We've been dealing with the police chief for a long time about getting some remediation there because we have a lot, 30, 40 kids in that neighborhood, and we're really looking to make sure that the traffic isn't going to impact, the livelihood of our kids and the safety. So, and we've talked about closing it off at the bottom, making it a one-way street. Just trying to think of, it's already closed one way, but I think the neighborhood does appreciate the planning board listening to our concerns. So thank you for that.
And just a reminder, there are actually 2 ARO districts in town. There's a smaller one at East Street that Paula spoke of, and there's a larger one up here on High Street as well. They're both at the edges of town, right along the highway. All right, so then moving on to Planning Board Article 7.8, short-term rental properties. As a reminder, it says 2 numbers because it's combined 2 articles, one changing the zoning bylaw and one changing the general bylaw.
Question on the last one before we go to this.
Oh, sure.
Noting that there's 2 properties, one off the East Street Rotary and one somewhere here on High Street. Would we or could we not designate sort of the exclusion for one, not the other, because they're in the same zoning?
So they're the same district, and the board did look into the idea of creating 2 separate districts. The problem with that is that the portion of the ARO that is in the East Street area is a single property. And so if you were to put it in its own district, say you had ARO 1 and ARO 2, that now would not likely not survive a challenge of spot zoning by changing the zoning of one particular property.
But we talked about this a little bit too, if we wanted to look at other uses that may not fit this definition or may not be appropriate for both parts of the ARO district, we could look at overlay districts, and I think we could apply an overlay district to one, but not the other.
Yes, so right now we use overlay districts, for instance, right here on High Street, most of High Street is either residential or local business A, and some of the portions that are local business A are overlain by flexible multiple use overlay district 7, some are not. So you can have an overlay that goes on particular parcels. So if there was an interest in having uses in one of the ARO districts and not in the other, you would do that through an overlay. That's not something that the board would be tackling this time around.
Is there any relevant context to that property off of the street? And it seems like it's currently not used, but owned?
Yeah, so it's owned by Meditech. Meditech has, is maintaining the property, at least for now. It has been vacant for, I believe, about 6 years. But they are maintaining it.
And they could sell it?
They could sell it at any time, and we do get continuing calls from people who are interested in buying it. All right.
Just more of a, before you go into this one,
Mm-hmm.
more procedural thing. Why is it 7/8? Why is it not one number?
So it's
I don't
because-
think I've ever seen this one before.
Yes, so the planning board started with 2 articles, and they advertised Article 7, changes to the zoning bylaw related to short-term rentals, and Article 8, changes to the general bylaw relative to short-term rental. However, both articles were dependent on each other. So if you made the changes to the zoning bylaw, it referenced the general bylaw, and the general bylaw then needed the zoning bylaw in order to be effective. So if we put them in as separate articles, and one was voted up and one was voted down, we would have had a problem. So they were combined into a single article, and when this actually goes to town meeting and gets a real article number, it will be a single number, none.
Okay.
Not-
That was probably more my question.
Yes, it won't be the
Well,
double
for
number.
Thinking
This
of
was-
the write-ups and who had, we
Yes.
already assigned write-ups, so.
It will be a single number.
Would've
So
been
this
terrible
was.
if it was 6/7.
This is Article 7/8.
This numbering
That'll
was-
be the new fad, 7/8.
This was to make sure no one got confused when they read the public hearing notice and they
Got
could
it.
follow along.
So you said this.
So I guess back on the 6th, just because the same type of thing. The write-up we have here dated the 20th, because it referenced the 100 feet, is that?
That's correct. That has not changed.
So this is correct. Okay, I was misinterpreting. Good, so we
So
have the correct
that-
languages.
The buffer zone is correct. You'll have another document that if the board is going to look to take some motions before they leave here tonight, and if those motions are successful, there's another document that you'll get that is the articles with today's date on it. And that makes changes that I'm discussing here, but they're not changes to the buffer zone. In this case of this article, the change would be to remove retail uses.
Just trying to make sure
All
I
right.
have the right language at the end of the day. Yep.
Just in the use table, that would be the only place where there'd be
Yes.
a change.
And it's highlighted and easy to follow along. All right, and then going back to Planning Board Article 7/8, short-term rental properties. So this is an article that does 2 things. It introduces the term short-term rental and the term long-term rental as well in the zoning bylaw, defines what those are, and then points to the general bylaw and says that a short-term rental must comply with the requirements of the general bylaw. The general bylaw proposes a certificate program for short-term rentals in Westwood. After having conversations with the board at the February 24th hearing here, the planning board at its March 10th hearing tackled some changes that they thought would be responsive to the comments they heard here. So I'm going to let Ellen tackle the description of those changes.
Can I
Yes.
never really use this next slide?
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to go backwards or bring up pictures of someone's kids or something. So the changes we made, we heard the feedback and we appreciated that. So it guided us to look at making some of the changes to try and make the proposed regulation a little less onerous, but still achieve what we were trying to achieve and offer relief to some of the neighborhoods that were asking for relief, and also just put a process in place by which short-term rentals can't be turned into something more like an off-the-books motel or a rooming house. Because we have sections of the bylaw that address both of those, but they're appropriate in certain areas, not necessarily in a residential neighborhood. We still want to make sure someone's not operating a commercial enterprise in a zone that's not allowed. So the big changes we made, we're still in the proposed. I wanted to highlight, there we go, okay. The changes that we landed on were, rather than requiring a full parking plan, which would involve diagrams and whatnot, a simple parking description. It could even just be a memo just stating that they have sufficient off-street parking to accommodate their guests. We proposed to remove the abutters notification requirements. We changed the limit for rental to no more than 30 days as opposed to the previous 90-day requirement. And we proposed changing the minimum rental duration from 24 consecutive hours to 2 consecutive nights. We had also talked about removing the inspection requirements language, because I know there was some concern about that. But after our meeting, there was further staff review, and they highlighted a concern that is quite valid, that there is code requirements about inspections, and if we were to not have it in our bylaw, we would be out of sync with higher level laws, state level, and that could actually cause problems as far as enforcement goes, because if our bylaw is in conflict with a superseding law, that just sets it up for issues and challenges to whoever is administrating our process. So staff is recommending that we not remove that language, and we as a board haven't met since that meeting. So that's part of what we need to discuss briefly tonight, and we have motions to entertain. But we did spend a lot of time talking about that in particular, and all of the feedback we heard from the Finance Commission and from residents. So we really tried to make a good faith effort to incorporate some changes that we thought provided a good balance between regulating and not over-regulating. That's pretty much the highlights.
And then?
Yes, and why we thought these changes were in the best interest of the town and the residents. Removing the abutters notification section and changing the 24 minimum stay to 24-hour minimum stay to a 2-night minimum. It eases the burden on the people running the short-term rentals. And reducing the rental days from 90 to 30 days really does frame that as an incidental use rather than, because as someone in our meeting pointed out, 90 days, if that's weekends, that could be the better part of a year. And then are we moving back into business territory? So we thought it was really in the best interest of the town to frame it as such that it really is meant to be an incidental use and not a backdoor to a primary use. And then maintaining the previous inspection language, as I alluded to, it reduces confusion for the operators of the short-term rentals and aligns with the state code. If you'd like me to read the language on the screen, I will, but what we were proposing was to restore a few deleted sections that we had removed when we were thinking we would just take the requirements out. I'm assuming nobody wants me to read them, but they're in your packets and they're on the screen. So it was section 330-8A. Restore deleted section 330-11, or is it 12?
It was 11, it was 12 in the revised.
Okay.
It's going back. So.
Okay. And then restore previously revised section 330-13B.
And then.
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna go first. I have a few questions for once. Can we go back to slide 21, because they're all on slide 21?
Sure.
This might help. So when you say property owner must reside on property for at least 9 months of the calendar year, what does that mean? Is that I reside 9 months once 1 year and then I'm good in perpetuity, or do I have to reside 9 months in the house of each year?
Each year.
Annually.
Is it defined that way in the detail?
It is.
Okay.
Each year you have to get a new certificate. A certificate is valid for the calendar year, so you have to apply again year after year, and each year you have to confirm that your residence status has not changed.
Okay. And then you said the limits below. You have the 3 bedrooms times 2, 6-person limit. Well, how does that compare to something like University Ave or the Everett Street project around the max number of persons per unit? Do we have the same restrictions within those buildings, or
We
no?
do not. Those buildings and any building in town, your home, it's really only reviewed for a rental property, but there are health code requirements that determine what is a livable space and what is not.
Okay.
And those, in apartments, those come into play where an apartment has to be reviewed to see if it meets those requirements. They're different than this. Those are based on square footage. This is
Okay.
based on rooms. So
Okay.
they're different.
Okay, thank you. And one more, and so is there a definition in here? Because I haven't read the whole thing on what a long-term rental is.
There is, so that's in the zoning bylaw section, so if you look at the language you have, if you look at the handout that's dated March 25th, that's probably the easiest one to find it in. And I can tell you it's on page 18 of that document. Page 18 of the March 25th document.
We have March 20.
The one
we
I
do have
handed,
March
the one I
20.
handed you was March 25th. Oh, it's probably, yes.
Oh,
So should we throw out March 20th?
Yes. That's the one, when they vote tonight, that will become the
Oh, we
official
didn't get
document.
that.
Yes,
Okay, no,
oh,
17.
there's a lot to give out.
I'm sorry,
Allison,
18.
Don't worry
Sorry, it's
about
on
it.
18.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So get rid of March 20th and March 25th.
March 25th reflects the changes that that staff have asked planning board
they'll
members
vote on
to vote on tonight. So we'll
Okay.
go through the presentation before they vote. This becomes effective, assuming they vote in favor.
Okay,
So if
thank you.
If you look at page 18, the fourth part of the short-term rental article says revised zoning bylaw, section 4.3.1, table of accessory uses,
Okay,
to amend section 4.3.3.5, renting of rooms, to read as follows, and it changes that term to long-term rental. So we have always had a term in our bylaw about renting of rooms in a home. We never had anything about short-term rental, so now we have short-term rental, and everything that's not short-term is long-term.
okay, thank you. Okay, now I'll do.
You define bedroom in here as well?
We do not define the term bedroom.
My question was kind of piggybacked with yours. If the 8-person limit, if that came from a code requirement, I know it's typically 2 per bedroom plus 2.
Yeah, that is not from a code requirement. That is the bylaw that the planning board decided to model their bylaw after is the town of Brookline's. And this language is what the town of Brookline had used. It is not part of the housing code.
Just actually back to the long-term rental thing, 'cause I know that's covered separately, but just from a scenario to help with, if somebody were to then not live in the house and rent it every weekend as an Airbnb, it's a long-term rental at that point. If they don't live there, they rent it, but continuous short, I would define as like short-term instances, if you will. How is that covered under long-term rental from a
That would be a
allowance
short-term,
standpoint?
that would be a short-term rental. So every separate rental, every rental where somebody who's occupying the building is there for 2 nights, anywhere between 2 nights, which is the minimum set in this bylaw, up to 28, a total 28 days. Anywhere in that period is a short-term rental. So if you do that every weekend, if someone has a agreement to lease your home every single weekend, each individual stay would be a short-term rental because they're not continuous.
I guess the short-term rental certificate relies that you live there 9 months of the year, right?
Correct.
If I don't live there 9 months of the year, I don't live there at all, and it's rented out to different people every week.
You cannot do that. So that's the point. So
That's
this,
just-
if this
that's just
bylaw,
disallowed.
yes,
Okay.
if this
That's what I was trying
bylaw
to get to. Okay.
is approved, you would not be able to do that at all. You would be if you wanted to have a short-term rental, 1, 10, up to 30 days in the year, you would need a short-term rental certificate in order to be able to do that.
Okay.
And in order to get that certificate, you would have to be a resident of the property for a minimum of 9 months.
Okay, so
every
this
year.
scenario I described, it's not long-term, it's not short-term, it's just not allowed.
Correct.
Okay.
What happens if somebody's doesn't abide by this? Like, they don't use Airbnb and they're short-term renting without getting registered, like, what's the punishment?
So there's
Or
a,
what's the,
there's a
like-
zoning bylaw violation that would come into play, and if there's also a building code violation, that would also come into play. And there are fees that are set in the zoning bylaw for when you incur a violation. And a violation occurs on each day, from the day it's notified until the day it's
So
corrected.
it's like a fine, like every
It's
day?
it's constant fines. We had another property not related to short-term rental, completely different situation, but there was a homeowner who was receiving a fine for zoning violation and building code violations day after day after day, amounting to well over $100,000. So it can happen.
Question. Alex, then.
Sure. First of all, thank you to the planning board for taking our feedback in February and clearly instituting a lot of this into your updated.
Thank you for giving us feedback.
So thank you, I appreciate it. I think it's come quite a long way from the last time we looked through it. A couple of things that stand out to me. I'm still a little bit stuck on like the 3 inspections in terms of like this sort of undue red tape, because, you know, let's just say that you want to rent your place out for a week. It's like, man, I gotta work from home 3 separate days the prior week or the prior month to like, I think that's still somewhat unnecessary. If you fall out of the short-term rental, so you want to rent your place for 29 days or 31 days, am I correct that there are no permitting, no inspections, no nothing?
So if it's a long-term rental, the property owner is required by the building code to call for an annual inspection. And if they call for one, the building commissioner will go out and inspect the property. And the housing, the fire department will go out and inspect the property, and the fire department will go out and inspect the property. That falls to the property owner to follow the state law that requires that. When it's a short-term rental, if the town adopts this section, now a short-term rental is something that is being sanctioned by the town. The town is handing the property owner a certificate that says they can rent it as short-term rental. And in doing that, a person who comes and rents at that location is presuming that the town has made sure that it is a compliant rental, that it is safe and it meets code requirements. So the town, by giving out that certificate, is taking on a level of liability if they do not call for those inspections. So this was something that the planning board did when they met on March 10th, tried to eliminate those inspection restrictions or inspection requirements in response to your concerns that were raised. But staff raised the opposite concern, that it's putting the town in a difficult position to be sanctioning the use of a property for short-term rental that has not met the inspection requirements. So if we are going to give a certificate, we are going to need to make sure that the property meets all of the codes and that we are enforcing the state law as well as the local laws. When it's a long-term rental, that's between the property owner and whoever they're renting it to. They should be calling for inspections. Some properties do. Some property owners do not. But we are not involved in that process, and we are not policing that process.
Because you're not giving a certificate.
We're not giving a
that
certificate,
you
so
don't
we're
feel-
not.
You don't feel a responsibility
Exactly.
to take certain diligence actions against that certificate.
That's right. And also keep in mind that the inspection is once a year when that certificate is granted. It's not each rental. So you might rent your home 10 times in the year. You don't need another inspection each time. When you get your certificate once a year, you have to have those inspections.
And is there any documentation in terms of what these 3 inspections are looking for? Because let's just say I do this and I call for inspection, and the inspector shows up and he's like, oh, like, whatever he notes out, sorry, I can't issue, you don't pass because this is an issue.
So we
I have no knowledge of what's being assessed. How can I prevent against a failure or?
Yeah, so the kinds of things they're looking for are 2 means of egress, that the windows are safe, that the staircase is safe, that there's fire alarms, smoke detectors, carbon monoxide detectors, to make sure that the number of bedrooms are appropriate, that there aren't beds in a basement that doesn't have means of escape in the case of a fire. Those are the things they'll look for. If town meeting chooses to adopt these regulations, then we will, as staff, propose to the select board regulations to follow through with this, and in those regulations, we will spell out the specific code requirements so that it'll be very clear to everyone what they're expected to abide by.
Okay. Another question was around, I see somewhere here that ADUs are not an acceptable short-term rental location.
Correct.
Can you educate me, although I know we've talked about ADUs many times in the past, like what makes an ADU versus a finished space above a garage or something like that?
So an ADU is a very specific unit that has two means of egress that is separate from the principal building. It can be connected, but it has to have a door that's lockable that keeps it as a separate facility. And it's no larger than 900 square feet. So there are very specific requirements for and it has its own kitchen, bath, and living area. So we have a clear definition in our bylaw for an accessory dwelling unit, and state law prohibits the use of accessory dwelling units as short-term rentals.
And then, two more questions. One, how do we as a town, if at all, plan to enforce this? I mean, presumably if I didn't go through this process, I could still list my home on Airbnb for X number of days and seemingly find somebody to rent it and let them in the front door and sort of collect a check. Is there any checks and balances, or is it just, a neighbor complains and we then look into it?
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. So this is going to be a labor-intensive add to our staff, where our town planner will be responsible for taking applications, reviewing them, going through the process, issuing certificates. If there's a violation, they will have to respond to that with the appropriate officials. If someone doesn't come and apply, we won't know about them until someone complains, until someone lets us know. And if they do, just like any other violation, we will follow up on it. But we will not be reading all of the ads in newspapers and looking for this. It would have to be brought to our attention.
And then my last question: has the planning board or anybody in your office received people in opposition of this general regulation? And can you share the nature of concerns raised that oppose regulating short-term rentals in town?
I think
we had one. Yes, we had one person who spoke at a hearing who was opposed to this, had some negative experience with short-term rentals, I believe on Nantucket, and was concerned that Westwood would have the same concern. I did actually speak to that individual after that meeting, though, and he confirmed that he was not aware that we already allowed what now we're calling long-term rental, that we already allowed renting of rooms. And if we didn't have a short-term rental bylaw that imposes restrictions, it's simply allowed.
Christine?
My question was about the ADU and how that's applicable here. And then I guess my only other comment is I feel like the 30-day timeline is very limited. If you're gonna go through all of this trouble, and like you said, like if you're gonna rent your place, 10 times throughout the year, you really couldn't. There's just not enough time to be able to do that. Not that we'd wanna facilitate more, but I'm thinking of like, when would this really be applicable in Westwood, where you wouldn't be there? And so if you're there for 9 months out of the calendar year, which most people are, and then maybe they go down the Cape for the summer, like that's where I'm seeing this might apply if someone wanted to like rent their home for like the summer period and have like short-term rentals or something like that. And yeah, 30 just seems limited, but I understand the 90 could be the opposite of that. Yeah, I know that there's like different language that can be contemplated, that you can do like up to so many weeks within a year, you know what I mean, so that you can still get, or like a certain number of rentals. Instead of limiting it by days, it can be like a certain number of instances. So I know that that's like another creative way, like other towns have done it, where you can have like up to 10 rentals in a year. And so if they're all 2-night rentals, maybe it does only end up being whatever, the 20 days, but limiting it that way, so that if you have 10 week-long rentals, I don't know, something to think about.
Those, if I understand correct, if someone did week-long rentals, that would be more of a long-term?
No, it would still be short-term, anything less than 28 days.
And
4 weeks that you could rent out.
That's right.
28 days.
That's right.
Right.
I think if you were to go down, not you, but somebody were to go down the Cape and say, I'm gone July and August, I should rent my place out, you could do up to 30 days short term, so that could be 4 week-long rentals, and then you can do a full month, that would be 30 days, that would be not considered short-term rental. So you, between the 30-day short term and the 28+ day, call it medium term, but really long term, you could conceivably rent your place out for 3 months a year. It would just have to be a bit of a combination of short term and quote unquote long term.
Right, there's nothing, if you have a short-term rental certificate, there's nothing preventing you from renting long-term.
But I will say that the regulations from like a landlord's perspective, I own investment property, and the regulations for long-term rentals, you get into like then you have a tenancy agreement, and then there's land law requirements, and then there's law that protects, like you might have issues with like eviction that you don't necessarily have with short-term, so it turns into like a different kind of landlord tenancy relationship that's probably more involved than most folks.
Although I think you could put your place on Airbnb or whatever for 30 days, still run it through the platform, but by town standpoint, you would be considered a long-term rental. So the day count, I think, is the key here, right? So like, if you didn't want to deal with a lease and eviction and whatever, you can put your place up on Airbnb for them to facilitate the transaction for 28 days or 30 days without going through like the, I have to write up a lease and have the lease be signed and all that kind of stuff.
No, but you still you become, that relationship by law becomes a landlord-tenant relationship, whereas anything less than 28 or 30, like whatever that threshold is,
I see.
It's a different like requirement, and a different relationship. And then different regulations and rules apply.
So I'm thinking of snowbirds who maybe go to Florida for 6 months, and they have to be in Florida for at least 6 months in order to get that tax benefit, but they live here for 6 months. So because of that, they can't participate in this, is that correct? Because of the 9 months?
Correct, they would be limited to long-term rental if they wish to rent their property.
Okay.
I don't know how much like Westwood, like Nantucket is like a clearly different market, like that's a vacation market. Westwood is lovely. I don't know if it like really is like a place that people are like visiting on. I recognize why we've come here as we have a unique circumstance that's coming up this summer, and so folks may take advantage of this that have never, probably never would consider it again. But yeah, like putting this in place, like I wonder if, like to your point, Paula, like if there was something where you could have some kind of like waiver through like an opportunity to seek a waiver or something like for that specific person if they wanted to do it. I don't know how much this is gonna really be used, so it may end up being a moot point. But for somebody who might be here for 6 months out of the year and then is kind of bummed out that they have no way to be able to participate when they might want to.
So
I don't know if there'd be.
Just a reminder, this will not come into play in time for the World Cup, which people are talking about. If town meeting votes in favor of this, and if the Attorney General approves it, it will not take effect until at least September. So long beyond that. And just another point, in the past year, we had approximately 20 short-term rentals in Westwood. So that's, I think, less than 0.03% of.
What is the short-term bylaws of the other towns near us or comparable towns to Westwood?
They're all different. They're all completely different. As I said, the planning board based this one on Brookline, which is definitely a more dense community than Westwood, but similar to Westwood, is not a vacation spot. There are plenty of towns around us that do not regulate short-term rental, and there are some that regulate it very strongly. Boston has an even more stringent requirement.
I think you
than
could argue
Brookline.
with Brookline, though. You have Fenway right there, you have the hospitals right there, so it's probably not comparable to Westwood. But if we look at Needham or Newton or Norwood or Dedham, do they have these?
I know we had looked at them early on. Actually, the former town planner is the one who had worked on this, so I don't have that information at my fingertips, but I can look into it.
What I remember reading through when I was kind of poking around to see, there are varying degrees. Some, I don't remember specifically Needham. I feel like Millis was trying to do a little bit more stringent. I don't know if they have an issue. I mean, I can tell you that the neighborhood that approached the planning board to look at this, it's because they have a home that is being rented out regularly for 2 or 3 days every week to different people. So that one, to me, is, I would be surprised if the person who owns that home actually lives there. I wouldn't if I was renting my home out every 2 or 3 days to different people. So that may only be one, but I was surprised to hear that there was one like that in Westwood. I don't know if it's access to a train station, but there is at least, and then when does that kind of catch on? I think that's the concern is, I'm one who likes to get ahead of things, and we may be too late for the World Cup, but there was previously talk of Boston being a potential host for the Olympics, and that didn't happen, and I was actually living in the city at that point, so I was glad for that. But they're already talking about Boston as a potential host for the Democratic National Convention in 2028. That will certainly bring people. So I look at it as, I think Boston is starting to be recognized as a place that is viable for larger scale events, and if that happens, we have train stations and relatively close proximity to the city, and we're a nice little town, and we have some new restaurants and things, and if I had to choose between paying a ton for a hotel in Boston during a huge event or taking a short train ride from a kind of a sleeper community like Westwood, I don't think it's impossible that if Boston continues to be considered for larger scale events, that we might see more people wanting to capitalize on that opportunity. And I still, if we have one entity that I would categorize as running a business in a residential neighborhood in a way that they're really not supposed to be doing, we could see more.
And so right now, there's 20 in the town?
In the past
20
year,
different
we
properties?
in the past year, we received tax revenue through local receipts for 20 properties.
So there's 20 we know of.
20 we know of that have paid taxes that are listed on services like VRBO or Airbnb, which require them to be registered with the state.
Yeah.
So whether there are some that are not registered that we're not counting, I would have no way of knowing. But there are 20 registered properties that appropriately pay their taxes and, for the most part, have not been problematic. The planning board did hear from neighbors of one property that they were concerned about. They took on this to see what voters are interested in, to see if voters are interested in regulating this use or not.
Before I make my comment, I'll acknowledge that I appreciate that you listened to us and our feedback, and you cut this down a bit. But I still feel like there's 6 slides of stuff that's not clear for people. Like, if I'm a public and I'm looking at this, honestly, I have no clue what this is. Like, it has to be a lot clearer, and it should have been more simplistic. Like, couldn't we have been simplistic and then add on some of the complexity later if it's not working? Like, couldn't it have just been 30 days and you have to live there for 9 months? You know, what? Like, there's 5 pages of stuff, there's 6 slides of stuff. You know, I mean, we're going to vote on it as is, but I think the public is going to be confused by it.
And I think the enforcement's going to be tough.
As far as the complexity, I totally hear you, but I think, if I understand correctly, some of it is when we're creating new terms, we have to have the definition. There's some things that we have to do. You know, if we're going to define a short-term rental, then we have to reference it. But I understand what you're saying. It may be, there's a learning curve, I think, for that. Because I hear you, I'm used to looking at zoning, and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, it is dense, but I understand why they're all there, but maybe some sort of document like what the select board, the select board provided that explains.
Like, in more, like, basic
Right.
terms for people with, like, bullets of basically, like, here.
Connect the dots.
Just,
Yeah.
regardless of what happens here, I would recommend that for whatever goes in front of the town, because they weren't, like, we all sat through, like, a couple times, we've talked about this a lot. So we kind of follow, but it, you know, that's just my.
No, that's helpful. That's helpful because you all are also used to looking at zoning. Maybe not as much as planning board, but you've seen zoning articles before. So if this one feels dense and like it's a path you have to follow, I think from our perspective, if we're able to provide some guidance, that might be helpful.
Yeah. Any other?
I have one question on the inspections. Talking about like compliance with all, such and so forth, building code, et cetera. if you're in an older home that is not compliant,
You must comply with the home that was applicable when your home was built, the code that was applicable. So if you have a brand-new structure, you're under the current code. If you have a structure that was built in 1960, you have to comply with the requirements for homes built in 1960.
okay. So there's an active list of what those things are
Yes.
based on the year your home was built.
Yes.
Okay.
But are there some exceptions to that though, Nora? Like you, even though if it's in 1960, you still would have to have like fire
So
smoke
when a home is sold, or if the state program for short-term rental requires smoke detectors, carbon monoxide detectors, those come into play. But you wouldn't have to have like the size of your doorways or the riser height on your stairs changed to meet the current building code.
I think we can keep
All
going
right.
through the last few.
Then the next one is quite simple, Article 9, indoor commercial recreation. We discussed this also in February. We don't need to go into detail. There were no other changes. And then the last one, Article 11, is housekeeping. And the one change was the word de minimis in section 4.5.3.3 was misspelled. So this proposal is a change to correct the spelling of the word de
And
minimis.
this is it, no more housekeeping, we're done, right?
Until
forever?
next year.
Yes.
Right.
All right.
That was a good catch.
So then the planning board has 3 motions that they'll need to take up tonight. The first one is proposed to revise the final language in PB 7.8 and PB 11.
We have one item of business before that, though. We do need to take public comment, if that's.
I was gonna say, do we have to
Yes.
take public comment?
We-
please?
Yeah, we certainly do. So we could
So
take
we'll-
it together?
Yeah, we'll open it up for public comments, same rules I laid out apply.
For public one?
Public, we're good.
All right, then, now I would entertain a motion, if someone's willing to make it.
I'm certainly willing. I move that the planning board revise warrant article PB-7/8 to reinsert language related to mandatory inspections in proposed chapter 330 of the general bylaws, and revise PB 11 to correct the misspelling of the word de minimis in section 4.5.3.3 of the zoning bylaw, so that these revised articles read as drafted in the document entitled, quote, "Final Planning Board Warrant Article Language," close quote, presented by staff at the March 25 public hearing.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I don't need to take roll call. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, that motion carries. De minimis might be my favorite word in language, by the way. So, I think we have a couple more motions.
2 more.
2 more.
I move that the planning board recommend Finance and Warrant Commission approval of the 9 proposed zoning bylaw and general bylaw amendment articles for the May 2026 annual town meeting as drafted in the document titled, quote, "Final Planning Board Warrant Article Language," close quote, presented by staff at the March 25 public hearing.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That was unanimous. All right.
And then just to point out, that's the document you have in front of you, and it has highlighting on pages 20, I believe, 22, 23, and 28. Those are the articles that they changed tonight by those 2 votes. All right, and then a vote to close your hearing.
I move that the planning board continue the public hearing for the proposed zoning bylaw and general bylaw amendment articles for May 2026 annual town meeting to a virtual meeting on Tuesday, April 7, 2026 at 7 p.m. via Zoom, where a Zoom link and associated call-in numbers will be provided on the town's calendar on the homepage at westwoodma.gov.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? No. All right, that motion carries. We do have to actually adjourn our meeting too, so I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn the planning board meeting to April 7th. To adjourn the planning board meeting.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Nope. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate you highlighting.
Thank you.
Nora.
Everybody gets a hand.
Is that because we're done?
We are
We're
close.
not.
You realize, of course, you're gonna have to explain all this at town meeting.
Yeah, we will. Believe me, we go till midnight, we talk a lot.
Talked about becoming
Oh.
Does anyone need a bathroom break quick
Yeah.
before we go
Yeah.
to deliberation? Okay, so 5 minutes and then we'll go into.
Bill?
Public portion of our meeting.
Do I have a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay.
So the way it will work now, if we're going to discuss the different articles, in the event that we need some clarification from town council, we can ask Pat.
You can't ask questions of any of the town folk.
You can't?
You can.
Oh,
Can,
okay.
but I'm saying, just pointing out with Pat, we can ask him questions. In the event that there's things that we're talking about, if we're getting something wrong, Pat will tell us as a point of order. He will help us out and he will guide us.
And so, and then how we'll work this process-wise is Mike will read the motion, we'll need a second, and then we'll have the discussion, and then we'll vote. I'll do a voice vote, and then if I need to raise hands so we can get a count, we'll do that.
Yeah. Most of the articles are going to be straight, I'll make a motion to approve, the various articles for town meeting. The first one is a little different, though. The first one is a transfer of funds from the FINCOM reserve to snow and ice, for snow and ice expenses. We have to actually approve the transfer as FINCOM because we're the oversight body of that, and then there'll be a second motion. So, go ahead.
Finish, Mike.
No, go ahead.
I just wanted to say for the newer or the new members, there is the discussion portion before we vote, and I think it's just an important and a healthy time to share perspective, either that, hey, I support it, here's why, hey, I don't support it, here's why, and if there's, a debate or discussion amongst us, I think that's a healthy and a good thing. I remember when I first joined, it was kind of like, all right, let's vote, and it was like, yes, 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 no, 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 and then, you'd have no idea why somebody voted. I'm not saying you have to substantiate your vote, but I do think, part of it is to say, hey, I like this, but I don't like this, and, I'm in favor of it. So I think you could change somebody's mind who may not otherwise have seen something or heard something that's of note to sway a vote. So I just think it's good, and it's a good practice for us, and I think it's a healthy part of this process. There may be some that are so clear-cut that, there's no discussion, but I think if there are strong opinions one way or the other, it's important to voice them, and whether you change a mind or a vote or you don't, that's all fine. That's not the purpose.
Absolutely. And so what I'll do typically is I'll make a motion to approve the article. Again, then the second, and then we'll open it up for conversation. So again, that's the process. I won't say, hey, let's talk about this article and then move at a certain point, just from the flow perspective. All right, so with that said, Budget Article 1, I would like to make a motion that the FinCom approve the transfer of $405,000 from the FinCom reserve budget to the snow and ice expenses. Let me see here. Yeah, for the snow and ice expense of $405,000.
Second.
Discussion? Okay.
Please, God, let it be done. No more snow.
We'll vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
There we go. Moving right along. I'd like to make a motion that the FinCom approve Budget Article 1, the fiscal year 26 budget.
Article 2.
I'm sorry, Budget Article 2. No, 1. Yeah, one.
Yeah, we have to go.
Yeah, I have to go back to one. Hold on.
Oh, now that, okay, sorry, you're right.
Throwing me all off here. I'd like to make a motion that FinCom approve Budget Article 1, fiscal year budget adjustment by transfer, with a vote of yes for town meeting.
Second?
Second.
Do
All
we
those in
need a
favor?
discussion?
Oh, no.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention?
Here we go. We're rolling. Budget Article 2. I'd like to make a motion that the FinCom approve Budget Article 2, fiscal year 26 budget adjustments by appropriation.
Second, discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain?
Abstain.
One.
Okay, moving on to Budget Article 3. I'd like to make a motion that we approve Budget Article.
Wait a second, that was just, did 3.
We did 2.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We had to do one twice, we had to do
Yeah,
it.
we did one
It was the
twice.
FinCom and then.
We got-
One, two
Yeah.
votes.
So I'm not abstaining in that.
Okay, so that one, okay.
Confused.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve Budget Article 3, fiscal year 27 operating budgets.
Do I have a second?
Second?
Second. Discussion? Okay.
I mean, you know, the discussion here, I mean, we covered so much. I mean, this is such a wide, you know, wide spanning article. You know, I mean, there's, you know, we may have issues with individual line items in the different, whether it be municipal, whether it be schools. But this is, again, this is how the town runs. And so you know, I think that, you know, all of the town stewards did a great job, put this together. There was back and forth, there were challenges.
And I think people took feedback that we gave them on the budget items, came back with either better explanations or with the questions, did a good job answering them in writing.
And, I mean, I'm just gonna say this, and I'm gonna say it again probably in a few articles, but, like, totally on board with the projects and the continued improvement spend of the town, just kind of typical flow. And so it's not part of this, but I am more worried about now how the town, it's just a constant switch from free cash to different small capital allocations where there's maybe a lack of oversight of how and when that's being spent and where there's an accumulation of funds. And so I'm not trying to address this right now. I think it's a different problem, but I think some of the conversation that highlighted, gosh, this doesn't mean we're getting this equipment. It means this is going to a fund and it may or may not get spent, and we don't have visibility to how large those funds are using or when we want to be more flexible because of the whole capital needs of the town. So it's a structural thing, I think, at some point is worth a different conversation.
I think it's just the transparency element. Not that, I don't think anybody's withholding that. I didn't know that you could put money into an account for something without a near-term plan to spend it. So I think you raised something valuable, and I think we can just ask for that transparency. If it's, you know, when we get the budget materials, like, great, what are the capital accounts? How long have they been outstanding for? You know.
It'd be a different way to run the town, which would need a warrant article probably in and of itself, but it's, yeah, wanted to state that.
Would that be in the town financial statements, though, in terms of like the cash on hand versus like the cash flow in terms of, you know, the spend throughout the year? I mean, like, I think the town probably has that information, they just probably aren't giving it to us. So maybe if you're just saying like, oh, we just want to request it, then
Yeah, no,
I think it's a fair
I'm
point.
saying the town has got, you know, I think somebody referenced
She's-
100 accounts. I don't know if that was just round number.
She
but-
also said they could print it out for
Yeah,
us. I mean,
I don't think
yes.
anybody's
There's
trying
no
to
question
hide
they
that. I
have
did
it.
not know that you could basically raise money for something without a clear, definitive, like, I'm gonna issue a PO once I get the funds to buy something.
Yeah.
I knew
Yeah,
the
yeah,
school-
yeah.
the
schools have done it
they-
for a
they've
while.
been doing it on
Yeah.
their roofing projects
Yeah.
for years. And I didn't know, like, what was explained, that this goes on routinely in dozens of capital accounts.
Obviously, the improvements in the infrastructure, that was one that's an interesting thing where you're kind of putting money away year over year. We have done it with fire engines.
Right.
You know, when you have to order it and it takes 2 years to build, and, you know, those are things where they've been very clear. So, again, it's just the common practice, I think, was a little bit of news to us.
I don't want to change financial policies, but I do think it's something to think about is like, when you appropriate money into one of these capital accounts, is there like a deadline by which it needs to be spent before it's returned?
The answer
in
is
theory,
no.
Wouldn't you just continue
Yeah,
to roll
the answer is
along?
no. They answer that. The answer is no.
Okay, because if you raise money for, I'm just using your example of the communications, or, you know, if you just put $65,000 every year for the next 20 years, you'd have quite a bit of money, more so than you'd ever use, and like, that's money that we don't have access to in the subsequent years to pay for more urgent things.
Yeah.
So like, if you want to upgrade the radios, great. If you're raising funds for 5 years, then you get $1 million. That's okay, but we should just be communicative about that fact that we're like, our goal is to $1 million. You know, it's like we're a school fundraiser, the
Right.
barometer's at, you know, 20,000. We need to get to 100 to pay for this thing.
Mhm.
I just think that if we are made aware that like, hey, this is just a step towards the replacement costs, not.
Yeah.
I always thought that it was like, great, we need 60K of improvement this year, right? So I think it's a reasonable request, and I don't think that anybody's going to withhold that.
And obviously, we're talking about other articles in this general one, but,
More importantly, Alex, that needs to be made clear at town meeting by the likes of Molly and Tim, to explain what that $1 million is for in that particular list of items.
Yeah.
we'll get back to that one. Any other, you know, general budget, comments?
I have a question,
Sure.
and I don't want to get into it, but it's been something that I've been thinking about, and it's
This is where we get into
the,
it.
okay, no, I didn't want to get into it to the public part, but I noticed in the response, it was the three, you know, we went from 2 lieutenants to 3 lieutenants in the police department, and then, and we did that by reducing a patrol officer, and now we have, because we didn't have enough patrol officers, we ended up doing a lot of overtime. And when I see something like that, it doesn't necessarily, I get, yeah, it's great if you can have 3 lieutenants, but if they're not out doing patrol, and now we're having to pay or order people on to cover that, why did that happen? Like, can we be asking those questions?
Yeah, you could have those already.
Yeah, I mean, I just happened to notice it, and, you know, there's a lot of stuff to go through, but did anyone else pick up on that, or?
I didn't realize that, no.
I didn't.
But you can ask those questions, like.
Yeah.
we can
Yeah,
send
I
the
asked,
question
I
after,
asked the
like-
question and it was addressed.
What did they say?
Last week's meet, they didn't go into detail as, you know, what you're saying, but it was definitely, brought up.
This issue or something,
was-
you're just saying something else, or this issue?
No, the lieutenant, I asked the
Okay.
question, that was one of the questions that they answered, they provided an answer to
No,
that.
I saw that in the
Okay.
notes, I saw
Okay.
it, but what I'm saying is, if we, and that's what made me look at it further, is that, as I was looking at that note, and then thinking about the police, I think there was so many issues about police you know, there was the people who were out injured, and the other things, that sort of just came to my mind as I was looking at it again tonight, like,
Okay.
because we're hearing it, but I know you asked that question,
Yeah.
or somebody asked the question, and we got a written.
We got a written response, but
But
it
also
wasn't really
include-
discussed.
Right, but we didn't get a, well, geez, that then caused us to not have, because we got a lieutenant and lost a patrolman.
Yep.
And then increased the amount of money we paid the patrolman, so.
Yeah, it's one of the downsides of not having the subcommittees.
Yes.
We
Yeah.
weren't able to go as deep with the individual groups. You know, so, I mean, with that said.
It's something we'll reassess again for next
Yeah.
year, the committee stuff.
Yeah.
And I think back to Seth's point, like, I think there's a willingness to share those capital accounts, so I think that's part of a conversation for next year with school and municipal of like, you know, what can we share, because we get a school book, it's a municipal book, and I got a capital book all sitting at home, you know, so I'm sure there's a way to give us some of that data.
Yeah.
So it was a good point to bring up.
Make a motion to vote.
All those in favor?
So we're making a motion to vote, or make with the.
Well, the motion was already
Oh, yeah,
made.
okay, so
We're in discussion.
Let's vote, okay.
He's telling us to vote.
Okay, there we go, that's good, just wanna make sure we're voting on the same thing. Go
And
ahead.
this is for Appendix D, and this is the language for Appendix, so this is,
This
we're
is the
budget 3?
approval of the operating budget.
This is budget
So budget
Article
3.
three.
So I put them on.
Yeah.
I think.
So this is for the overall budget?
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
Point of order, at town meetings, moderator will read through Appendix B, what, page by page or line by line. People can put holds on things. So what you're doing is you're approving that going to town meeting for discussion.
Okay.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstain.
Abstain.
Sounds good. I'd like to make a motion that the FinCom approve Budget Article 4, appropriation of $1,830,500, municipal capital improvements.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion? Okay, go to vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Pass.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion that the FinCom approve Budget Article 5, appropriation of $1,280,000, school capital improvements.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this?
Yeah, just back to our conversation about the capital accounts and all that. I mean, this is a good example of like technology, vehicles, building security, like, are there tangible things we're spending against, like when this money is released, quote unquote? Or is this going into a fund of sorts for future needs of?
So the way the schools have always done it, because it's typically been the same amount, because I was, for like 7 years,
Yeah.
I've been on the committee, is they build up balances in these different accounts, and then, because it costs more than what they're putting in each year for like a roof, right? So they build up funds to pay for some of that stuff. But it goes back to that whole point of what's sitting in each of these accounts.
But the technology line, I think, is for replacement of the individual computers.
Yeah, all
for
the
students.
computers.
Yep.
That one's usually consistent. I think this year they adjusted the roofing and the building improvement piece adjusted from prior
Right.
years. Because it's typically been $1,075,000 forever.
Yeah. Maybe this may not be the time or the place to go into more detail on this, like, topic or opportunity, but I do think, like, if it's an annual number that doesn't change, I mean, that sounds like it should be in the operating budget, right? Like, yeah, you need to roof your building, you need to order new copiers and computers, like, these are essentially ongoing operational expenses that we are bucketing as one-time capital projects, right?
Well,
But not if it's in a long term, like over, if you do it in a few years, like a roof. You kind of build up capital to do it.
Or you come once and say, hey, we need a new roof for the high school, and we need $3 million to do it. All I'm saying is like I don't know, furniture, fixtures, and equipment. I think my previous read on this type of line item is like, hey, we need 712 desks and 36 chairs, and when this budget gets approved in September, we're going to place an order for X number of chairs and desks. My new understanding is, no, this is just going into an account for, in the future, we need 25 desks, or we need 6 chairs, or whatever. You know, we draw against this account, which to me would be more of an operating budget, because it's an annual expense. Every year you're replacing some amount of your desks and equipment and whatever. I'm just taking the schools as a tangible example. So I feel like this blurs the lines between one-time capital expenditures and just the operating costs of running a school system, is that you got to replace a certain number of copiers and desks and chairs every year. It's not necessarily right or wrong,
Yeah.
let's spend the money
Size of the
anyway.
project.
Yeah, but roofing is
Roofing
different.
technology could be
Bigger
different
roof,
direction.
like there was the high school roofing, I think there was a couple million like last year, the year before. So it's more for the smaller stuff, and I remember
But that roofing
Lemma talking about one of these things, it's like the HVAC system goes somewhere, and so that then it drains out,
It's the same thing, so-
like the funds, right, out of whichever bit it comes out of here. But it goes back to a whole point of more transparency and understanding around what's.
Yeah, I'm not pointing fingers. I don't think anybody's doing anything
Yeah.
wrong. I'm sure this has been done for 50 years in this budget, right?
They did provide
Predates
some
anybody-
detail, though.
What's that?
The school, they did provide some detail as
In
to
the
what they're
budget book.
thinking. Yeah.
Yeah. I just think at some point, like, what are we calling capital expenses that are truly one time versus like every year we need to
Ongoing.
upgrade these types of things, and that should be shifted.
Well, you can make the argument that each year you should be setting aside money for capital anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
A roof,
That's
put a
what
new
it
roof
is.
on for the 20-year roof. For the next 20 years, you should be putting money aside to pay it in 20 years, but accepted accounting practices suggest that, and I know what you're saying. I think the bigger issue, what I heard tonight, is those other monies that are being just set aside with no accounting for it. And there's no explanation.
No specific
Right.
use of those funds, just general, like, we might need this at some point, so we should put some money in.
The long-term capital projects versus the continuous assets depreciate, and there's a continuous replacement program, whether it's 2, 3, 5 years, they should have a ledger of, I have 100 units of inventory, I replace 20% every year, here's the cost of the inventory. It's typical accounting practice.
Our financial policies define capital items. Items requiring an expenditure of at least $25,000 and having a useful life of more than 5 years.
Non-reoccurring.
So a desk in a school has a life of more than 5 years. And if you buy several of them, it's going to be more than $25,000. So that's a capital project versus an operational expense.
But I get
Not
what
as
you're
you
saying,
count at
like
the
this
unit
line
level.
item here that says roofing, 400,000, like, are we fixing a roof? Or are we putting that aside for like when we need to replace the roof in 4 years? I get what you're saying, like, just to understand, like, we're
roofing line is
pulling
the ladder.
400, are we spending 400, or are we like reserving 400?
Because
We have the
do
ability
a lot
to.
of things in the town financials where we're transferring annual funds into like the OPEB liability. Like it's an annual transfer, basically saying, hey, every year we move money in a stabilization fund, which is like very clear of like there's no immediate draw. It's just that every year as part of our accounting, we're like, hey, guess what? We need to save for a future roof, so we're going to allocate 400,000 to the annual roofing fund versus.
Yeah, but
there's a-
however, I think your operating budget can only be drawn from one funding source. So the more things you add to your operating budget puts greater pressure on your funding source, which is taxes. So that's the other complicated issue. So you need the separation.
It's all coming from taxes at the end of the day.
Well, free cash.
Free cash.
We keep repopulating free cash
Yeah.
by taxes.
But yeah, I think
Well, with
like just
investments.
having an understanding of like that $400,000 line item, are we doing 400,000 in repairs this year? Or no, we're anticipating needing $100,000 in repairs, 300's going into this reserve. In 4 years, we're planning to replace the roof and we should have this much.
They said it's
Left
to
in that
complete
fund,
the high
yeah.
school roof
Usually
restoration
what,
project.
yeah, Limit does is,
Okay.
Yeah.
knows, okay, this is a project in 4 years for roofing, it's gonna cost $1 million.
We're gonna put
All right, so
250
here's 400, then I have the million, and I still have like a little contingency of something else. Because I've heard her explain it.
Yeah.
Like you said, they've been working on the high school roof for a couple of years. This is to complete it.
Yep.
Yeah.
But probably next year there'll be
I was
another
under the
roof.
impression that whenever we passed the last roofing project, that was.
Because I think like to your point is like if you then get to the end of the useful life and you're like, hey, we actually don't have the full million, we need to like now allocate this like larger pool, you're kind of like, hey, haven't we just spent 400,000 every year on the roof? Like, why do we now need $1 million to finish the roof? So I think it's really just like having an explanation so that folks don't have an expectation that we're spending $400,000 making repairs to ultimately replace it anyway.
And were these numbers the exact same numbers last year?
No.
Oh, okay. All right.
Close though, Bill, right, close?
The total was $1,075,000. I just don't.
Oh, all right.
I think building and roofing moved around. I don't think the other ones did. I'm just going by
Okay.
memory.
Can I make a motion to vote?
Yep.
Yes?
This is budget 5, right?
Yep.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Onward.
Onward, I'd like to make a motion that the FinCom approve budget Article 6, appropriation of $760,000, sewer capital improvements.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
We don't have no discussion on this? I have to write this one up, so I wouldn't. No one wants to help me out?
Give a discussion, give a
All right,
discussion.
all right.
We use the sewer money to pay for the sewer stuff.
Earnings.
We're good, I'm sorry. That's a little FinCom humor for the rest of you.
Very little.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
I'd like to make a motion that the FinCom approve budget Article 6, appropriation of $2,435,000, additional capital improvements coming from free cash.
Seven.
Oh, I'm sorry, 7. I said 6. Sorry.
Do I have a second? Discussion?
I'll just say that 600,000 to do like a sidewalk analysis seems expensive.
I agree. Like, if you were to separate that out, I think I would vote no for that, right? Because I viewed like the other like radio project much more valuable to the town and the police department. So like, that's maybe a question that I don't understand is why are these kind of like lumped together instead of
Otherwise, we'd
separated
have
out?
like 612 articles.
Yeah, I hear it.
But I don't know. The only time I heard about this was tonight when it was like, you know, for these handful of blocks around town, we're doing like an analysis. Not even the work, but just like an analysis.
I can say I asked about it, so they sent me. It's actually in the FAQ.
Okay.
If you got to it, but I asked about this one because I don't think it had been ever discussed. It's like they mentioned the 5 different streets. They mentioned the streets. It's just they have to pay for the design so they can get the cost, and then the DPW can go and request state aid grants and stuff to pay for the work. So it's maybe a lot because they're doing it all together. I don't know if it saves us anything by doing all 5 together, but it's basically we wouldn't get the benefit until 2028, 2029, whenever they would do the work. But if we want state funding to help pay for some of the sidewalk infrastructure projects, it's just the first step. Different conversation than pulling it all together, but that was helpful, the justification for it. I'll say just because I had asked about it, the radio infrastructure stuff, so it's really probably a $1.2 or $1.3 million cost because they have $300,000 in the pile that they've been saving. If anybody is interested in the FAQ notes in the OneDrive, is the information of what that means, but it's. Do you want me to read it, or you just want to look it up? It was the first. I don't know if anyone had ever seen it. That's why I offered.
We've asked this question for years, whether or not a particular project that might be controversial should be separated out and put in a separate warrant article and not get any traction at all. And in fact, in one year, in the not too distant past, we actually recommended indefinite postponement on the entire budget article because of one item that we all disagreed with. So if you wanted to go that route, then all those projects would be indefinitely postponed unless town meeting overturned our recommendation.
Yeah, but I don't even think we made much of a stink of it tonight about, you know, when they were explaining it.
Yeah, the sidewalk one didn't get any conversation.
Right.
But even if it did get conversation, like, could they do anything about it by the time we get to town meeting? Or would it just be kind of like conjecture, like we're doing right now, just
No, I mean, right before us tonight, we decide what we want to do, what we want to vote.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
I mean,
but
we would, they can't, I mean, they wouldn't be
They
changing
can't
it.
separate, they can't change it.
I think they can separate it at town meeting with a vote.
You're asking, can it be amended at town meeting?
Yeah.
The answer to that is yes, if the moderator accepts the amendment and town meeting votes the amendment. So procedurally, that's how that would work.
But I wonder, I mean, are any of us knowledgeable in what it is to design? So, like, we don't know that that's an, you know, I don't think anyone here is an expert on sidewalks, so we don't know that that's an inappropriate amount. And if we can't move forward without doing it, and I'm just throwing this out there, like, how, you know, do we mean we don't move forward with sidewalks?
I don't know if it's necessarily if it's an inappropriate amount or not, but it's that it's within this budget number 7, so the town can't choose if that's where they want to spend
Oh, no,
funds now or not.
Right, no, I get it, but I'm wondering, you know, saying, is it controversial? You know, I would know.
I think it's only controversial because the town's sensitive to spend.
Right.
And the pros and cons
Double.
of free cash, like we're depleting our free cash, this would have been another $500K.
Yeah. It's double the cost of the feasibility for what we're spending in FS1.
It is essentially a feasibility study on
Yeah.
sidewalks for a handful.
It's the same thing that's feasibility and schematic. Or that's like what it's, right? Is that what they said, the enhancement is the feasibility and
No, I don't-
schematic?
That doesn't seem, does anyone,
I'm not opposed to it, I'm just.
Connor, do you know, or Molly?
Yeah.
Ask the question.
Yeah.
Well, I correct me if I'm wrong, it's not feasibility, this is design, proper engineering design, right, for 5 projects. That I believe either Steph or Ryan noted we have to do to get to the point where we can fund the actual construction.
We could fund, meaning the town is going to pay for said projects once designed, or is there a grant?
That would be subject to a vote, right? So it's not as if you, just like with, or I won't use feasibility as an analysis, but if you funded design, like the voters of town meeting did for designing through bid level construction development for FS1, it's still, the construction funding failed, so the project didn't happen. So this article or this piece of the article being discussed is for engineering of 5 discrete sidewalk projects that typically, if you're going to seek state funding or grants, whatever, you need a plan, right? Folks, if we're gonna go to somebody and ask for money, whether it's the state or voters, they want to see, well, what is the actual plan? So it's a necessary first step. You get multiple projects potentially out of it, but those would have to be voted on at a subsequent date as well.
And let me, because I have the email and information from Todd that was forwarded to about what the projects are. On Route 109, design of the new sidewalk, so a new sidewalk from Pheasant Hill to Stonegate. Stonegate, I think, is a new development, and there's no sidewalk going up that way.
It's like the last road, I think.
It's the last.
Yes, exactly. So it's my interpretation of these notes is that's all net new, probably because of that new development there. Oak Street, design work to improve the existing sidewalks from Spruce Drive to Alder Road. This improvement would incorporate granite curbing and concrete sidewalks. On Hartford Street, design work to improve the existing sidewalks from Wessex Drive to Burgess Ave. This improvement would incorporate granite curbing and concrete sidewalks. Side note, this is where the fire department's going to save me one day because I run up and down that and I'll need good sidewalks. It's a long stretch. High Rock Street, installation of a new sidewalk from Salisbury Drive to Westchester Drive. And on Nahatan Street, installation of upgraded crosswalk signals along Nahatan Street. So it seems to be a more signals one. Versus crosswalk, that's signals for the crosswalk, not sidewalk. But it's all of them together. So those are the 5 projects that they need to do the design to get the quote for to progress for specifics.
Thank you.
These are always challenging because it's like we spend a bunch of money to maybe go forward or not with the project. Like just similar to FS1, but different, right? Just like we're going to spend $600,000 to maybe one of those projects will get funded, and maybe one of them will get granted through some funds, but maybe not. Like it's always this like chicken. I mean, I know you have to do some work to get an idea of what it'll cost to do the work, but I feel like we end up spending a lot of money on like investigative, like, planning activities to maybe execute the project.
But do we know that? I mean, do we know what percentage? I mean, it sounds like most of these would go forward, right? Wouldn't they?
Yes, I mean, we don't design on spec, like, right? And I don't mean to, I'm not trying to sound combative, but we, as a general practice, like, we don't have any interest in advancing anything to past a conceptual stage. I mean, if there's like a specific project where perhaps it's like a neighborhood initiative and there's public sentiment on can we explore this, and perhaps, but for something, roads, sidewalks, things like that are bread and butter work of DPW, and it's their obligation to maintain a good multimodal transit system, and you have one in this community. And this is part of a responsible and kind of prudent upkeep of that, is identifying these are areas where there are either deficits or repairs needed, and it's the first step. Does that mean everything gets funded? Absolutely not. But I would, to Paul's question, I would turn to your collective experience on have there been, I know there's a particular street where there's a lot of concern about perhaps state design standards. But aside from that, I would look to all of you on it. Has there been a kind of high amount of regularity of routine road or sidewalk projects being voted down? And I don't know if there have been, but if there's not, then this is part of it. I mean, what I'm hearing, if I can take liberty, is there's some feedback on perhaps ways that the communication of the capital planning can be enhanced, because a lot of the things that are being discussed are documents that are in the materials you receive, but it's like hundreds of pages of stuff, right? So a lot of it is not necessarily in the data existing, it's in the art of communicating it, right? And so I think those are all points well taken. But again, we wouldn't, I don't have him here, I'm taking some amount of risk here, but in my experience with public works directors, and you have a very good DPW here, I don't think that they would want to advance something to design unless they felt it was worth, at a future point, pursuing construction.
Yeah, I have no issue with this particular thing. I just, you know, let me be clear. I think sidewalks are great, and I think sidewalks are, you know, are helpful. And I think Todd does a great job at trying to fund alternate funding sources where possible. So I think the best of intentions are in this.
We know you don't
number.
like sidewalks.
Yeah. But, you know.
Alex, I'm anti-sidewalk, so. No. But in all seriousness, I think I am gonna vote no, only because the free cash is much more valuable, and if we don't capitalize on the high interest rates now, we could regret it in the long run in terms of getting that return from free cash. So if you were to separate this out of, was it the Article 7? I think I would vote for everything else in Article 7. So my suggestion would be in town meeting to take the sidewalk out in favor of free cash.
One of the sidewalk spots is right in front of the high school and middle school, with where all like the crosswalk lights are. I was going through there today, it was pretty poor, actually, with all the kids going by, so just something to think about.
I was there today too.
But Ryan, what by voting no, which you have every ability to do so.
Yep.
You're voting down this entire article.
So
Unless you're voting no,
I am
just to send a
proposing
signal.
to reframe the article.
You can't.
Not at town meeting?
At town meeting you can,
do it at
but
town meeting.
Again, if
Not if it gets
moderator-
approved in here.
Yeah. But right now, we vote up or down, the whole thing.
I also think that, I mean,
You could abstain, I guess, without.
I mean, I guess I'll abstain, but I
I'm not
think,
saying you can't do that. I'm just,
I really think though that like the shrinking of free cash, you know, it was a shock when we originally heard. I think there was like a gasp, like, oh my gosh, like it's going down. Yeah, it's actually a big hit. I mean, the interest rates right now are so high that if we don't take advantage of it now, we could regret it in the long run.
can I ask a question? It pertains to 7 and 8, and it's, how do they decide what goes from free cash and what goes into meals and hotel tax? Is it,
There's like a clear delineation,
I can
right?
answer that.
Yeah,
It's typically, meals and hotel taxes, the spirit of that fund was to be community-wide projects. What does that mean is a little bit of a gray area, but that's how we tend to delineate it, is what are the things that are serving more people in the community versus a sidewalk that would, 5 sidewalk projects that are 5 different neighborhoods.
so then why wouldn't the radio infrastructure, which benefits everyone, go into
It would also go into how much is in each account.
Correct.
Right? So
Okay.
I don't know the balance of that.
There we go.
No, we do, yeah. Stephanie gave us, so.
We got binders.
It's just as my first time voting on FinCom.
These are good questions. So, fund balances. Yes, look at Stephanie. So, some of that is a calculation of your different, I don't like using the phrase pots of money, but your different funding sources, right? So your free cash balance was high.
Yeah, 15.
Your meals and hotels balance at the end of the year, so I'm going to start fiscal 19 through 26, was 1.5, 1.8, 2.27, 1.8, 2.1, 2 million, 3.2, 2.6, right? So if you have 15 plus million of free cash over here and a balance of 2 million and change here, and you have $1 million appropriation for something that benefits the whole community, it may still be most appropriate and responsible to take it from free cash. So that's a good question.
I do think that generally there's not a whole lot of, I mean, it's cash that is intended to be used for one-time expenses. Certain.
Yeah, I just couldn't.
Yep.
As I'm looking at it, I'm like, was it flip a coin or?
No, it's a good question.
Shall we vote?
Motion to move the motion.
There you go.
All those in favor of budget Article 7?
Aye.
Aye. Oppose?
Aye.
Abstentions?
No.
One no.
Just one more.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Okay, I'd like to make a motion that the FinCom approve Budget Article 8, appropriation of $1,180,000, additional capital improvements to be funded by meals and hotel tax.
Second. Somebody second.
Second?
There we go.
Discussion?
Does anybody know what these projects are? I asked about the automated material handler, like what the ROI of that, because typically those things, like, could we hire 2 people to sort books for the same, for less money? It comes with maintenance, it comes with software costs. I asked that question, I didn't get an answer to the ROI of that, like, a lot of these, what's the electronic control device initiative for the police? Like, does anybody know what any of these are?
I certainly know what security licensing is.
I think meeting room technology is so that we can change this room, like some rooms, to hybrid, stuff like that.
Got that one. Get security licensing.
The high school stuff.
I guess I get HVAC upgrades, but like, it's 1.1 million, maybe it's part of the problem of the way the committees were run, but like, I asked questions about the automated material handler, I didn't get anything answered.
It's kind of strange.
Like, can we hire 2 people to sort books? That'd be cheaper. I don't know the ROI of that automation equipment.
High school student employment.
Too, so we must, you already have it.
Last I saw on that capital thing, they wanted to install something new. They have something, they want to install something new, they want to replace it. I don't know if this is the full cost, because we don't really have that line of sight for how they're doing it.
Can anybody
No
here
idea.
speak to any of those projects?
Sorry.
I think the electronic control thing is tasers.
That is electronic control devices as tasers.
Marriage or
Control the populace. Got it. Sorry.
The question, I'm sorry, and I didn't see a question on ROI for that, so I can't give a great answer to that.
What is, do you have any description, like what that project is?
I'm gonna pull up the capital book.
The capital book, unfortunately, oftentimes has like 2 lines, and it hasn't been updated in 5 years. It's just a continuous thing on there, which I'm now seeing some of the problem with.
You're asking about the automated materials handler?
Yep.
The replacement of the main library's automated materials handler, or AMH. The current one was installed in 2013 as part of a main library new construction and has since been discontinued. The replacement needs to match the design of a room it is housed in, which is an L shape. Therefore, the new units need to be custom designed to fit the footprint of the room and properly connect to the book drops inside. This piece of equipment is integral to the workflow of the library.
Yeah, I read. So the thing that was discussed, I don't think it went forward last year because I discussed it. Yeah, it's expensive to retrofit something into an existing space.
Sure.
How many books per hour can this sort, and how many people does it replace? If we don't have the answer to that question, I don't know why we would pay for it.
It doesn't
Well-
replace any people, it's currently existing.
It's part of the existing.
But now we're going to buy a new one to replace the existing one.
Because
Instead,
its
we can
parts
rip out the
can't-
old one and hire 2 people, 3 people, 4 people. Like how many?
When was that put in? 2013?
Yes.
Yeah.
So 13 years ago.
Yeah, but if it's 250,000 over 13 years,
Right.
it's not that
You're
much money.
you're not spending 20,000 a year.
Exactly.
It's
You're
not,
gonna
it's not
find the
true.
labor.
There's software licensing costs, there's maintenance costs.
Maintenance, yeah.
Right, but the likelihood you're gonna
How
get
many
to
books
have a
per-
full-time person in here for under 40,000 a year.
How many books per, simple question, how many books per hour? How many books per day does it sort? And what was that replace? It's a simple math question that any company would ask before they would install something like this. Or before they would choose to install a new one to replace it with.
So
to make sure that that's just a viable expense.
That's fair. With all due respect, we did bring the department head team with us for that level of kind of very specific
Very
operating
granular.
question. I don't know the answer to that. They're not here tonight.
I'm sure it's every book that gets rented, right? Probably goes through, is it the machine that, like the drop?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's every book that gets rented.
Sure. I've done this for 20 years. You can hire people and do the same thing. It's just an ROI conversation. I know what it does. Could we hire 2 people to do the same work?
Then we'd be switching this over to the operating budget. And Prop 2.5 says that we're pretty tight on that one. What's the continued, there's a software fee, there's a maintenance fee.
Yeah, but we don't know what that is.
There, it breaks down again.
Yeah.
priority.
It's just a math
It does say in the
question.
capital book that the maintenance and service agreement are already covered under the operating budget, so this does
So it's
not-
part of the operating budget, but is that 30,000 in the operating budget? Like, We don't have these. The unfortunate thing is, in the capital planning books, this additional level of detail that would help these just isn't there.
I would say that that is also why we brought the department heads. I know
Yeah,
the library
so-
director was here last, and I'm sure she would have loved to answer that question.
Yeah, so I just a question of order, because first time going through this, feels like we're not discussing the pros and cons, but we're asking questions that feel like we should have asked all along.
Yeah.
And there's granular detail being requested at this point that, I mean, we don't have the people in the room to ask that. And I guess my question is this how we normally do this? Has there been?
No, in the past, those questions would have been asked with meetings directly with the department heads.
Yeah, what's missing for those who haven't been around for
It's the
many years
subcommittees.
was a subcommittee. So as a group, we're broken into smaller groups, and as a smaller group, we went and spoke to department heads, and they raised we raised issues with them, they provided insight to us, and then when we came back to the larger group, we shared it.
Yeah.
And open meeting laws told us we can't do that.
Told us we can't
Well,
do
no,
it.
we can do it.
Open meeting laws
Well-
basically
But we have to
put a
post it.
burden that
Yeah.
was really difficult for us to follow through on. And so this year we decided to
Make them public,
to
that was
change
the
it,
problem,
make
right.
it-
Yeah.
And if I may, we tried to speak with the chair on how could we try to make up for that deficit, right? Because there's a lot lost there. There's so much granularity and complexity where if you drill down on any one of these operations that it's really beneficial to be able to have those conversations. So what we tried to do was, okay, well, if there's not a subcommittee, then why don't we try to collate these, as many questions as we can throughout the month of February, do, question and answer, written responses, have folks come in subsequently then and have kind of a whole team there. And so, it wasn't perfect. I do appreciate the commission's working on that approach with us, and it is, we have a long list of things we're assessing, and, me and Bill, and I'm sure Mike and Molly and Stephanie will talk over the summer on what are some ways that we can raise visibility, because again, some of these things are here, point taken, maybe they're not going down to the layer, some.
Right, and tonight was the most information we've received from any meeting. So some of the questions that are being asked because this is the first time we've seen it and have this level of detail. So I don't know how you bridge that. I don't know, how do we?
Yeah, it just feels like there's a lot of conjecture at
Yeah.
this point.
It's a good question.
And
Yeah,
it's-
it's a good question.
what's that?
It's a good question. I think in the past, the subcommittees have, I've been on the commission for a long time. We would go through our respective portion of the budget, line by line, ask
Yeah.
questions. Why did
We're all
that
set.
salary increase?
We're all getting to that
Why?
level
Why did
because
we
we
move
were-
the position
Yeah.
from A to B?
Okay.
And we might get a totally sufficient answer from the chief of police or the fire department and be like, great, that makes sense, cross it off my list, right?
Yeah.
And then we come back and we present to you guys, hey, we went through line by line and,
Because this is dense stuff for all of us to
Yeah,
look
it's a
at.
lot. It's a lot.
So I think at the end of the day, when we have our last meeting and we discuss like what we can improve, this is part of it, right? What we want to see change is how do we refigure out the subcommittees or something like that, right? We tried something because we had to. How do we also get information? I mean, this has been a problem forever. Like sooner, and I think we've done a much better job. I think some of the memos and stuff help, but I know it's a lot of information. I know everybody's working. I didn't read anything that came today. I was flying and whatever until a couple hours before the meeting, so.
But the level of detail today is much more than we've had in any previous meeting. So that seems to be a common occurrence, is we're coming to the end and we're making decisions. That's when all of a sudden all this detail comes at us. So I don't know what the resolve is. Maybe advance it by a few weeks if possible. I know you folks are always clamoring to put it together. You're still working on.
Yeah, I
Warrant.
mean, there's
Yeah.
a challenge there because so much
Yeah.
of it, we are relying on, assessments from the GIC in February, state budgets. I do think that the operating and capital information has not changed substantively since February, is my belief.
Correct.
I believe there was a lot of planning stuff, and I'm not like throwing
Yeah.
the planning board under the bus. But there is, it's your schedule is tight here because of your town meeting being the first Monday in May. But I think,
And I think part of our discussion already was how do we take all this information, give you the detail, but also synthesize it for you, so you have the detail, but you have the summary, like that's what the
Select board.
the write-ups were, to
Yeah.
try to, like,
Right, because it doesn't help you if you have it, but it's 400 pages, and,
Yeah.
right, but we also need to know what is salient with enough time to respond.
I would say, we have the capital planning book, which is already 240 pages. 200 of those pages have 2 lines on them, and if the one person responsible for that took the extra hour to put this level of detail, it's a lot of information for everybody, but at the very least, every one of these references back to that
You could
capital
go back
planning
and
book,
find it.
and we can get more detail, like, is there an ROI to this project? What's the recurring maintenance cost? What's the impact to the long-term operating expense? Basic sort of things that would be really, really helpful. That way, we don't have to memorize everything, but we just have that reference book, but none of that information is there, so we only get it via conversations.
Can I ask a question that might help us? And I don't expect, maybe Molly, you have some background, but to get to this point, I'm just going to use the library system as an example. This automated materials handler for $250,000. What has taken place so far to get this line item on this book in front of us? Like, I'm sure somebody brought that to you guys or to select board. Can you just walk us through, like,
High level, I mean, this particular item I know has been on the capital plan for 5 years, right? So we look 5 years down the line and say, what are we gonna need? So 5 years ago, the library director at the time, with the library trustees, because I know they're involved in their capital, said, all right, what are our capital needs? We know that this piece of infrastructure is aging. We're starting to be a struggle to get parts. Let's put this on the capital plan for 5 years so we can start saying, we know this is gonna be an expense that's gonna be starting to come. So that goes to the capital book, which is reviewed by the finance director, by the town administrator, by the select board to say, okay, you know, what is here, is this making sense based on, you know, the different things? And has it been here for a while so that we know that it's gone about? Was that your experience with capital books as well?
So, yeah, there's no one way to do it
Yeah.
in the 351 cities and towns. You know, the good thing that you have going here is you do have a 5-year look forward on a capital improvement program that departments are submitting requests on. The goal with something like that is so you could have good multi-year planning internally, but also ideally so it can raise visibility of, oh, there's this big thing coming in 5 years, and then, oh, it's coming in 4 years and 3 years. I believe it does go to the select board here. You know, there are some places that also have a kind of specific capital planning committee, because capital, I think a lot of times in cities and towns, the operating budget kind of takes a lot of the oxygen out of a room, but capital planning is super, super, super important as well. It's something that I think I have a pretty deep expertise in municipalities with, and it's something that I think Westwood has a lot of good bones there with its processes, and that we can certainly look at what are ways that we can you know, enhance awareness of these long-term plans, or, you know, are there reporting features that we could do that are useful, right? Is it in the fall when things are, you know, settled in after the fiscal year starts? Do you run a report of what are the outstanding capital article appropriations, and do those have spend down plans for the next 24 months or things like that, right? That could be its own thing, but you already have quite a workload, right? And so that could be something we can have conversations about. It can also be something that is presented to the select board. There are different ways to do it, but I think something that I've heard very consistently in my 7 complete weeks that I've been here now, both from officials like yourselves, but also citizens, is really, I don't even feel that it's necessarily critical. There's a lot of interest and desire to see what is the long-term plan, especially on capital. And so, I've said it a couple times tonight. I hope it doesn't start to come across as I'm being flip about it. These are points well taken. I think we tried to make the best of what timeline we had without the subcommittees this year, and I feel pretty confident that we'll do better next.
I just want to point out, because I was on the capital planning committee last year, and material handling is what I've done for a long time, so I pick on it, but I asked these same questions last year, and I was told, don't worry about it because it's not in the capital plan for this year, which is last year's answer. So if the project moves forward just by the duration of that piece of paper in the long-term capital planning book, not a great justification for.
And that's definitely not the case for everything. So, right, so
Right.
there was
Right.
a
It-
vehicle
right.
on for this year. That vehicle clearly doesn't need to be replaced. Let's move it to 29. There's also things that say, oh, wow, that really needs to happen this year. We move it here. It's an ongoing conversation about where does things fit, and then also where do they fit financially, and how much available free cash do we have to spend on things.
Like, this is in the capital planning book. I asked these same questions last year. I was told, don't worry about it. We're not asking for funding this year.
So I suppose then I'll use the new guy card and ask for some grace that I wasn't here. And I've said that we will incorporate this feedback and attempt to do better.
Appreciate that.
Okay.
Should we move?
And just, so my point's not lost, if we got this level of detail on March 9th, then we would be better prepared to have this conversation.
I'm just
That's all.
curious,
Yeah.
what do you mean by that? Because
I'll show you what you gave us. This is what you gave us for on March 9th. Relative to there's no detail relative to the capital. There's an overview of capital monies, and here, it's right here. And what is capital is used for, but these specific items where the capital is projected for this budget wasn't included.
Were those not,
Table.
I thought those were on your decks.
I thought they were
Yeah,
as well.
I think they
Yeah.
were.
We had that detail, and,
I thought it was the February meeting, to be honest.
yeah.
I don't know if there's slides on everything. I thought there were slides on.
I mean, I remember going through and there was a question.
There was a question
maybe
about
I-
the truck, remember?
About
We
the
had
truck.
Yes.
Alex,
Yeah,
you
we
might
had
have
to
asked,
clarify the name of the
why
truck.
is this truck 250,000 and that 2.5-ton
Yes.
truck is 100,000?
Right.
So, I mean, I think we had that detail. That's why, my question in asking that really was, I feel like we have to vote on what we have at hand
have to vote,
versus
exactly.
guessing or assuming without the clarity of folks here. But also, as I think down the road,
Yep.
how do we drive that clarity sooner so that we don't have these discussions at,
Right.
11
Questions?
o'clock?
Which is exactly right. It's why when we vote, I just want to point out, like, as we vote, do people know what we're voting on? And be mindful how we vote if we don't know how the capital is set. That's kind of the job here.
So, if I'm being a little short-sighted, pardon me, I think that this is an interesting process discussion, but I don't think tonight
It's
is
appropriate,
the
yeah.
time for a process discussion. And I respect everything, all of you have said, but I think that needs to be the effort there needs to be put forward for the next time we go through.
The
this.
next year, I agree.
You're asking legitimate questions. The question is, when's the appropriate time, and to whom to ask those appropriate questions? If this is my opinion, and this and $2.50 will get you a cup of coffee at Dunkin' Donuts, but at 11 o'clock on voting night is, we don't have the right
We
people
gotta-
in the room for you.
we gotta vote on that
Terrible.
soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we move
But
this?
to answer Ryan's original question, no, we cannot hire two people to sort books for 10 years and pay them only $250,000. It'd probably be 4 times that by the time we pay them minimum wage.
Right, in raising
There's
Right.
maintenance and software
Benefits.
costs, operating,
I feel like we've
Those
said all these things.
those are all covered in operating.
Yeah,
budget.
that's
more than vote.
Just a comment that I think we also need to remember that there are checks and balances throughout this process that we have to trust the people who are in these jobs to make a decision.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that like we should rubber stamp everything. That's not my comment. It's just like we have to put faith into, hired elected people that decision to be made.
But everyone wants to spend money. It's our job to challenge that.
Agree.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'll move the question.
We'll vote.
Yeah.
Thank you, both.
Thank you.
Article 8?
Don't go too far. All those in favor of budget item 8?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Abstentions?
Abstain.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. I will make a motion that FinCom approve Budget Article 9, the appropriation of $553,000, additional capital improvements from other sources.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion?
These are ambulance receipts.
Yes.
Yep, ambulance receipts.
Go to vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Make a motion that the FinCom approve Budget Article 10, appropriation of $125,000, stabilization fund for fiscal year '27.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion?
This one is so that we can remain in conformity, right? Isn't this?
This is just like an annual transfer, we move money into this stabilization.
And it's always 125.
I think
This
so.
is a-
It wa- I only know because I looked last year, because this is one of the ones I have to write about.
This is one of our financial policies.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to debate about it, that, like, let's keep it clean. Yeah, yeah, because then they gave me the next one, too.
You got a double.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? 1, 2, 11.
We're on to 11. I'd like to make a motion that the FinCom approve budget Article 11,
another one.
appropriation
Sorry,
of
please.
$680,000, Special Education Reserve Fund.
Do I have a second?
I think they gave some
Second.
good recommendation. Oh, sorry.
Discussion.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I just don't know why we keep funding other funds when they could just, in the case of a budget override, pull from free cash, like they do at the end of the year, and budget for it, is the main thing. Do we need all these additional reserve funds as they sort of pop up versus, it's all coming, we're just moving out of free cash to fund other funds. So, it's only, I'm gonna vote no on this, just only because I think there is a problem with all of the additional reserve funds.
Well, isn't this,
I think
this
this
is the
already
one.
exists.
It already exists. Doesn't mean we have to fund it more. It does already exist, though. You're right. It exists. Just we don't have to
But
keep
is it a
putting money in
timing
there
issue?
either.
Are they able to spend out of this fund during the year?
It
as
just
opposed
lets
to-
them. It just lets them spend it without having to get a warrant article to approve moving from free cash. So it gives them more flexibility in the budget
Until they replenish.
until
it,
they have
right?
until they have to replenish it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is to replenish what they're going to spend.
Yeah.
To make up the deficit that they ran into because of everyone resigning.
Right. If this fund didn't exist, they would have to pull it from free cash every few years and budget for it appropriately.
Well, if this didn't exist, they would effectively have to move this into Budget Article 14, which is the budget adjustments by appropriation.
Yeah.
So it would effectively be skipping an earmarked fund that we're putting money into.
It would provide a little bit more oversight in budget 14 because of in that instance, like here's the, we missed this on the budget, we'll do better, but we need to appropriate free cash.
I misspoke. This one isn't about people resigning. This is
No, this is the special.
Yeah, this is special education.
This is the people, this
Special
is the
education
unexpected,
expenses went up.
Exactly.
right, this is the unexpected cost related to special ed. So
Right.
people moving out of district, people moving into
In
the
district,
district,
right.
and so,
And needing more service.
and people that are out of district and need more services.
Yeah,
This is-
not declining funding that, just re-upping the separate fund versus just dealing with that via free cash when it comes up.
Yeah, I mean, I take the opposite view, where I think more focus and specificity on what we're doing here, gives us a little bit more clarity than just putting it into the budget adjustment. by
Right, isn't
appropriation.
this like what you wanted with taking something that was controversial out of the whole thing?
Right.
We just talked about this to say, okay, take the sidewalks out because that, this is like they took that out to be specific.
No, this lets them, so in a year where they need to spend this, they can spend it if they didn't budget for it, for this use case. If this fund didn't exist, or if we chose not to refund it, they would have to deal with that by having an article to fund that via free cash. So there's all the line items when we do the budget adjustments at the end, it all has to be trued up, and we have to vote on that. So it's getting funded either way. It's just a matter of the visibility of when they're spending that, and the fact that we have to then, it has to pull from free cash, there's visibility to it. That's my worry is, in general, all these additional reserve funds, and especially all the capital projects too, what's the grand total we have in various funds versus, it's all coming from free cash.
It does continue to splinter everything off into.
It provides the ability for lack of oversight and financial rigor for budgeting.
Well, this particular fund has two levels of oversight, the school committee and the select board.
Subcommittee, yeah.
Right? And it gives the school committee and select board the flexibility to spend that money before town meeting.
Right,
'Cause if
within the
need
fiscal
come-
year.
Yeah, if the need comes up in December,
Yeah.
they can spend it.
They have to spend,
Yeah.
like,
And
they
this
have
is
to.
Have to
replenishing
spend it for
the
that
amount.
purpose. Whereas if it was as Seth described, you have to wait until May to get it appropriated.
Right, it's a timing thing, because you have to deliver the somebody comes into town, then goes out of district.
Right.
You have to pay for that right away and start draining the reserve fund.
Yeah.
And some of these schools probably wouldn't take kindly to saying, well, we'll pay you, but it will be May 4th.
Right.
Probably not.
July 1st.
Yeah, right.
So we move the vote?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
All those in favor of budget item 11?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Abstentions?
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that the FinCom approve budget Article 12, the appropriation of $1,615,000 OPEB liability trust fund.
Second.
Any discussion?
Second?
All right, all those in favor?
Yes, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Extension.
Oh, sorry, one abstention.
Yeah, this.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that FinCom approve budget Article 13, rescind unissued debt authorization of $233,205 for Hanlon Pine Hill Elementary School planning/design.
Do I have a second? Any discussion?
Just getting money back?
Yep.
Yeah.
No. This money has never been
And never been.
even
Just
borrowed, so we don't.
Right.
We'll go to vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
We're reclaiming credit.
There we go. I'd like to make a motion that the FinCom approve budget Article 14, fiscal year 26 budget adjustments by appropriation, $345,000.
This was,
I think somebody seconded. Discussion?
Yeah, this is the one where,
this is
This
the,
is
This is the
because
one
everyone
that pays
Yeah.
for the,
Yeah, this is the
when
one.
they all left.
yeah.
and it's not unlike what happened a couple of years ago when the firefighting overtime budget needed to be closed up with free cash. So it's truly an extraordinary thing. It's not gonna happen year to year, so.
Right.
I do think it's good that some questions were asked of Tim on the broader plan to help control
Right.
increase. And I think to the extent that we can, we need to continue to check in on those efforts year to year. This year, we have some extraordinary costs associated with some of those related efforts, but I do think it's something the town seemingly.
It's not just this year, it's been growing
Right.
every
Right.
year. Yeah.
And I think Bill made a good point in the last meeting to ask for more, when they said we're gonna be really more careful and work with the select board, and you said, I think it was like, yeah, and you need to be checking in with us as well, and I think that message has been received.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's difficult because to really press on this, on special education and to try to understand, like, what are we really doing to change the long-term impact.
That's exactly it. Yeah.
And it's sensitive. It's, we're not
Yeah.
against special education. In fact, many of the people on this committee have leveraged the amazing services of the town. It's just, we can't just kind of hide behind that. We've got to ask some of the hard questions and look at what we can do as a town to make it better. Because
Yeah,
I'll
I
tell you
think
that-
The report was pretty interesting.
yeah.
Yeah, that gets to more of some of the, like, these to me are some of the uncontrollables. I get 11 folks quit the week before. Not great, Could any of it been anticipated? Probably not, but it's some of the other controllables that you're talking about long-term, because I keep looking at that special education, and I've lived it, as well all my life, and you're like, okay, there's a need for that, but at the same time, are there controllables within there that we can move more expeditiously to try to limit some of that growth?
Well, the dangerous thing is that it's such a low percentage right now that's going out of district.
Yeah.
There's only one way to go,
Yeah,
only one way to
that's-
go,
I agree with
unfortunately.
you. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I've been following the school committee pretty closely on this subject, and I think that they really are trying to be thoughtful, I think, for future years about really bringing a lot of those special education programs to all students so that all of the kids get the benefit and that they don't necessarily have to fund it in the same way that we have to fund like some of, this is obviously, I think, like highly specialized, like some of the
Yeah.
stuff that they're talking about, highly specialized. But I think like in general, when you talk about like the special ed program and how robust it is. They do have a pretty solid handle on that, and recognizing it really has to like start in the general ed population to address some of the issues to get some of the kids off of IEPs who maybe don't need them, they just need a couple of like support in certain functions, you know.
Well, yeah, I think the school committee's been thoughtful. I think that report, and if you listen to it and you heard it, really shows some systematic flaws in the way we operate.
Yeah.
That the only way kids really get taught and stuff is if they're on an IEP and stuff. So I think they're looking at how we systematically improve things so that everyone gets a better education. That takes a little time to sort out, but I think it definitely was kind of eye-opening when you like read the thing and you heard the thing. You're like, oh, wow, okay. I mean, it's a full analysis, it's good, but it's gonna take time to fix it out, and it's a pressing budget item that we only get, like, paid back on some of the stuff, 75 cents on the dollar, which is tough.
Only, anything over $50,000 per student, we get 75 cents on the dollar to be paid 2 years out.
Right.
It's
Yes.
bonkers.
The other thing is, I think when we talk about, doing these, having consultants and stuff, if we're gonna pay for consultants to come in, we should actually listen to what they're recommending. So I think that's something that,
Novel idea.
yeah. And I think, Rebus and Associates did a good job. They made some recommendations. If we are paying for that, we need to listen to what they said.
Just bringing it back to the article, do you want to go motion and vote?
Yeah, let's do it.
Ready to vote?
All those
in favor of budget item 14?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
There we go. I'd like to make a motion that the FinCom approve budget Article 15, fiscal year 27 appropriation school litigation, in the amount of $435,000.
Second. Any discussion?
I'll just say that I really appreciated the information that was shared tonight, because I truly had no idea. And it's really difficult to sit here and vote on something that you have no idea. So that was,
And that was way more than they gave to select board.
Yep.
So they probably got some feedback, like, you can't just go in and say we can't talk about it.
Yeah.
Right. And all the stuff that she said is not something that it's all public information.
Right. I was just saying,
I
we
think-
could go into executive session though, right? We do have that. Can we do that?
I think that's only a select.
Yeah.
It's only
Yeah,
select.
I mean,
We can't?
actually, point of order.
You do have the ability to go into executive
Yeah.
session if you have an exception to fit under. This one would probably be litigation
Discuss
issues,
litigation.
but you don't have that option right now.
But I guess, if we were trying to get information that would allow us to vote on something, but we have no say in the litigation, we're not party in the litigation, I would find that very difficult to go into executive order, executive session.
So litigation is a challenging thing for a number of reasons, and your point is well taken there. I thought they were, my view is to not talk about litigation while you're in it.
Period.
Because
Yeah.
it doesn't do you any good.
Yeah.
I thought they were very forthcoming with you tonight,
Yeah.
as best they could within, information within the public realm. So,
I thought they did a
Yeah.
phenomenal
Make
job.
Motion to vote? Yeah.
Yep.
Motion to vote. There we go.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Onward.
Now we're done with the budget articles.
Well, we're on the second page.
I would like to make a motion that we, the FinCom approve Select Board Article 1, the transfer of land, Deerfield School.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye, me, nay. Hopeful they'll turn it back into a school one day. I abut the property, and, yeah.
And there was no abstentions, I think.
Okay, sorry about that. Let me go back here. Change my numbers. Let's see. I'd like to make a motion that the FinCom approve Select Board Article 2, transfer of land, Obed Baker House wetlands.
Second.
Any discussion? To vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
abstentions?
There we go. I'd like
Unanimous.
to make a motion that the FinCom approve Select Board Article 3, General Bylaw Housekeeping Amendments.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I think this is the last one. We're never going to see this one again.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? 4.
I'd like to make a motion that the FinCom approve Select Board Article 4, Local Option dash Acceptance of MGL Chapter 200A, Section 9A, Disposition of Abandoned Funds.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
I'd like to make a motion that the FinCom approve Select Board Article 5, Feasibility and Schematic Design Funding for Fire Station 1.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion?
And I think this is, we got a couple of public comments on this
Yep.
one.
Yeah.
I don't have any, I don't personally take any issue with public comments. I think they were all reasonable and citing previous documentation from similar analyses. But I don't think that changes.
Well, they were asking to have this thing rewritten. They wanted to remove the one from behind Starbucks.
Right.
I mean, if they need to do that, it's gonna have to be at the town meeting.
No, well, I mean, actually, the way that this is written
That's
now,
not-
the way this is written, that this could be done with this article.
Right.
They could decide, you know, it could be, the decision could be made
Ah,
to,
okay, because they changed the
they
language.
change the language
It-
to.
It's
It says
really,
including but not limited to.
Yeah,
Yes.
including but not
This is just
limited
like an example.
it's really up to the,
Example,
yeah,
except-
it's really up to the FS1 committee to decide.
And they did make some pretty strong points. I mean, I get anybody who's has it in their backyard is gonna come out with something against it, but if it had already been looked at and deemed not a great thing.
But I think there was a good point made by Connor a couple of weeks ago. We'll probably pay more for this fire station than we paid for the
Oh,
first one.
of course.
At the time
I
we
am
get to the
absolutely
thing
sure we
built.
will.
Right, but I
It'll
think
be
they
smaller,
made a
we'll pay
good
more.
point.
Yep.
And I think it raises that, like, this feasibility study was just done 3 years ago. It's not like it was done 20 years ago and there are these issues with this site. You know, it was just done 3 years ago. So I don't know why we're spending money on, you know, further studying this site that was determined by Dore and Whittier, you know, to not be really buildable. There's a lot of issues with
Yeah,
it.
I think it's the level of scrutiny that they looked at. And so again, I'm not
Yeah.
saying that,
Yeah.
oh, it should be there, it shouldn't be there. If I'm a betting person, I don't think it's gonna end there, but that's just my point of view. But I think looking at the options is something that we heard loud and clear from the town. One of the things that was positioned to the town was the cost of, because of the topology of that station, not being able to have drive-through bays, you know, was increasing the cost. And so the town is doing the right thing. We're looking at the options before us. People won't like it. I mean, again, it's, you know.
Right, but that was, I guess that was my issue too. Again, I think we're prematurely like taking options off the table. I think we should be considering all our options
Yep.
and.
And I couldn't agree
and-
more, and I think one of the sentiments we heard is, and why people voted it down, was because there were no options. They weren't
Yeah.
provided options.
Right.
And they felt as though the process was flawed because it only gave them that one
Right.
site. So
Right.
now,
I think Dore and Whittier had confirmation bias. They had in mind that it was going to go there, and they wrote their feasibility study such that it was going to go there.
probably well-intended though, because that's the conclusion they came to, and it's probably
Right.
gonna come to the same conclusion with this one.
Maybe they'll have a different contractor that will come to a different conclusion.
Well, I think they have to assess different sized buildings and stuff too. I mean, at the end of the
Right.
day, the article in and of itself, we have to approve it, because otherwise, we have no fire station. and
Right.
like-
Yeah, no,
Like, so it's like, looking at I get the arguments around the fire station in general, but looking at the article itself, we need to do a feasibility study so we can figure out.
So
what we're
that
gonna
maybe
do.
we rule it out, you know, we dig deep and it does get ruled out, that site.
It
But
absolutely
And we've done it the right way.
Relevant is the
Yeah.
point, and we need to do the feasibility studies, but
in order to know.
And this has open language, so if they wanna
Yeah.
choose
Motion to
Darby
vote.
Street.
I like the
again,
adjustment they made, that it gives them the
Yeah,
flexibility.
motion to vote, Will.
motion vote.
All those in favor of
Aye.
select
I
board
guess Bill said we
5?
have to vote for it, so.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions?
Who's writing this one up?
I don't have the sheet in front of me.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that the FinCom approve Select Board Oh, I already did that one, sorry. That was already that one. I'd like to make a motion that the FinCom approves Select Board Article 6, Establishment of Injured On-Duty Reserve Fund.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Sorry. Since any discussion on this?
I mean, I was gonna say the same thing, it's just establishing another fund that, versus just budgeting, taking the fiscal responsibility. I think this is less oversight. Just do it out of, budget for it. Things happen, people get hurt, they get sick, have to protect them. Makes sense, budget for it or use free cash. We don't need another reserve fund.
This is no different than snow and ice, basically, right? So like, you could argue, why wouldn't we have a snow and ice reserve fund then?
I'd argue that we get rid of all the reserve funds if you haven't gotten my tone.
We do have a snow and ice reserve fund. It's called the FinCom reserve.
I would get rid of that one too, to be honest.
But it evens out the expenditure.
Yeah.
Rather than having 1 year where you have to take $5 million from free cash to fund all these things that you could have done over the course of 10 years through reserve funds.
We literally just cut free cash in half with all this right now, right? Like, we just cut free cash in half with all these proposals, with all these funds that we have. So,
Does anybody have a perspective in favor of this or the general reserve fund? I mean, Chris, was your comment in favor of
Yes,
of
it
this?
was in favor of this.
Because you take out the lumpiness of
Yes.
like,
It's
oh crap, we gotta
Right.
now come up with a bunch of money?
It's like if you have oil heat, you can stretch your payments out over 12 months so that they're all even instead of paying for your fill-ups as they occur and having to pay 30% more because of somebody decided to go bomb Iran.
I think the other part is that it takes some of the pressure off your regular budget, right? And I know that's more dramatic, it's the 200,000 a year versus what we're looking at with the school budget where there was the reserve there for what, 680. In my mind, it does, to your point, it smooths that out, but if you don't have that, then you're gonna have to find a way and take it from somewhere else within the budget. That creates issues for within that fiscal year as you try to close that out. This allows you, in my mind, Connor, tell me if I'm wrong on this, but it allows you then to have that safety net, and then if you need to replenish it, then it becomes an article that the town votes on to replenish for the following fiscal year. But again, it makes the current fiscal year clean without putting pressure. Again, think about it, if this is 190,000, then you've got to come up with 190 grand somewhere.
It still comes back to the
Agreed,
free
but-
cash, but you just have to ask for it, right? And you
Yeah,
have to call
but
it.
we're putting it in now when we have ample free cash. In 2 years, you could be in a situation where you don't have enough free cash, but you still are gonna have those. Let's say you have 10 people and it's 300,000 or 400,000, like, then you run into real trouble where you have to make cuts or make tough decisions.
Well, I think that's, you're right, that's a given. What I think this does is it allows you in most years to cover that, whether you replenish it or not, you may not.
Right.
I mean, that's where if you have 10, you're like, okay, you know what, 200,000 is not gonna cover that anyway.
Right.
Well, we asked, why, where'd you get the 200,000 number? And it didn't, and they were like, some years it could be 700,000, like, it didn't.
Well, they've also increased the operational budget for overtime. So they're increasing that, and they're adding this. I mean, the reality is, this past year, we had pretty significant overtime impact because of multiple people being out for the duration of the year. And so it's.
Because they put a lieutenant, no, just.
Yeah. No, and I think, I mean, then you look at it and they're adding two more firemen.
Yeah.
And so that, by nature is going to increase the pool of which, there may be, leaves. So again, I think this is, again, we're calling out the right thing. You could argue that, we should have a really huge operational number and jack it up so that we're really conservative. But again, Prop 2.5 plays our hand here. So we've got to be smart, and I think this is the right thing to do.
I just think the focus is in the wrong place. I think the focus should be on eliminating accidents. Acceptance of it and saying, here, we're going to allocate money. It's almost like saying, hey, we know we're going to have them. Well, if we focused on having fewer accidents, we'd require less money.
Yeah, but those jobs are really.
I mean, every job is. Everybody's susceptible to no matter what, you know,
But I don't know that people, a job of somebody that's behind a desk is as dangerous as a fireman or a police officer who are facing dangers like that. I mean,
But I think they do, I think they do that, Mike. I mean, I think certainly safety is a major thing. I mean, could it be better? Of course, everybody can do better.
I mean, focus on education, training,
Yeah.
things like that. How much of that could prevent, what, you know, I asked a question, is there a metric you track relative to the amount of injuries that happen in the workplace? No. Well, why wouldn't you?
Right.
If you're not tracking something, how can you improve it? So I understand where they're going because there's an ongoing need for financial payments, if you will, for it. And by setting this up, I'm not opposed to it because it makes sense. I just think that there's opportunity to drive some of that cost out.
Yeah.
Seth, can I offer one perspective on your comment or your perspective on this? By separating these funds out, we're sort of taking them out of the operating budget and saying, hey, we're going to pull this money out. If we need to cover overtime related to injuries on duty, et cetera, it's going to come from this bucket of funds. Doesn't that somehow eliminate the fact that, or reduce the likelihood of a department saying, hey man, we really need this new truck or this new vehicle or new something, right? Let's pull it out of our operating budget, right? And then, oh, we also had, Bill got injured and we got to pay Bill's medical bills and we had to pay for overtime and come back to this select board or this group and say, hey, Bill got injured. We had to pay, Seth an extra $100,000 in overtime to cover for Bill. I think separating it out makes those funds less susceptible for use in other ways, if that makes sense. Right? Because you could just say, hey, I'm going to buy a fire truck. Oh crap, we had Seth fall off a ladder and we had to cover his salary and his. I mean, I do think there's some safety mechanism there.
Yeah, and that might be a good point for it. These types of funds help smooth the budget and smooth the sort of operating flow of the financials. I think it also just, do we have 20, 30, 40, $50 million sitting in various capital and other reserve funds?
Fair.
And at what point is it does it create the opportunity for a lack of accountability and oversight and financial conservative financial rigor? That's the main point versus.
Yeah. You'll still have, I mean, it's still required, the select board would still have the oversight on this, right?
Yeah.
For
I
any
believe so.
transfer?
Was it the select board that had oversight? This one? Sorry.
no.
Whatever the state law says.
Yes, select board would review these requests in a public meeting. There is the oversight of the professional staff and then also the elected officials reviewing it in a public meeting. I agree with Alex's point that, when you're making these highly itemized reserve funds, it really puts some, I don't want to say red tape in a favorable connotation, but it does. It ties the hands of your professional staff to, we can't, free cash. I mean, if you just have everything in free cash, then you kind of have, town meeting article Hunger Games. If there's no stabilization fund, no capital stabilization, so you can maybe go too far in the other direction. But in this case, it's prescribed by law what it can be used for, and it would need to go before the select board in public before it could be used.
I'll make a motion.
Yep.
Okay.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Oh, you got it. Okay. Abstentions?
No abstentions. I would like to make a motion. We're going to planning board.
Planning board now.
Make a motion that the FinCom approve planning board Article 1, zoning bylaw amendments relative to battery energy storage systems.
Second.
Discussion?
Can you just remind me, this was kind of dense and I started going through it and I started going cross-eyed. This is for
Like
battery,
these new battery.
for being able to collect solar power.
Nora,
store
would you
the
explain it?
energy
You can do it
for
better.
future.
I can't.
Yeah, still like battery storage for.
But then it's
captured-
also for your home, for your car.
There are different tiers, different categories. So what this does is it puts into the bylaw doesn't say anything at all right now about battery energy storage systems, and the state has new law that applies to them. The state has decided that they fall into these 4 categories: Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4, and they're spelled out in that language you have there. The Tier 1 is what you would typically have at your home if you have a battery-powered car. Tier 2 is a little bit larger than that, maybe if you have several cars. Tier 3 is probably something more commercial, and Tier 4 is those huge ones that look like a series of Connex boxes. You'll see them popping up a lot in the western part of the state, not so much here yet, but the concern is that it could be coming. So the idea here is to set which zones the different types are allowed in. If they're related to solar energy, they're allowed everywhere. We can't deny them. We can just control them, make sure they're set back from properties appropriately screened when they need to be. They don't have to be associated with solar. So Eversource or a private utility of some kind could decide that they need a battery energy storage system, and they can apply to the state. If it's a Tier 4, they can apply to the state, and the state will just mandate where it goes, and we don't have any control. But if it's a Tier 2 or Tier 3, this bylaw gives us a little bit of control about where they would go. Tier 1 is simply allowed everywhere. So that's what you would typically have in your home if you have an electric vehicle. That's allowed. That doesn't change that. They're allowed just by a building permit. Tier 2 or 3, which are getting a little bit larger, have some oversight. The planning board has a procedure where they just review it to make sure it's appropriately cited and doesn't have a negative effect.
Thank you.
Okay.
Other comments, questions, or discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Good. I'd like to make a motion that the FinCom approve Planning Board Article Number 2, zoning bylaw amendments relative to adult daycare.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
I'd make a motion that the FinCom approve Planning Board Article Number 3, zoning bylaw amendments relative to animal daycare.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
So hungry.
Abstention?
So, another unanimous. Okay, I'd like to make a motion that the
Four, Stephanie.
FinCom approve Planning Board Article Number 4, zoning bylaw amendments relative to definitions.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Okay. I'd like to make a motion that the FinCom approve Planning Board Article Number 5, zoning bylaw amendments relative to dimensional regulations.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this one? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
I'd like to make a motion that the FinCom approve Planning Board Article Number 6, zoning bylaw amendments relative to administrative office research or ARO district.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion?
We want to discuss at all the exclusion of that commercial leasing piece.
Was the retail?
The retail.
This is the retail.
Yeah, they
yeah.
removed the.
They removed retail as one of the permitted uses.
Yeah.
So
Just
just
offering
this,
it up. It was something that
right, this
came
hasn't
up
been
and modified.
updated, right?
Yep. What's that? I'm sorry?
That's gonna be updated in this?
That is updated.
Oh,
It is.
updated.
I think you
Yeah,
got the.
it's
there-
updated.
There were
Still
two of them.
Okay.
Yeah,
I must
yeah.
be- Okay.
I don't know if there's any, maybe we can just skip it because it's not salient, nothing we can do about the removal of that. I'm just,
Yeah, I didn't love the removal of it myself.
I did.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, again, it's before us.
Well, they gotta listen to feedback and
Yeah. Yeah.
modify based on feedback.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Excuse me. I'd like to make a motion that the FinCom approve Planning Board Article 7/8, zoning bylaw amendments and general bylaw amendments relative to short-term rental properties.
Do I have a second? Discussion?
Well, I'm in favor of these, right? Nora made it clear that if we don't do anything, we're gonna have unlimited, or anybody can short-term rental their house, and you might wake up someday living next to a hotel, which is essentially what, and I'll use the term Airbnb, but I'm using it generically, which is essentially what Airbnb is, right? We cannot use the argument because we already approve rental of rooms, we can't use the argument that that's a commercial use of a residential property. So we need these extra regulations to essentially allow homeowners who want to do this to do it within the bounds of what the town can feel is reasonable. And if you want to use your home for a commercial use, which is essentially what it is, then this is a short and an easy fix for you, right? I don't think it's overburdensome. I don't think it's too much to ask. And I'm not persuaded by the argument that people are going to ignore these and just do it anyway. Because the neighbors will wake up and say, no, we don't want a hotel in the middle of our neighborhood. And that has happened. And that is essentially what short-term rentals through something like Airbnb is. So I am in favor of this regulation.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was quite vocal on the previous call about the previous version of this article. I will say, on balance, I think this accomplishes giving property owners the right to short-term rental their house in the probably unlikely or infrequent case they take a trip or there's a event in town. We use a World Cup just because obviously that's the hot one, right? But I think this balances giving people the right to do those types of things on an infrequent, non-commercial basis with preventing the use of somebody's property or a part of somebody's property for a commercial enterprise whereby, hey, I'm going to buy this piece of property on the
right.
Short-term rental it out 8 months a year and sleep in it 1 month a year and what have you. So I think this revision does accomplish those two things. And I think this protects the innocent use case of a resident looking to earn some money on their property if they go to the Cape or they go to Europe or whatever the case may be. I think the 2 nights minimum seems reasonable. I don't know why anybody would want to short-term rental their house out for 1 night. It doesn't seem, can you imagine going through the permitting process and
By the hour.
to make $600? So I think on balance, this checks the boxes. I think this incentivizes the permitted and the innocent use cases with forbidding the opposing. I do think the inspections and some of the red tape and the extensive language is a bit overboard, but I think at the end of the day it accomplishes what I think is fair and reasonable, and I wouldn't want to strike it down because of the excess language. It doesn't seem overly daunting to accomplish the permitting process. So I was very much opposed to it in this first form. I think the solve for it, is it perfect? No, but I think it's livable for probably residents I've heard from and hopefully just general residents of the town.
I do think it improved a lot since the last time.
Yeah.
And like the number of days and a lot of the regulations. However, the inspections and the amount of things you need to do to your home. Like if you look at section 330-12 EA, a diagram of 8 by 11 with fire extinguishers, gas shutoff valves, fire exits, fire alarms needs to be in the unit, in each bedroom, on all egress doors, and in all common areas. I've never stayed in an Airbnb that has that. Hotel maybe, right?
Yeah.
Not Airbnb.
That's
So I
what we're
think
going for, yeah.
exactly. I think we're borrowing from Brookline Boston. I would have liked to see the planning board. We kind of gave that feedback, but it didn't come back that other way. And then like not seeing other towns in the areas have anything like this, it's a little challenging. But I do agree with the neighbor that doesn't want to have this in their area, and I don't think anybody would. So
I think
it's a challenge to support based on those 2 factors.
I think it's tough because when you start regulating something that's like not, like, we're gonna create like this enormous, like, all of these, like, we have to create like all these definitions, all of this information over an issue that's not, there really isn't, and I get it, like, you wanna sort of stay ahead of it, but at the same time, like, we're almost creating a problem when there isn't a problem. We're gonna put regulations in place over an issue that we don't even know if it is an issue. We don't know if 30 days is appropriate because no one's really doing it. So it's almost like we're like,
Well,
for that one
it sounds like
person.
though it is a problem, and maybe
One
it's only
person
a
is
small
one
problem,
person.
but one, it
Yeah,
might
that's
be,
exactly
you know,
it.
enough
It's one
in order
person.
to, you know, if it were in my neighborhood, I wouldn't, you know, be happy if I had somebody coming in on you know, every 2 days, a new person
Yeah.
coming in. So I think the planning board has been thoughtful about it, and they responded to our comments, you know, in large part. And I don't think, personally, I don't think it's unreasonable, some of these requirements.
I think it is a problem for a few people in town. I've spoken to one resident who approached me after the last meeting, and, you know, we spoke at length about their experience, and I think it's a problem for a few people in town. Now, I'm not saying that every decision we make here should be for a few people in town, but I haven't heard from anybody who this would negatively impact. You know, that's why I asked the question, have you heard from people who, you know, running one of these 20
Right.
Airbnbs who are like, who have given some compelling reason as to why we shouldn't adopt or go forward with this kind of regulation. So I do think it is impacting people, not tens or hundreds of people, but people. And I haven't heard anybody who at least
On the
have
opposite
stepped
side,
up
right.
to say, hey, this is a real problem for me for, you know, X number of reasons. So, you know, I don't think it's a big problem. I'm not personally concerned about hotels next door. That's, you know, further afar from what I think is the real concern, but to me, this seems reasonable enough to, again, solve for the use cases on both sides, protecting property rights, but also giving some containment to those who are affected by this.
Sure.
Yeah, let's rock it. Let's vote. It's at 11:43. We're gonna try to get out of here by 12. Here we go.
What are you saying?
Saying let's go.
Only a few left.
I know.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye, no, nay.
Wait,
Nay.
I need just hands, actually, to make sure I capture.
So that is,
Sorry, sorry.
Thank you.
that is.
Then we have just planning board 9 and then the citizens petition. There we go.
Excuse me, make a motion that the FinCom approve Planning Board 9 zoning bylaw amendments relative to indoor commercial recreation.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? It's unanimous.
So we are done.
Oh, no, we're two.
Oh, no, there's
a third page.
Third page. I don't have a third page.
Petitioner article.
No,
No, the housekeeping
there we go.
amendment,
Sorry,
is
yeah,
this the
sorry,
de
sorry.
minimis one?
This is a
nice
house,
try,
yeah.
Mike.
There we go.
I wanna talk about
Trying to
the,
get out of here a minute earlier.
Okay, let's make a motion that the FinCom approve Planning Board Article 11, housekeeping amendments.
Is there a second?
second.
All those in discussion? No. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Okay, and then the final citizen petition article. Make a motion that the FinCom approve citizen petition article number 1, citizens petition dash general bylaw amendments, chapter 138, town meetings, 138-17, rules of debate, F, G, and H.
Do we have the final version of that?
Yeah, I was gonna ask
Are they
that.
gonna make a change?
It's
I
in
don't think they
here.
could make a change.
Well,
though.
that,
It's the last page. and-
was there, did they make a change or no? Because I thought there was discussion that,
Yeah.
They didn't, actually.
I don't think they did.
This was the original petition.
Oh,
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
This is a citizen's petition, and if you recall, there was discussion when she was before you the last time about leaving in, and I forgot the term, Chris, you and I talked about it a couple of minutes ago.
Secret ballot.
Secret ballot. And I informed you as a point of order that as a citizen's petition, it can't be changed until you get to the floor of town meeting. So there's no secret ballot in this, in the one that I saw.
okay, so she'd have.
And it was as she submitted it, and if any change has to happen, it has to happen on the floor of town meeting. through an amendment that the moderator accepts.
So the vagueness that she had mentioned and we discussed, where she was like, okay, well, some things we could just go through, and to me, I was like, that's a slippery slope. Either you're doing it or you're not.
Well, I didn't take there was any vagueness at all. What I took from it is the intent of her article was to ensure that the voting is used, electronic voting is used.
Right.
And we all agree that it is used. However, what her petition does is it takes away the decision-making by the moderator at the town meeting. It takes away an option that he has to move the process along.
Yes.
I agree with what Mr. Powers said.
So as a result, based upon that, and she confirmed that, I have difficulty with supporting this.
Right.
And I have similar difficulty, because I think it'll elongate
Right, and
our
then people will
meetings by a
leave,
lot.
and then you could have
So point of order,
less people to vote for it.
point of order, even though we have a second, would the appropriate action from us be, here we go?
Yes, I will amend the,
You can withdraw your motion.
yeah, I will withdraw my motion.
And present the, help me understand the term. Indefinite postponement of this article.
Or we could vote against it.
That's what it is.
Or, I'm sorry, what was that?
No,
Mike?
that's not.
It's a procedural, and Pat, you can help us out.
Yes, that's a functional vote against it.
Yeah,
Different towns do it different ways. We do indefinite postponement.
so indefinite postponement goes to before the, and like we saw with the firehouse,
It's the recommendation, so you will
And then we
be
still-
recommending to town meeting that they vote indefinite postponement. To get to vote on the substance of the article, they'd have to defeat indefinite postponement. Someone would have to make a motion to consider the article on its merits, it would have to be second and finalized, and then you would consider it that way.
Before we.
Sorry to be,
No,
you're right.
No, no, that's great.
good.
That's a
Before
good
we-
explanation.
Yeah, before we.
Can somebody summarize this a little bit more for me?
So what happened, let me, best I can, so the intent, as I understood it, was that they wanted to make sure that the electronic voting was done at every town meeting.
For every,
It's
for every,
required.
for every
Every-
article.
Every vote.
every warrant article.
That was the issue.
And that the moderator had no latitude to do anything other than use the electronic vote. So right now, the moderator chooses, but his first choice is he thinks that something is gonna be passed quickly, rather than voting with electronic, he just says, we have a voice vote, he listens and makes a decision, you move on. That takes that option away from the moderator.
Well, the reason it was being proposed is to avoid a situation like last year where you did the standing vote for the fire station and people got intimidated and they all stood for the fire station vote, but then when it came down to private ballots, they kind of voted against the fire station. So the argument was that if they were to use the electronic voting, they would have just handled it at town meeting.
But the whole reason we did the standing vote was because the lack of, you know,
There
Reliability.
was some of
reliability
it.
of
some of
the
Yeah,
it-
but
votes.
then,
So we'd be in the same situation, because every time we'd be trying to use the votes, and they'd say, does anybody
no,
feel their
well,
vote?
Dottie explained that there's some of
The
the
process
ones
breaks
that
down.
weren't programmed, and it wouldn't happen again. So I think that was an anomaly.
But at
that
this
that
most
happened.
recent town meeting for the land trust issue, there was without question people who said they didn't feel their vote was counted, and somebody went out into the audience. It didn't take as long, we didn't resort to a standing vote, but there was no question that people.
They were a
It happens every
handful.
It happens every time. There's
Yeah.
no question. I mean,
Yeah.
all you need to do is miss the little figure from coming up on your thing to say like, oh, I didn't get it.
I think that's human error, not.
The result is the same. whereas,
Well, I mean, that's gonna happen again,
But-
because
So you
if we have to
you
do
don't
it.
like the electronic voting at all? Are
I
you saying?
like the electronic voting, but I think if we have to use that at every single
Right.
thing,
But
then
I
it's
also-
gonna slow it down.
For every single
because-
warrant
Well, that's the whole-
Every
that's-
article. Because somebody's gonna say, oh yeah, mine didn't register, and it's gonna let, everybody's gonna stand there while somebody goes out to the audience and checks their device and such and so forth. Right now, that only happens for the
Yeah,
3 or 4 we
exactly.
use it on, which is like, okay, you gotta go through that. But I feel like if you're using that for all these
It's gonna be
articles,
like a 4 hour, 5
it's gonna be
hour
forever, just because of the troubleshooting on every article. Somebody's gonna say that their machine didn't work.
Paul,
To me, I think it's a broader issue than that, though, and I think that's what Jim was alluding to, which is we elect our state and then our federal representatives. There isn't a single person that would say, I'll allow you to vote in anonymity, right? It is, you can go to the Boston Globe and you can see roll call and what the legislature votes. when we gather as the legislature, I'm sorry, when we gather, we are the legislature. So in my mind, I get it can be uncomfortable to stand up. I've been in that situation. But when I stand and I vote for these budgets, I'm voting my money and I'm voting Chris's money and everybody else's. I think it's incumbent on us to do that in a public forum versus being anonymous. Because again, there's no chance that I would let, Senator Warren or Markey vote in secret or without knowing what they did. I think I don't want to say I want to challenge somebody like Chris stands up and says, yeah, I'm going to vote for this, and I don't, I'm going to see it after, out in the hallway. But at the same time, I think it's incumbent on us to. Yeah, maybe Chris. But I just think there's a part of that where I'm like, it is uncomfortable, but if I'm going to vote for other people's tax dollars and mine as well, I think I need to be willing to stand up for that.
And I think he said stand and be counted, like what, be,
right.
have the courage to say what you mean.
Jim is right. This represents a change in the governance of our town, and I think something like this ought to be considered by the next Charter Review Commission.
It's not a charter, it's a bylaw.
Well, the Charter Review
And-
Commission can be chartered to change the bylaws as well.
Well, so historically, point of order, when the charter gets finally approved by the legislature, the charter changes, we usually form a bylaw committee to review. So I would suggest to you, Mr. Pareto, that would be the appropriate place to do it.
Yeah, there you go.
And I will pay to see you guys in the hallway.
I think there's a technical issue.
Thank you, Counselor.
There's a accountability issue.
Yeah.
I think,
I was gonna just,
Seth, then Christine.
because for the citizens petition warrant article, it did go to use digital electronic first, but then there was a hierarchy of if it fails, do whatever. So there was all that. I think the main point that then came up during the conversation was it actually takes 2.5 minutes or longer to actually wait for everything to tally. And so if we did that, even the 100% unanimous ones were dragging out. So once, I think the tenor of the conversation changed once we realized it wasn't you lose the ability to move fast and you're elongating the town meeting by a couple hours maybe, so.
Well, then she did say there's some that we knew would be, unanimous, we could just do the voice vote. That's what I was talking about, I said, you can't do that, because that's the slippery slope. We're either doing it or we're not.
Would it really elongate a couple hours? I would argue it would elongate it 20 minutes or so, but I don't know. I don't want to just over dramatize the amount of time. I think it's going to take some more time, but I think we're talking 15, 20
It
minutes.
just takes the authority away from the moderator. That's the issue.
Yeah.
is there, did Dottie say that we're gonna do mail-in votes for the town meeting too? Is
Not
that-
for town meeting, that's
No,
for.
That's for
You're
something,
gonna show
oh,
up
okay,
somewhere.
I heard her mention something, I wasn't sure if it was applicable to this. Yeah, town meeting takes forever, these meetings take forever, even us just voting right now is taking forever.
Need electronic voting now.
But with that being said, I do think that some of these decisions that we're making are really serious decisions, and I think what the citizens petition was trying to say was every vote, regardless of whether you have courage or you're confident or you're meek and you're mild and you don't want to speak, that doesn't matter. Your vote should count. Period.
Yep.
So I think that's kind of if you don't do the electronic voting, that person may not get the same weighted opportunity as every other person, and I think in America that should count.
Well, they do it at the ballot box, right?
That's the difference.
Right now, it's at the moderator's
Moderator's option, so-
discussion, how to take the vote.
And if 7 people don't think the voice vote was right, then even if the moderator didn't say it, then we go to clickers.
Or standing.
Or, whatever it is.
In the situation that occurred,
Yes.
this bylaw would have changed nothing in that one event because the clickers weren't working
Yeah.
and you
Yeah.
had to go to a voice vote. What it would have done is taken all the other 32 articles, and I'm sorry, it's probably a minute with a voice vote. I would argue it's a good 5 minutes when you go off because somebody always has a problem and then you got to run out. So then it turns the meeting so that's where I think the gap. It wouldn't have. The whole reason she made it wouldn't have changed that.
Right. I think what this has done is it's drawn a spotlight on you
How
know,
many
the feeling
articles we
of, the
have.
feeling of a number of people in town, and that they, that the moderator needs to take that into consideration. And obviously, if it's contentious, we're using the clicker anyway, we're using the remote voting. So, again, I appreciate any citizen petition coming forward. I appreciate what, you know, what she's trying to do. I just disagree with this being an all or nothing.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be doing this for the stabilization fund. Okay, let's take 5 minutes to talk about something we do every year.
I'll make a motion.
Yep. Let's do it. Oh, I thought you were gonna make a motion.
Are you withdrawing it?
Yeah, I've already withdrawn my motion.
withdraw.
I make a new motion that the FINCOM move citizen petition Article 1 to indefinite postponement. Citizen petition, general bylaw amendments, Chapter 138, town meetings, 138-17, rules of debate, F, G, and H.
Do I have a second? And then we already had our discussion, and then you're voting yes in favor of indefinite
Indefinite.
postponement.
Or no, if you don't agree with that. Yeah.
I'm sorry, or no, what, Mike?
If you vote no, you are not in favor of indefinite postponement. So
Okay.
effectively, you're voting yes on the article.
Gotcha.
All those in favor of indefinite postponement?
Aye.
Opposed or no's?
Aye, or no. Chris?
And then abstentions?
Now we're done. Okay,
So-
closing.
I
have no other comments. It's been a long night.
My only comments are, everyone should know the articles that you're writing up. Again, if some of you have already written them up and now you just have to plug in the votes. There were some discussions. I don't think there were any overwhelming, we're not gonna have any minority views on any of them.
I don't know. They were all,
Yeah.
no minority views.
Over the next few days, if anybody has questions, come to us.
And they're due to Allison by next
Dumb
week,
question, Mike, and I don't even want this.
April 2nd.
what I wrote on my article. I don't remember seeing it.
It's in the book.
It's in the book.
So the book you get mailed to your house,
Yeah, oh,
it's in that.
what do you mean, it's in my email?
Should have been.
I'll show you something on OneDrive.
Yeah.
Motion to approve the minutes from last meeting?
Oh,
Yeah.
do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Abstain. That's right. Okay.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
All those in favor?
We made it. It's a minute.
Opposed? Nobody's opposed.
Wish Bill Hines birthday?